It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Scott Bryson, member for the electoral district of King's Hands, by resignation effective Sunday, February 10, 2019. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. Tabling of documents. Conformément à l'article 79,2
Pursuant to Section 79.22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Report on Economic and Fiscal Monitor, February 2019.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Canada-U.S. Relations.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treatise entitled Protocole portant amendement de l'article 50.
Protocols relating to amendments to the Convention on International Civil Aviation in Montreal, 2016.
Relating to an amendment to Article 56 of the Convention on Civil Aviation done in Montreal on October 6, 2016. L'accord sur le transport aérien entre le gouvernement du Canada et le gouvernement de la République de Honduras.
Agreement between Canada and Honduras from 2018 and signed in Honduras in 2018.
Government of Japan concerning reciprocal provision of supplies and services between the Canadian Armed Forces and the Self-Defense Forces of Japan, done at Toronto on 21 April 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by members. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recently, the Public Accounts Committee were saying how hard they're working presenting the 59th report of their committee. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 83rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. Pursuant to Standing Order 92.1, the subcommittee will meet concerning second reading of the Senate public bills and recommends that the affairs indicated in the reports be designated, not designated non-votable, but that they be studied by the House. Pursuant to Standing Order 91, the report is deemed adopted.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Mr. Erskine-Smith, moves that Bill S-238, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and the Wild Animal and Plant Protection and Regulation of International and Interprovincial Trade Act, importation and exportation of shark fins, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to sponsor Bill S-238, the ban on Shark Fin Importation Act, which passed in the Senate late last year and now must be reviewed in the House of Commons. This bill, introduced by Senator Michael MacDonald, would prohibit the import and export of shark fins into and out of Canada. With a federal election expected October 21, it is imperative that all members work together to ensure that S-238 receives royal assent before the fall election. Mr. Speaker, over 70 million sharks are being killed each year for their fins. Since 2011, 5 private members' bills have been introduced that would ban the trade of shark fins. In that time, over 500 million sharks have been butchered and killed for their fins. Mr. Speaker, we cannot wait another election. We must pass this bill and end the destructive practice of shark finning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. petitions. Presenting petitions, President Stanley, Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I plead to table a petition in support of Bill S-240 on organ harvesting, which is currently before the Foreign Affairs Committee.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of tabling today a petition signed by several hundreds of my constituents who are concerned about the social and environmental effects of building a viaduct near their neighborhood. They're calling on the Minister of Transport and Port Authorities to examine other options for the trajectory and location of the viaduct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present a petition signed by hundreds of Canadians who are calling on the government to end the needle exchange program. They're calling on the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety to end the prison needle exchange program and implement measures that would increase the safety of correctional officers and the surrounding community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does he know? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
I'm pleased to rise once again to table a petition regarding concerns surrounding bank closures. These petitioners are from Dubreuilville, White River, Echo Bay, Richards Landing, Bruce Mines, Elliott Lake, Hearst, Kapuskasing, and Elliott Lake, all from the beautiful riding of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. They raise concern about bank closures in rural communities across Canada. They indicate the negative impact this has on economic stability and remind the government that people in rural areas experience a lack of reliable broadband and cellular services to be able to do online banking, and they are forced to drive long distances to access banking services. That is the case for Dubreuilville. 1 hour they have to drive to access banking services. They ask the federal government to work with financial institutions to address access to physical institutions in rural communities and introduce a 3-month penalty-free period to move their finances elsewhere in order to encourage other facilities to come in and also to consider postal banking. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present this morning. The first is urging the Parliament of Canada to move quickly to amend the Criminal Code to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. And the second one, Mr. Speaker, in my area, we have a lake. It's beautiful, but it is not functioning well right now. It is deplorably low and not serving its purpose because of a disagreement between the Government of Canada and the First Nations of Chappawas and Peapot. And so we're just calling on the Minister, these individuals, to use his authority to reestablish communication with those First Nations and work on a resolution to this matter that is impacting businesses and use of the area as an area for enjoyment in the summer. Thank you.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, it's an honor to rise this morning to present a petition from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands calling attention to this House to the ongoing deep concern of the tragedy of violence against women. The petitioners point out it remains a critical problem in Canada, particularly in relation to vulnerable populations, particularly Indigenous women, and calling for equal participation of women in all parts of our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. That's it?
Of pharmacare. I've had literally hundreds of constituents petition the House asking for the Prime Minister, the government, in fact all members of this House, to recognize the important value of having a national pharmacare program. They're calling upon the Government of Canada to work with the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces and territories, in ensuring that we can have a pharmacare program for prescribed medicines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petition, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. I am now ready to rule on the issue raised on February 6, 2019 by the member for Hull-Aylmer regarding an incident of racial profiling that recently occurred within the parliamentary precinct. The Chair is grateful to the Honourable Member for bringing this incident to the attention of the House. I also appreciate the comments made by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism. Malgré le fait que l'honorable député de Hull-Aylmer
While the honourable member for Hull-Aylmer raised this matter as a question of privilege, and it deals with a serious event, it is not properly a question of privilege. It did not involve a member of Parliament or engage a proceeding of either this House or of any committee. Nonetheless, the member has given me an opportunity to make a statement to the House and to report on the investigation that has taken place with respect to the incident.
For Hull-Aylmer explained that he and the Parliamentary Secretary had been made aware that a group of Canadians, mostly young, had come to Parliament Hill on February 4th, 2019 to engage with members of Parliament on and sensitize them to issues that Black communities in Canada are facing today, reporting that an incident of racial profiling had occurred during this initiative, known as Black Voices on the Hill. He asked me to investigate the matter immediately and suggest measures to ensure that Parliament is an open and welcome place for all Canadians. As Speaker, I have responsibility, shared with the Speaker of the Senate, for the oversight of matters of security and policing for the parliamentary precinct, and the Parliamentary Protective Service has the operational responsibility for the security in the parliamentary buildings. These important responsibilities embody far more than just the physical aspects of keeping people safe when here on Parliament Hill. The racial profiling incident cannot be condoned and must be dealt with swiftly and purposefully.
A complaint was quickly raised in the House, and the Parliamentary Protective Service replied with a full and unreserved apology, stating the following, and I quote, "We offer our apologies to the participants for the situation that they experienced. Our security personnel must always conduct themselves with professionalism and respect toward parliamentarians, employees, and visitors. We need to do a better job in ensuring that this standard is maintained across our workforce. The Parliamentary Protective Service has zero tolerance for any type of discrimination. We took immediate action upon learning of this incident and launched an internal investigation into the matter. Once the investigation is completed, we will be advising the speakers accordingly." Unquote.
Apology is a welcome first step. However, it should not be construed as either a final step or a way to erase the harsh and unacceptable reality of what happened. Instead, we are resolved to learn from it and to do better going forward. While one transgression does not represent the actions of all, one is too many, and none can be overlooked, dismissed, or excused.
All who come here must know unequivocally that they will be welcomed with equality, dignity, and respect. To experience anything less here on Parliament Hill, the center of our democracy, is a failure on our part. And for that, I offer my sincere apologies. We can and must do better, and we will.
As Speaker, I would like to conclude by making it clear that while there is not a finding of prima facie question privilege for the reasons I've mentioned, this in no way diminishes the importance or gravity of the matter raised. I thank all honourable members for their attention. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour,
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, opposition motion on political interference allegations, standing in the name of Mr. Angus.
Seconded by Mr. Dussault, moves that the House, A, call on the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privilege for the former Attorney General with respect to allegations of interference in the prosecution of SNC Lavalin, and B, urge the government to launch a public inquiry under the Inquiries Act in order to provide Canadians with the transparency and accountability promised by the Liberals in the 2015 election campaign. Debate. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, a great honor to rise in this House representing the people of Timmins, James Bay, and as the ethics spokesman for the New Democratic Party, and I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. We are now, Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks into the explosive allegations that the Prime Minister's office attempted to end a legal investigation, a legal case into corruption against a company, SNC Lavalin. And yesterday, Jerry Butts, who was the architect of the Sunny Ways revolution that propelled our present Prime Minister into the office that he has, was forced to resign in disgrace. That shows us that the crisis, the corrosive nature of this scandal is eating away right into the office of the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister must come clean with Canadians today.
The Prime Minister has to explain these allegations that his cabinet has tried to end with an investigation against this very serious incident. And what's even more serious is the open bar for lobbyists and the use of public goods at a company such as SNC Lavalin. Canadians deserve credible answers. The Prime Minister has to make sure that the government hasn't hidden this scandal.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start off. There's 4 really concerning issues that we need to look at when we're looking at this SNC Lavalin case. First is a very serious allegation that the Prime Minister's office attempted to shut down the legal case of corruption against SNC Lavalin. If that allegation is true, then this Prime Minister has lost all moral standing with the Canadian people. Just as explosive, and to me very important, is the possibility that because the Justice Minister, the very first Indigenous woman Justice Minister in this country, did not go along with the pressure from the Prime Minister's office, that she was demoted, punished, and then we saw this horrific whisper campaign against her credibility by key Liberal staffers to assassinate her credibility. These allegations must be answered. The third issue is the power of the backroom lobby system in Canada that is so powerful that when SNC calls everyone in the Prime Minister's office and all key departments, they jump and they respond. And whether or not, because of that lobbying efforts, they actually rewrote the laws of Canada and slipped it into an omnibus bill to specifically protect SNC from from their legal consequences. And fourth, Mr. Speaker, is the culture of insider access that has taken place under this Prime Minister for the open bar for the lobbyists and the privatization of public services to benefit companies like SNC Lavalin at the expense of the Canadian taxpayer. We can put these issues under the 3 toxic C's of political life. Corruption. The allegations of corruption have to be answered for the Canadian people. Cronyism, which has been the underpinning of the Liberal Party for much too long. The cronyism with their insider pals, which leads us to the third, which is the corrosive effects that this has on public confidence. And we are here today to restore public confidence, to say to this Prime Minister, come clean with the Canadian people. Stop hiding between solicitor-client privilege that is keeping the former Justice Minister from speaking. Agree to an independent inquiry similar to what we had under Gomery so that the answers can be looked at and presented to the Canadian people in a credible light so they will know whether or not this government undermined the legal obligations, or whether or not they can come clean. This is what we're asking the Prime Minister to do. You know, just 3 months ago, SNC was the sponsor of the biggest schmooze fest in Ottawa. It was the ultimate insider access event to get to meet all the top Liberal ministers. They were all on the beck and call of SNC. The person that they had advertising for this SNC event was actually the Indigenous Indigenous Affairs Minister. They were using her photo to come to an SNC event. And so what were they all coming together for? Well, it certainly wasn't reconciliation, because reconciliation is not the most important relationship with this Prime Minister. They were all coming together to talk about how they could benefit from the privatization of public services. So just think about it for a moment. How is it possible that a company that was under criminal investigation for illegal bribes to both the Liberals and the Conservatives was able to host an event where all the key Liberal ministers and all the key Liberal staffers were there? How is it possible that a company with a long and ugly history of allegations of corruption and bribery in Algeria and Bangladesh, in Cambodia, in Libya, was able to host this event knowing that they could promote every key Liberal to be there? And the Liberals saw nothing wrong with this. It's not only that their moral compass is bent in the wrong direction, there is no moral compass. Because it never was about the middle class and those wanting to join them, was it? It was always about the Fortune 500 and those who were on the inside track to get there. It never was the most important relationship being about reconciliation with First Nation people. It was about protecting their friends. And you know, we get told now that SNC is too big to jail, too big to fail. Well, I point, Madam Speaker, to Arthur Porter. Arthur Porter, who was the center of one of the biggest fraud investigations in Canadian history, and the former government, because they are as in with SNC-Lavalin as this present government. Stephen Harper appointed Arthur Porter to oversee Canada's spy agency. That shows how much Canada is up for sale to these insiders. And they always say too big to fail, too big to jail. Well, Arthur Porter ended up in a Panamanian jail, and Canadians weren't any the worse off for him actually finally getting punished. What we need to talk about is clearing the air. Because then the government now is saying, well, what about the jobs? And I am very concerned about the jobs for all the honest working people at SNC-Lavalin. But I'm also worried about the jobs of many Canadians whose jobs have been taken away, like the workers at the heating plant right here in the National Capital Region who've done their jobs for years, who are having their jobs undermined because this government wants to privatize SNC. And to have a government say that they're worried about jobs. They never worried about jobs when Stelco and Sears lost their pensions. Why not? Because it was the family business of the finance minister who had the contract to wind up their pensions. They were looking after the 1%. They wouldn't stand up for the pension rights of Sears workers or Stelco workers, but they would stand up for the rights of Morneau Chappelle, because the finance minister is the minister of the 1%. You know, let's talk about KPMG, a company that established an offshore fraud account so that multimillionaires could evade paying their taxes. And what did this government do? They not only cut a deal with KPMG and said it's okay, they actually hired a KPMG rep to be the treasurer of the Liberal Party.
Wow.
It never was about the middle class and wanting to join. It never was about reconciliation. It was about the government and this Prime Minister's insider relationships, that they will bend the laws of this country, they will look after their friends, they will do things behind closed doors, they will turn the public services of Canada as a cash cow for their lobbyists and their friends. And now they say, let's not be negative, let's talk about positive things. There is nothing more negative for Canadian public life than corruption and cronyism. Until we clear that up, until we say to the Canadian people, you can trust that everyone will have a fair chance. Canadians have no reason to believe. So I'm asking this Prime Minister to do the right thing, to stop hiding, to explain why Jerry Butts had to take the fall, and for this Prime Minister to vote for our motion to have an independent investigation and stop hiding behind that fig leaf of solicitor-client privilege. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member from Timmins North Bay for his comments in the House, but I would put it to him through you, Madam Speaker, that given the nature of those comments and the partisan rhetoric that was employed, would the member opposite think that it is not a more appropriate forum to have these matters thoroughly fleshed out in a nonpartisan, apolitical manner, in a manner that has more robust mechanisms to have this actually addressed through the Ethics Commissioner investigation, which is already underway by virtue of a request that was made by the very same party, Madam Speaker. So would the Ethics Commissioner investigation be a more appropriate venue because it has more strength, more strong authority, more robust mechanisms, and also can operate in an apartisan and apolitical manner?
The honourable member for Timmins. One moment, please. I would just remind the member he has to wait until I recognize him and that his light comes on so that everybody can hear him. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
The light has come on the Liberal Party. The light has come on. Hallelujah. Yes, wouldn't it be amazing if we did this through an independent investigation, not like the little monkey wrenching that they did at the Justice Committee where they would have only people who couldn't actually say anything. So yes, that's why we're here. Let's have an independent investigation like Gomery, because I believe the member is was the assistant to the Justice Minister, so I'm sure he knows the laws of the land, that the Ethics Commissioner can only look at a very, very small aspect of this, but not the aspect that actually matters, which was the legal interference by Jerry Butts or the Prime Minister or anybody over on that side. So come to Jesus. Come with us. Walk over to the side of the light and agree to have this independent investigation. Come on over. Stop hiding with the corrupt ones.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for a speech which did contain, for I think all members of the opposition and many members in the backbenches of the Liberal Party, some fairly profound truths. But with regards to this first question from the government side today about the investigation by the Ethics Commissioner, I wonder if my friend can recall the Ethics Commissioner's eventual report on the Prime Minister's illegal Caribbean vacation, when the Prime Minister delayed for months a request to meet with the Commissioner to discuss the allegations against him. I wonder if the Liberals are delaying, are hoping that the Commissioner's investigation will delay such an investigation until they can run for the hills in the summer recess.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my honourable colleague is laying out a very important point, which is that this government is trying to walk the clock down on one of the worst corruption scandals in memory. And I would actually speak to my friends who are Liberal backbenchers, who don't get called by lobbyists, who came here to do the right thing, who have to hide behind this terrible scandal. I think the easiest thing we could do is for the Liberals to be given the opportunity to go back to their voters and say, we aren't a party of corruption. You know, as an individual backbench member, I came here to do good things. And this is why when someone is alleged to have involved in trying to undermine a legal investigation, that needs to be investigated. It shouldn't be hidden. It shouldn't be put under the carpet. So now that Jerry Butts is gone, I'm sure he'll be more than willing to be subpoenaed. I'm sure that this Prime Minister, that sunny ways may not be completely dead, but the sun is certainly disappearing from the horizon. I'm asking the Liberal backbenchers, don't go along with that front bench. Don't get led by the nose. Stand up and do the right thing and vote with us, because this is about accountability to the Canadian people.
Hear, hear. We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his speech and his intervention, but he started off his speech today with saying that it was a demotion for a minister to be moved from one portfolio to another one. Could he please explain to veterans and to this House how veterans are any less than any other department in this country?
Brief answer from the member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, who was it in the Prime Minister's office who was phoning the media and making those comments about the Justice Minister, and also saying, who said that, they said, you know, she thinks because she's Indigenous and she's a woman, she's going to be treated differently in this government? Well, obviously not. But I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, who was it in the Prime Minister's office who did the character assassination against her? Nice, simple question.
I just want to remind the member for Avalon he had an opportunity to ask a question, and if he has other questions, he should wait until we go back to questions and comments.
Resume debate. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to listen to the speech of my colleague from Timmins Bay on these important revelations that have unfolded over the past week. When we left the House only a week ago, or more than a week and a half ago, this question had already risen because there was potential interference from the minister involving an criminal investigation into a company, which on many occasions they were involved in foreign corruption. So many questions have arisen and were mentioned, and that now we're faced with many other questions that are still up in the air, and nothing has been clarified since this question arose a week and a half ago. On the contrary, there are even more questions that have arisen since then, because since last Friday, when we were in this House, the Minister of Veterans Affairs was still in her position and then stepped down. And the Prime Minister's key secretary also stepped down. So the Liberals would like to tell us that there's nothing to see, that they're being transparent, there's nothing hidden, and just forget about it and look somewhere else. But over the past week, all this has happened, and the Ethics Commissioner has started an investigation into this affair, and the government would like us to believe that there's nothing to see. And the Ethics Commissioner does not launch an investigation if there aren't any doubts about a particular topic that is brought to his attention. So the government is going to continue today to ask us to believe that there's nothing in this, but this is not the case. There are a lot of questions that deserve answers, and that's why the NDP is asking for a public, independent inquiry, because the Justice Committee, since it has a Liberal majority, refused to shine light on this situation between the PMO, SNC-Lavalin, and the Attorney General. So this is a fundamental issue that deserves answers, and the Justice Committee refused to shed light on it, and that's why we're asking for a public inquiry, because obviously the Liberal majority has no intention to shed light on this issue. They're kind of playing a shell game, and they're bringing forth a couple witnesses that have nothing to do with the issue to try once again to distract us and have us look somewhere else, because they really have something to hide. And I can't believe that a minister would step down from cabinet and that his key advisor would step down if there's nothing to be hidden. So we have to shed light on all of these scandals. And that's why it's so important today to have a public inquiry, because the very basis of our legal system hinges on the independence of our legal system and on our criminal investigation system. And that's why this independence is in our law, and the Attorney General cannot provide directives in any way. They can't just call or have a conversation. There are very specific directives under which an Attorney General can give directives and influence how criminal investigations unfold. So there is a certain distinction and protection that is provided. When we wrote legislation, we wanted to avoid any political interference. We wanted to eliminate any influence from the political system on the legal system. That's why this independence is being called into question today. And we need to know this through a public inquiry, and the Prime Minister himself and his secretary, he stepped down. Why, Madam Speaker, we don't know right now, but I think this really deserves an independent public inquiry.
And we also need to think about the employees of SNC-Lavalin. They see this scandal breaking, they see this political interference in this criminal prosecution, and they're concerned for the future, and I understand that. And that's why we want it clear that the target today is not SNC-Lavalin, it's the Prime Minister's office and the Prime Minister himself. They're the ones who called into question the independence of the criminal prosecution system. The employees are caught up in these legal proceedings, of course, because things were done wrong abroad in the awarding of certain contracts by foreign governments. So those are issues, but the employees work in good faith to feed their families. It's the directors of SNC-Lavalin who are targeted by this, and that's why it's also important to ensure that it's the executives of that company at the time who were responsible for this corruption at the highest levels. They're the ones who need to be brought to justice. And it's unfortunate in all of this, Madam Speaker, that those executives are escaping. They're getting off almost scot-free because of the delays in the justice system. Those executives are getting away with impunity. They're not spending any time behind bars for these serious offenses they've committed. So I can understand why Canadians are concerned about how a company can get away with things so easily when there's been such serious issues of corruption abroad. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we need full sunlight shed on all these issues, on the political interference in the criminal prosecution apparatus. It's very important for public trust because increasingly, daily, Madam Speaker, Canadians are getting the impression that this government is only interested in the big and the wealthy, big business and their corporate cronies and the executives of those companies who appear to truly have the ear of this government when, whether it's with SNC-Lavalin or KPMG, they appear to really have the government's ear, the Liberal government's ear, when it comes to certain matters affecting their companies. SNC is a good example, KPMG too. But what about Sears and GM? What about the workers? Once again, the Liberals always give preferential treatment to their corporate cronies, the executives, rather than the workers. And so we need to make sure that in every government decision, that the public interest is given top priority, the interest of the workers. That should be chief among our concerns. And in many matters, all this government seems to care about is their little buddies. They're handing out hundreds of millions of dollars, even some companies are giving illegal donations, and that seems to buy them a very attentive ear from this government. And the other thing I wanted to mention in the time left is the political influence that SNC-Lavalin had. There was Bill C-74. I was on the Finance Committee when that bill was debated and studied, and the question I asked, unfortunately, the member for Hull-Aylmer asked a number of questions about that bill too, about Section 20 of Bill C-74. We wanted to know, where did this idea come from to stand down from criminal prosecutions, to circumvent criminal prosecutions and come up with settlements instead. And unfortunately, we couldn't get any answer. The witness tried to avoid the question, but there was clearly something fishy. That part of the bill of C-74 appeared to have been drafted specifically for a specific case, with a specific case in mind, and that would be SNC-Lavalin, because they'd been asking for years for a reprieve. They kept pressuring, they kept lobbying to get this included in the bill so that they would have an escape valve. And they wanted the Attorney General to give them that, and they haven't got it yet. But unfortunately, that's maybe one reason why the previous Attorney General resigned. So it's very important to pass this motion today to shed full daylight on this matter, to ensure that there was no political interference and that there can no longer ever be any. So I propose that the motion be amended by adding after the word inquiry and table the report by May 2nd, 2019 in the House at the latest. I must inform members that an amendment can only be moved with the support of the mover.
Being moved. Does the honourable member for Timmins James Bay
Yes, of course.
accept the amendment?
Yes, of course.
The mover has to approve of the motion. The mover is the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Monsieur Dussault, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Ms. Sanssouci, moves that the motion be amended by adding the following and table a report in the House by May 31st, 2019 at the latest.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Donc, j'apprécie
I greatly appreciate the comments from the member for Sherbrooke, who just rose and spoke in the House. And I'd just like to point out one thing and ask two questions. One thing is that the fact that there are remediation agreements.
Painting this as an anomaly is not actually correct. The United States, they've existed since the 1990s. They've existed in Britain since 2014. But I want to ask the member, as a member from Quebec, about his perspective on SNC-Lavalin and its economic importance, not just to that province, but to the entire country, vis-a-vis aspects of the remediation agreement that is in place. And that aspect calls for, indeed, responsibility to be taken by a corporate offender, an admission of responsibility, a forfeit of any benefit, participating in further investigations, and paying a penalty. Is that the type of regime that allows both a corporate entity to take responsibility and show that demonstrably to Canadians, and at the same time continue to provide the economic benefits that they do in his province of Quebec?
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a good one. I was talking about company executives who need to be prosecuted personally for their wrongdoing. And unfortunately, that's not what's happening, because they're getting away, they're getting off scot-free because of judicial delays. And the companies too should be held responsible. They shouldn't get away with this kind of thing when they do it abroad, and it's important for the consequences to hit the right people. The company should also be held responsible because it's the corporate culture that is partly to blame. It's not just individuals. They're not just rogue elements acting independently. It's the corporate culture that is culpable here too, and so the corporation deserves to be punished as well. But latitude, leeway has to be given to the Director of Public Prosecutions to determine the best avenue, and it shouldn't be left to political interference. They shouldn't be allowed to protect their little buddies.
Oh, sorry, for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very interesting that Parliamentary Secretary wants to talk now about remediation agreements because he actually didn't want to talk about them previously. That was narrowly slipped into a budget bill, didn't have the scrutiny that you would normally expect when you're making this kind of expansive change to the criminal code. And the former Minister of Justice, the former Attorney General, didn't even come to committee to testify on this. It was a Parliamentary Secretary who went instead, which is very revealing about the concerns that likely this minister had at the time. And then the lines we're hearing from the government, they want to make this all about, well, what type of investigation could happen where. And I know the NDP understand this, that there can't be an effective investigation unless and until the government actually waives solicitor-client privilege and allows the former Attorney General to speak about this. If the government wants a meaningful investigation, regardless of who's doing the investigation, we need to have solicitor-client privilege waived. Could the members share more about why this particular element, solicitor-client privilege, is so important, regardless of who does the investigation, that element is so important for actually allowing Canadians to get to the bottom of this issue?
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a short answer. I fully agree, and that's why we included in our motion we called for solicitor-client privilege to be waived. It's very important, and that's why you can't even have a public inquiry without first waiving solicitor-client privilege, which binds the former Justice Minister. So clearly, that openness and transparency is necessary. That's why we included it in the motion. And if the government truly has nothing to hide, which they continue to claim, all they have to do is waive this privilege, which prevents the former minister from testifying. So if they have nothing to hide, why don't they waive it?
Reprise au débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente. Je suis heureux d'avoir l'occasion.
I'm pleased to have this opportunity today to speak to this issue of solicitor-client privilege in a government context.
It goes back to Tudor times in England and originated as respect for the oath and honour of a lawyer who is duty-bound to guard communications with clients. At first, that duty was restricted to an exemption only from testimonial compulsion, that is, the right of the lawyer or client to refuse to testify in court regarding confidential communications. Later, as the law of privilege evolved over time, confidentiality expanded from communications in the context of litigation to any communication for legal advice. Madam Speaker, confidentiality in the communication between solicitor and client became a benchmark. It was supposed that if the consultation between the client and the solicitor could not be kept confidential, then clients might be less inclined to be forthcoming with their lawyers, thus reducing the quality of advice that a lawyer could give. In Canada, over the last few decades, Madam Speaker, solicitor-client privilege has evolved from not simply a mere rule of evidence to a substantive rule of law, as well as a principle of fundamental justice that is captured within the meaning of Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Supreme Court of Canada has described it as, quote, Madam Speaker, a principle of fundamental justice and civil right of supreme importance in Canadian law.
The Supreme Court of Canada now recognizes the special place that solicitor-client privilege holds in our legal system. Privilege is nothing less than a cornerstone of our legal system, regardless of the context or the nature of the legal opinion requested.
Madam Speaker, our legal system is very complex. The complexity of rules and procedures is such that, in the Supreme Court's view, realistically speaking, it cannot be navigated without a lawyer's expert advice. It's in the public interest that this free flow of legal advice be encouraged. Let me repeat that, Madam Speaker, because it is so tellingly important. It is in the public interest that a free flow of legal advice be encouraged between a lawyer and their client. The integrity of the administration of justice depends on the unique role of the solicitor who provides legal advice to these clients. Because of that importance, the Supreme Court has often stated that solicitor-client privilege, this cornerstone of our legal system, should not be interfered with unless absolutely necessary. It must remain as close to absolute as possible, Madam Speaker, with very few exceptions. As such, the Supreme Court of Canada has adopted stringent norms to ensure its protection. Madam Speaker, the gatekeeper of the solicitor-client privilege is the lawyer themselves. They act and are ethically bound to protect the privileged information that belongs to his or her client. What is it exactly that is subject to this stringently protected category of solicitor-client privilege, Madam Speaker? It is privilege that will attach to every communication between a lawyer and a client that is for the purposes of giving and receiving legal advice and that is intended to be confidential. La nature privilégiée.
The privileged nature of a document or information in it does not depend on the category of document, but rather on its contents and what it might reveal about the relationship and communications between a client and their notary or lawyer. All communications between a lawyer and their client that is directly related to the request, development, or provision of legal advice are protected, including those considered to be part of an ongoing communication or a continuum of communication between the lawyer and client. According to the federal court, the continuum of communications that is protected by privilege includes all kinds of questions at various stages, including advice on reasonable and prudent measures to be taken under the legal circumstances, and other topics that are directly related to the performance by the lawyer of his or her professional duties as legal advisor to the client. To determine where this continuum of communications that is protected ends, you have to ask whether a given communication is part of the necessary sharing of information in order to provide legal advice. If the answer to this question is yes, the information was part of the necessary exchange, then the information is part of the protected continuum of communications. In other words, could the disclosure of information hinder the objective underpinning solicitor-client privilege, and that is to allow lawyers and their clients to speak freely and exchange information openly so that clients can be made aware of their rights and obligations as a result? Madam Speaker, for example, when the head of a department receives legal advice on how certain legal proceedings are unfolding, and when the head gives instructions to the lawyer on how to conduct these proceedings, those instructions are part of the legal advice, they're part of the continuum of communication, and they're protected. Disclosure of such information would hinder the department head's ability to openly and freely ask for legal advice.
Are in the same position as private sector in-house counsel with regard to solicitor-client privilege. The client of government lawyers is, quote, the Crown. That is the executive, Madam Speaker. The Supreme Court of Canada has recognized that solicitor-client privilege attaches to communications between government employees and government lawyers, many of whom belong to the Department of Justice. As was stated by the federal court in the case of the Attorney General and Central Cartage Company, quote, the Attorney General and those working for him or her as legal advisors are solicitors for the purposes of advising the executive branch of the Government of Canada, end quote. In the public sector as well, then, Madam Speaker, solicitor-client privilege has permanence. The privilege belongs to the client, not to the lawyer. Courts will not permit a lawyer to disclose a client's confidence. Solicitor-client privilege enjoys a status more elevated than that enjoyed by almost any other recognized privilege, given the central role that this doctrine plays in the effective operation of our legal system, and has for centuries, Madam Speaker. It is in the public interest that the free flow of legal advice between a lawyer and their client be encouraged and be protected. As noted by the Supreme Court of Canada in the 2008 Blood Tribe decision, quote, without it, access to justice and the quality of justice in this country would be severely compromised, end quote.
As I said earlier, solicitor-client privilege applies to communication between a lawyer and their client, communications that concern a consultation or a legal opinion that the parties consider to be confidential.
In the government context, the client is the Crown. Who can waive the privilege within government can be a complicated question, Madam Speaker. Court decisions considering this question have often been inconsistent. However, consistent guidance has been provided on when privilege can be considered to have been waived, whether in the private or public sector context. La renonciation au privilège du secret professionnel.
The waiving of solicitor-client privilege happens when the holder of that privilege is aware of its existence and expresses a voluntary desire to waive it.
For waiver to occur, Madam Speaker, disclosure must be voluntary. Courts will only find waiver, Madam Speaker, whether express or implied waiver, where they are of the view that an objective consideration of the client's conduct demonstrates an intention to waive privilege. For example, this may occur where the privileged communication is shared with a third party or where the privileged communication is relied on as an element of one's claim or defense. Disclosure compelled by statute is not voluntary and therefore cannot constitute waiver of solicitor-client privilege. This is sometimes called the limited waiver exception in legal parlance, Madam Speaker. It should not be confused with the doctrine of partial waiver, to which I will now turn. Madam Speaker, it should not be assumed that if a client waives privilege over one communication, that privilege over every other communication is also waived. Clients, the holders of the privilege, have the ability to waive privilege over none, some, or all of the confidential communications they have with their lawyers. In considering whether a partial waiver, meaning a voluntary waiver over a particular piece of privileged advice, results in a broader waiver, courts will consider all of the factual and surrounding circumstances. The answer is never easy, Madam Speaker. Like in the case of a partial waiver, it is also the case that not every disclosure will result in a waiver of solicitor-client privilege. For example, common interest privilege allows parties with interests in common to share certain privileged information without waiving the privilege at all. The roots of common interest privilege as an exemption to the waiver are in the litigation context, Madam Speaker, where sharing in the context of reasonably anticipated litigation does not result in a waiver of litigation privilege itself. Some courts have also extended common law interest outside of litigation to the commercial transactions context. Parties that have a common interest in the successful completion of such a transaction may be able to share solicitor-client privilege materials without a waiver actually occurring. As with traditional solicitor-client privilege, the communication between the parties, Madam Speaker, sharing the common interest must be made on a confidential basis. Madam Speaker, I've just referred to what is known as litigation privilege. Litigation privilege protects against the compulsory disclosure of communications and documents whose dominant purpose is the preparation of litigation. Although litigation privilege differs from solicitor-client privilege in several respects, the two concepts do overlap to some extent. The classic examples of items to which litigation privilege applies are the lawyer's file and oral or written communications between a lawyer and third parties, such as witnesses or experts prepared in the context of reasonably anticipated litigation. Litigation privilege is a common law rule of English origin. It was introduced in Canada in the 20th century as a privilege linked to solicitor-client privilege, which at the time was considered to be a rule of evidence that was necessary to ensure the proper conduct of trials and legal proceedings. Because of these origins, Madam Speaker, litigation privilege has sometimes been confused with solicitor-client privilege, but indeed the two are distinct, although at times they overlap. However, Since the Supreme Court of Canada rendered its decision in the case of Blank in Canada in 2006, it has been settled law that solicitor-client privilege and litigation privileges are distinguishable. In Blank and Canada, in the 2006 decision, the Supreme Court stated, and I'm quoting here, Madam Speaker, that they often exist and that one is sometimes mistakenly called by the other's name, but that they are not coterminous in space, time, or meaning. That's the end of the citation. The court identified in that decision the following differences between the two concepts. So I'm again citing from the Blank in Canada decision from 2006. The purpose of solicitor-client privilege, Madam Speaker, is to protect a relationship, while that of litigation privilege is to ensure the efficacy of the adversarial process. Solicitor-client privilege, on the one hand, is permanent, whereas litigation privilege is temporary and lapses when the litigation ends. Unlike solicitor-client privilege, litigation privilege applies to non-confidential documents. Litigation privilege is not directed at communications between solicitor and clients as such. The Supreme Court of Canada also stated that litigation privilege, and I'm quoting, unlike the solicitor-client privilege, is neither absolute in scope nor permanent in duration, end quote. So while it's true that in Blank in Canada, in that decision, the Supreme Court identified clear differences between litigation privilege and solicitor-client privilege, it also recognized that they do have some characteristics in common. I'll give you a few examples, Madam Speaker. For example, the court noted that the two privileges, quote, serve a common cause, the secure and effective administration of justice according to law. That's the end of the cite. More specifically, litigation privilege serves that cause by, quote, ensuring the efficacy of the adversarial process, end quote, and maintaining, quote, a protected area to facilitate investigation and preparation of a case for trial by the adversarial advocate, end quote.
Sorry, I'm sorry I have to interrupt, but there is a lot of talk going on right now, and this room is certainly a bit echoey, and I would just ask the members to please respect the fact that there is a session going on right now, and there are people speaking, and so in preparation for questions and comments, I would ask members to take their conversations outside. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To justify these requirements, the court relied on the unique and foundational importance of solicitor-client privilege, which is, quote, fundamental to the proper functioning of our legal system, end quote. The Supreme Court cited a significant body of case law to the effect that the privilege is a, quote, fundamental policy of the law, end quote, that must be as close to absolute as possible to ensure public confidence and retain relevance. The court in that case also noted that solicitor-client privilege is of paramount importance because it promotes, quote, access to justice, the quality of justice, and the free flow of legal advice, end quote.
Of course, it's undeniable that litigation privilege does not have the same status as solicitor-client privilege, nor is it as absolute. It's also clear that these two privileges, while they sometimes concern the same documents, are conceptually distinct. Like solicitor-client privilege, litigation privilege is, and I quote, fundamental to the proper functioning of our legal system, end quote. It is at the heart of Canada's cross-examination system. As many courts have already noted, Canada's legal system prefers to seek out the truth by allowing parties to present the best arguments that they can to the court and allowing the court to make rulings that are as enlightened as possible. The ability of parties to develop their strategy in confidence and being sheltered from forced disclosure is an essential condition for allowing this process to work well. In Canada, litigation privilege is thus inextricably linked to our founding values and is of fundamental importance. The Supreme Court of Canada concluded that, like solicitor-client privilege, litigation privilege can only or rather cannot be eliminated by inference, and that clear, explicit, and unequivocal terms are required to waive it.
Conclude on that note by saying thank you for allowing me the opportunity to canvass these important issues about both solicitor-client privilege and the privilege concept more generally. It's a concept well known in law and well known to the lawyers that participate in this House, but it is a fundamental aspect of our legal system founded upon hundreds of years of jurisprudence that dates back to our Commonwealth heritage. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Essex.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague, the MP from Parkdale High Park. He, of course, went into one aspect of the motion today, talking about the solicitor-client privilege. I didn't hear him speak about the launch of a public inquiry. And I have to say that, Madam Speaker, over the last week, I've been hearing from my constituents, as I'm sure he has in Parkdale High Park, about the concerns around what we have watched unfold on the national stage and the questions that Canadians legitimately have about what the truth is in this situation. So my question, and he referenced the legal system, seeking to shine a light on the truth. Today is an opportunity for Liberals in this House to do the same, Madam Speaker, to shine a light on that truth. So my question is, for a government that promised to be accountable and transparent, and for the member from Parkdale High Park, why will he not support a public investigation into these deeply troubling allegations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the member from Essex for a question and for contributions in this House today and on other occasions. In respect of the second part of the motion, it's clear that what is being sought in the motion that presented by the members opposite is a public inquiry. And what I would return to is the intervention I made earlier today, which is that in this context, in a matter where transparency is wanted and clearly sought on both sides of the chamber, that the Ethics Commission investigation that has been opened up into this matter provides a more robust mechanism for that investigation. It provides for clearer tools that can be used, greater powers that can be used, and also, and most importantly, an apolitical and an apartisan forum for seeking that information which is being sought. And in response to the member from Essex, what I would put to her is that that forum is clearly a more appropriate forum given the tenor of the debate that we've seen in really just the first hour of debate on this motion. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member talked about solicitor-client privilege, and the current Attorney General stood in this House and said that the Prime Minister and the PMO's office did not pressure him, and he was able to do that without violating his solicitor-client privilege. And that means the former Attorney General could stand and say the same thing without violating her solicitor-client privilege. The Prime Minister said the fact that she is in Cabinet speaks for itself, and then she resigned from Cabinet and lawyered up. So would the member agree that to clear all this up, if there's really nothing sinister going on, the former Attorney General could stand and simply repeat what the current Attorney General said?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member opposite for her comments, and it is clear in terms of what the statements made by the current Minister of the Attorney General in this chamber in respect of what involvement or communications he has had. I would simply note it for the purposes of this debate and also for the members of this House who are very well aware because they're reading the same media coverage that I'm reading, is that the very issue of the nature of the privilege is the subject matter of legal advice that is being sought by the former Minister. Secondarily, what I would indicate is also in the context of my intervention, what I indicated is that the issue of potential waiver of privilege is always case dependent and needs to be for the purposes of a full and rigorous legal analysis. So mooting that there may be a waiver or implied waiver at this juncture is simply inappropriate for the purposes of this debate.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Madam Speaker, I'm looking at our colleague's motion, and I think that it's entirely appropriate when it comes to one aspect of this scandal. So now there's the crisis management side of the PMO, and our colleagues presenting this motion are right in saying that we need to hear from Ms. Wilson-Raybould. We need an investigation. I agree with that. I would remind the member not to name any other members. They should refer to them by their riding name or their title. I apologize, Madam Speaker. Yes, you're right. Sorry. Now, when it comes to the crisis management side, Madam Speaker, I entirely agree with my NDP colleagues. And I think that, yes, we need an investigation. We need to hear from the former Attorney General. But that said, there are also very catastrophic impacts that might result from this scandal on third parties. In other words, the workers of SNC-Lavalin who have nothing to do with the fraudulent acts that were committed by the former director of that company. There are the workers, the suppliers of this company, and other people who do business with this company. And for them, a deferred prosecution agreement seems reasonable. So why is there nothing in the motion that was brought forward by the party, in the second opposition party, concerning the protection of workers and protecting their engineering skills in Quebec?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Well, it's rare that I completely agree with the Bloc Québécois, but in this case, I think that he's representing his constituents well, and he underlined something very important. As I said earlier in this debate, I'm afraid I don't know the word in French, but there's a remediation agreement that exists. It exists in the U.S. and the U.K., for example, and I think that it's important that having a remediation agreement regime in our law is not there to give a free pass to corporations.
There are aspects of that that require an admission of responsibility, require penalties to be paid, require forfeiture of funds, require participation in ongoing investigations to address the very needs outlined by the member opposite, which is taking into account the very significant needs of workers, not just in his riding in Quebec, but throughout the province of Quebec and throughout the country of Canada, who work with or directly or indirectly an entity as large as the entity that is being implicated here. Merci beaucoup.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague, through a question, he had talked about the Ethics Commissioner. And the Ethics Commissioner is an independent officer of the Parliament, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member could just explain why it's so different between the ethics officer, let's say, and in a standing committee. In a standing committee, there might be a very strong partisan element. If he could expand upon his thoughts in regards to the two.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member opposite for his contributions today and nearly every day in this chamber, but the issue with respect to the Ethics Commissioner investigation is important. First of all, the actual investigation was sought for by the opposition, was agreed to on the part of the Ethics Commissioner. Secondly, the Ethics Commissioner is independent of any of the parties in this chamber. The Ethics Commissioner is appointed by Parliament and responds to Parliament. The Ethics Commissioner also has more robust mechanisms, including powers of subpoena, compelling documents, compelling information from individuals, and most importantly, the Ethics Commissioner operates outside of what is unfortunately sometimes, as Canadians are now seeing, even in the context of today's debate, some of the political theater that surrounds us in what we're doing. Partisanship is part of this process. We all knew that when we signed up to run for office, but sometimes partisanship is not the best antidote for what is clearly an important question that Canadians are seeking clarity on. And in that context, an apartisan, apolitical investigation led by a person without political affiliation outside of the realm of theater is likely much more appropriate and will provide a much more measured response. Thank you.
That's the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the speech from the member from Parkdale High Park outlining solicitor-client privilege and litigation privilege. What's interesting, as he would know, is litigation privilege only attaches when the parties believe there's pending litigation. So it appears that really quickly, this PMO determined there might be litigation with respect to the departure of the Attorney General. Litigation privilege also, Madam Speaker, can be waived by one of the participants talking publicly about it. As we've seen the Prime Minister publicly talk about his engagements with the former Attorney General, the Prime Minister has de facto waived such litigation privilege. And I'd like to ask that member, were they asked to retain documents in relation to the demotion of the Attorney General? Because retention of documents usually starts once the parties realize there's probably going to be litigation privilege attaching. So since he talks so much about it, have they been asked to retain their documents?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has just over 40 seconds to respond.
In 40 seconds, I thank the member for his inquiry, and with respect to my references to litigation privilege, if the member was listening over the din of conversation that happened during my 20-minute intervention, he would have noted that I talked about many types of privilege. I also talked about common interest privilege, for example. It was in the context of discussing solicitor-client privilege and outlining its contours. Is there an implied waiver that's existed right now? As I said in my opening intervention, that would need to be determined on a case-by-case basis. And in respect of whether anyone has been asked to retain documents, I have absolutely no information whatsoever in that regard.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to start off by indicating that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Milton. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank the member for Timmins James Bay for presenting this motion today. I'm proud to say that the official opposition will support it unanimously. Madam Speaker, before I talk about the importance of a public inquiry, I would like to see why this affair is important for our country. We are, and always have been, a country governed by the rule of law. By definition, this means that when, as parliamentarians, we adopt legislation on behalf of people who elected us, we are not above the law.
We are all subject to the rule of law. We are all equal under it. We are bound by its conventions, and our political or societal status does not entitle any one of us to special treatment under it. These core principles of the rule of law must be upheld for any democracy to function. As history tells us, whenever the rule of law is impeded or subverted or corrupted, the consequences can be extreme. We cannot claim to be a country under the rule of law when political agendas can dictate the course of justice. And that's precisely what the Prime Minister and his office stand accused of. To understand the severity of these allegations, which the Prime Minister has yet to credibly refute, we have to go back to 2015. SNC-Lavalin, a major Canadian construction firm, is charged with bribing the Libyan government under dictator Muammar Gaddafi. Eager to avoid prosecution, the company launched a massive 2-year campaign to lobby the new Liberal government for a special judicial proceeding that would get them off the hook. The lobbying worked. The mechanism to secure that ruling was wedged into an 800-page omnibus budget bill and becomes the law of the land. Now, up until this point, no laws had been broken. The aggressive lobbying and legislative maneuvers that followed were certainly suspicious, but not illegal. But that all changed when the push to cut SNC-Lavalin a special deal met resistance inside the Justice Department.
The Director of Criminal Investigations, after having carefully studied the SNC-Lavalin affair, decided to move ahead with criminal proceedings. And that is when the political members of the Prime Minister's cabinet took action. According to the Globe and Mail, the PM's cabinet is said to have pressured the former Attorney General to overturn the decision and to give SNC-Lavalin a special agreement that it had been seeking for quite some time.
When she didn't do it, presumably out of devotion to the rule of law she was duty-bound to protect, the Prime Minister fired her. Yeah. At the time, she said in a written statement, and I quote, "It is a pillar of our democracy that our system of justice be free from even the perception of political interference and uphold the highest levels of public confidence." And we didn't know it at the time, but that statement foreshadowed what would later come to light. The alarming possibility that the Prime Minister's office exerted its power to influence the administration of justice. Or to put it another way, when the Justice Department said no to SNC-Lavalin, the Prime Minister's office wouldn't take no for an answer. Many have attempted to describe the profound seriousness of these allegations, but none have done so better than the former Ontario Liberal Attorney General, Michael Bryant, who said, and I quote, "When I was prosecuting cases, if a politician had ever called me up, I would have put down the phone and called the police. Since these allegations have surfaced, the Prime Minister and his office have engaged in an obvious cover-up. He refuses to waive solicitor-client privilege, as Prime Ministers before him have done when the public interest demands it. Doing so would allow the former Attorney General to speak, to tell Canadians her side of the story. But the Prime Minister has kept her silent in order to protect himself. Last week, Liberals on the Justice Committee voted in lockstep to keep the truth from coming out, defeating a motion calling on several key PMO and government officials, including the former Attorney General, to testify in front of all Canadians.
And the Prime Minister continues to change his version of the facts, and he's hiding behind other facts. He's blaming everyone, from the personnel of his own office to Scott Bryson, including the former Attorney General herself, for the situation that he finds himself in. And that is now not how a Prime Minister who has nothing to hide should act. And if he thinks that the resignation of his political advisor, the closest political advisor and the most reliable one, will solve the situation, he is mistaken. Therefore, I'm going to repeat my request that the Prime Minister waive immediately the solicitor-client privilege and allow the former Attorney General to speak.
The way in which this story has unfolded, with almost daily changes to the Prime Minister's version of events, with high-profile resignations, with anonymously sourced smear campaigns, and with coordinated cover-up maneuvering, suggests this is not an ordinary political scandal. Something more sinister is at play here. Section 139 of the Criminal Code deals with obstruction of justice. I draw the House's attention to subsection 2. It reads, "Everyone who willfully attempts, in any manner other than a manner described in subsection 1, to obstruct, pervert, or defeat the course of justice is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years.
It will be up to the police to decide whether what has happened between the Prime Minister's cabinet and the former Attorney General is criminal or not. And I expect this affair to soon be brought to the police's attention if it's not already been so. I've always said that all options are open, and if a crime was committed, those responsible must be punished accordingly.
I am proud to stand with my colleagues to support this motion, urging the Prime Minister to waive privilege in this case. Canadians are tired of him speaking for the former Attorney General. It's time that Canadians heard from her herself.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Madam Speaker, I listened carefully to the speech of my honourable colleague. He met with representatives from SNC-Lavalin, their agents, and I know that other people in his entourage did so. And I'm sure that this House is curious to know what his opinion is of the DPA and what opinion did he share with SNC-Lavalin, and can he tell the House what his position is on this?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Yes. Myself and my team, we've always been very transparent. But the Prime Minister, right now, did not verify the discussions that his team had with SNC-Lavalin. We are very curious to know whether the government kept its obligations.
The Parliamentary Secretary would very much like to distract Canadians in this House onto aspects of these types of things. Parliament is free to set whatever law it likes. free to set whatever penalties it likes. But what Parliament is not free, and what this government is not free to do, is to pick up the phone and interfere with an ongoing criminal proceeding. That is the crux of this matter. And that is what the Prime Minister stands for.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you, the question I would have for the Leader of the Opposition, does he agree with me that this motion is necessary? We have to have a true public inquiry, because when the parliamentary committee was held, the Liberal majority torpedoed the possibility of having an investigation at a parliamentary committee. So now we are obliged today, through this motion, to make a true request for a public inquiry, because I was away for a week in my riding, and in Quebec we're very concerned by the workers for SNC-Lavalin. People are talking about this, and they really want a public inquiry to see if there was any political interference or not. And does he agree with me? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Yes. This motion clearly is necessary because last week at the Justice Committee, the Liberals blocked our measures to get to the truth. They we wanted to invite the people at the center of this scandal to tell us what their version of the events is, but all the Liberals on the committee, all of them, were against our motion.
Extremely necessary because we saw what Liberals did when they have a majority on a committee. We wanted to invite the key figures at the center of the scandal, those individuals who had meetings with SNC-Lavalin, those individuals who then went on to have meetings with the former Attorney General. Instead, the Liberals used their majority on that committee to invite three people who had no knowledge of the events at the time. In fact, the current Attorney General told this House that he was not privy to any of those discussions. Why would the committee need to hear from people who don't have any knowledge of what went on? So when Liberals have majorities on committees, they play their partisan games. They thwart the course of justice. That's why this motion and having an inquiry in full public light is so important.
Some comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
You know, over the last week, what's concerned me as a parliamentarian is that the Prime Minister has stood up, and his representatives, his former Principal Secretary, have stood up and spoken on behalf of the Justice Minister. They've said things that have happened or haven't happened, and at this point, it's now sort of a he said, she said situation, except there's one thing: she can't speak. Now, one of the most powerful things for equality when it comes to gender equality is the agency granted by a woman's voice, the ability to stand up and to speak truth to power, to speak truth to her situation. I'm just wondering if the Leader of the Opposition, through you, Madam Chair, can speak to the importance, especially for our super woke Prime Minister to be in this situation right now, to allow a strong woman to speak her voice.
Hear, hear. A very brief answer from the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for this very relevant question. I mean, we are talking about an extremely serious allegation of potential criminal interference in an ongoing court case. This is about powerful people protecting their powerful friends. One set of rules for some, one set of rules for everyone else. And apparently, the former Attorney General took a stand. And we would like to hear from her as to what went on. I would like to hear her version of events. The member described this as a he said, she said. I would say it's even worse than that. It's a he said, and he's saying what she said. That's not right. Even that's just completely unacceptable that the Prime Minister would allow this to continue. He has the power in his hand to raise up the Attorney General to the same level that he's been on for the past few weeks. Yeah. He is putting words in her mouth, asking Canadians to take his word for his version of events. I'm tired of doing that. I know Canadians are frustrated at the cover-up and the stonewalling. It's time he lets her speak.
Resuming debate.
For Milton. Thank you,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be able to stand in the House to discuss this matter today, but it also brings great sadness because we find ourselves in a situation where, as parliamentarians, we are trying to force the government to do something that they should openly and honestly be embracing at this point in time. As the Leader of the Opposition has pointed out very well, I must say, as the Leader has pointed out very well, the sordid saga of what has transpired here to date is one that warrants public investigation. It warrants Justice Committee investigation, and indeed it warrants a light being shone on it very clearly so we can understand exactly what happened, including whether or not there has been criminality and whether or not there has been political interference in a criminal prosecution. Madam Speaker, I was very pleased and very honored to be able to sit with the Justice Committee last week as we discussed in public our concerns with respect to the matter and indeed put forth a list of witnesses that we would like to hear on the matter. Unfortunately, as everybody knows, that was not accepted by the majority of Liberals in the committee, and indeed there were very troubling comments made during that Justice Committee meeting that really do underscore the importance of having a public inquiry. First and foremost, it was said by a member on the committee that indeed we were making hay out of nothing.
Wow.
Madam Speaker, a member as well indicated that this was nothing more than a witch hunt. And we also have heard those stories from the South, and it doesn't seem to be working that well in the United States, so I don't know why they would choose the term witch hunt up here to be their lead line either. And most importantly, Madam Speaker, the chair of the committee, and indeed every single Liberal member on that committee, indicated full-throated that they believed the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office and that these allegations were unfounded. And that was the reason why they opted to have a very narrow legal conference on what certain principles of law are, much like the one that the Parliament Secretary read to us this morning in his defense of why this government doesn't want to have a public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, we are asking today for this public inquiry because, quite frankly, we've taken the proper steps. During the cabinet shuffle at the beginning of February, end of January, it was very interesting that the former Attorney General issued a 2,000-word written statement detailing not only her accomplishments, but as well a warning. And the warning was that you must speak truth to power, that she spoke truth to power, but buried at the end of one of those paragraphs, which was very interesting to me, was when she said that she expects that role to continue. Why would the Attorney General say in a letter that she was concerned about world events where you have political interference, trumping public policy, unless she herself had something to say about what had been transpiring within her party and within her cabinet? We took the right path. We asked questions in the House. There were two questions. I know my colleague from Durham asked a question. My colleague from Victoria asked a question about why the member indeed had been moved from her position as Attorney General, fired as Attorney General. And the response was wholly inadequate. But more telling than being wholly inadequate, Madam Speaker, was the fact that the Prime Minister did not take the opportunity to thank the minister for her work or indeed say anything complimentary about her time as the minister. A glaring oversight, and indeed incredibly classless when you think about it. Madam Speaker, we proceeded to go to the Justice Committee in order to try to get more information after allegations were made in the Globe and Mail. Allegations we were told by the members that we should look past because indeed, really, is there anything behind it? It's anonymous sources. Well, it is quite interesting, Madam Speaker, that today we are in a situation where those anonymous sources have led to two incredibly high-profile resignations, both from Cabinet and from the inner workings of the Prime Minister's office. Surely somebody is taking these allegations seriously, even if it is Mr. Butts and even if it is former minister and the former Attorney General. Why should we have a public inquiry? Well, a public inquiry, first and foremost, accepts evidence and it conducts its hearings in a public forum focusing on a very specific occurrence. I can think of no other example in my 11 years here than this in order to get to the bottom of something that is so crucial to the rule of law. The extent of the media coverage has been enormous. The fact that it's reached into the living rooms and kitchens of Canadians is important because it puts upon us as members of Parliament the onus to shed light on the matter so that we can go home and tell people exactly what has happened and what is going on, and have more to say than this is a cover-up and this is stonewalling. And Madam Speaker, finally and foremost, why should members of Parliament, despite partisan leanings, vote in favor of this? Well, in 7.5 short months, we will be going door to door, probably sooner than that if we're doing our jobs correctly, but certainly in 7.5 months, we will be asking our constituents to once again place their trust in us as their member of Parliament and represent them in the House of Commons. And I emphasize the word trust. And I have to wonder individually, all of us as members of Parliament, especially those who sit on the government side, are you not troubled by the secrecy? Because your constituents are. Are you not troubled? Are you not troubled by the smear campaign that was launched from the Prime Minister's office on the former Attorney General? Because constituents are. Are you not troubled by a Prime Minister's attempt day after day after day of spinning a narrative and dancing so close to a line on waiving privilege that we end up with a 20-minute dissertation on the floor of the House of Commons of what is or is not solicitor-client litigation privilege? And are we not troubled that there have been 2 high-profile resignations in no more than 11 days since this matter began? My constituents are troubled. And when those Liberal members of Parliament go to the door, what will their response be? Is it going to be that we have to trust the Prime Minister, and I believe in the Prime Minister and his team? Is that going to be enough? And how will they respond when they're asked the fundamental question that I know is going to be asked, because it's being asked now, why didn't you let her speak? What is the response that they are going to give? Madam Speaker, I'm going to conclude that there are 40 special members of the Liberal caucus on the other side, 40 members who have indeed, like myself and many colleagues on this side, taken the oath in order to be counsel, to be a solicitor, to be a barrister in this country. One of the key tenets of that oath is the phrase, I shall champion the rule of law. The onus on those 40 members is indeed greater than the onus on the MPs who have not received that incredibly important burden in society of championing the rule of law. So I encourage the constituents of Scarborough Rouge Park, Madawaska Restigouche, St. Catharines, Scarborough Southwest, Charlottetown, Toronto Danforth, Dorval Lachine LaSalle, Willowdale, Beaches East York, Central Nova, West Nova, Regina Wascana, Calgary Centre, Mount Royal, York South Weston, Alfred Pellin, Ahuntsic Cartierville, Mississauga Erin Mills, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Sudbury, Louis Hébert, Etobicoke Lakeshore, Ottawa South, Ottawa Centre, Anglican Lawrence, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs, Brom, Missisquoi, Steveston, Richmond East, Newmarket, Aurora, Delta, Thunder Bay, Rainy River, Brampton Centre, Surrey Centre, Mississauga, Streetsville, Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas, Parkdale High Park, St. John's East, and Monterreville. Uphold the oath under which you deserved and became a professional solicitor in this country. Do the right thing. Vote in favor of this public inquiry. Shine the light on what is possibly a criminal matter, and do it today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? None. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I'll start with a comment and then two questions. So the comment would be apropos of the previous speech given by the member for Regina Capel, who actually failed to answer in French. So I'd ask it again in English. What did he actually say at the SNC meeting, and what is his position on remediation agreements? But secondly, the point is, with respect to the member opposite has just implored us to listen to our constituents. I'd appreciate if they listened to me right now. But they've implored us to listen to their constituents. What constituents have said to me time and time again is that there's too much partisanship in this place. And what they've said to me is that what we need is a more robust mechanism for shining truth and getting to the bottom of matters. So the point would be, does the member opposite, after her commentary, agree that actually ascertaining the truth in this matter would be better sought and pursued through the robust mechanism that is known as the ethics investigator, who is not subject to the political whims of this place or other fora? Thank you.
I just asked the members of the opposition to hold back on their enthusiasm until their members had a chance to speak. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So first of all, Madam Speaker, as my leader has said many times, the truth is not partisan, and we're seeking to get to the bottom of this matter. Secondly, with respect, it was the Justice Committee in their partisan stance that shut down our ability to bring forward witnesses that are clearly important to the narrative and to the true story. And finally, Madam Speaker, I would say this. We have had the Ethics Commissioner attempt to investigate the Prime Minister's office, and as I'm reminded by my colleague, the Prime Minister dodged meeting the Ethics Commissioner for 2 entire months during that process. That is why this needs to be public. That is why it needs to happen now. And that is why we are voting in favor of this motion today.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that SNC-Lavalin gave a number of members and the Liberal government donations between 2004 and 2011. So they were donors to the Liberal Party. What does she think about the sunny ways and the transparency that this government promised in 2015? And even right here in the House, and today we're debating a motion. My colleague from Victoria is calling for a public inquiry to shed full light. Is this the way a government that claims to be honest and transparent toward Canadians should be acting?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for the question. And I agree, there were so many promises that were made in that 2015 campaign, and so many things that the Liberals said that they were branded by, their feminism, their need to have reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, their need to be transparent, their need to run small deficits, little teeny tiny ones, which ended up being massive deficits, as we know, and indeed on transparency. Madam Speaker, that's why we need to have a public inquiry so people can make written and they can make oral submissions talking about not only what happened, but why did it happen and how did it happen. I mean, the most powerful place in the country isn't a boardroom in downtown Montreal or Toronto. This is the nation's boardroom. This is where we have to ensure that we are doing what we need to do to protect the public from gross misuse of power, which is alleged against this Prime Minister's office. And that's why we're happy to support the motion from the NDP, and we will listen intently to everything that they have to say today.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey Newton, a very brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the honourable member from Milton raised the question, what will happen when we go door knocking in 2019? In fact, last week, Madam Speaker, I was on the doorsteps meeting people, thousands of people that I met over the last week, and everyone came to me and they told me that they have a full trust and a full faith in our Prime Minister, and in 2019 you will see in the next election that Surrey Newton will come Liberal.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure the member has had a number of supporters that have come up and said it to him. So therefore, why would he be afraid of a public inquiry?
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Carleton.
It has been said that complexity is the last refuge of those who have something to hide. The opposite side has been trying to overcomplicate the solicitor-client privilege relationship. The deputy leader of our party is a lawyer herself, so I ask her very clearly, the Prime Minister is the client. Can he waive privilege and let her speak?
Here, here.
The honourable member for Milton, a brief answer, please.
Yes, he can.
Resuming debate.
For Victoria.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's really an honor to rise today on what is a fundamental issue in our democracy, that is the Constitutional Convention of an Independent Attorney General. And unlike some of the speeches we've heard today where people suggest it doesn't matter to constituents, I assure you it matters to mine. This may not be the kind of issue like climate change or the housing crisis that everybody will say is top of their list, and that's not surprising because it's such a bedrock principle of our democracy, people happily in Canada take it for granted. They don't take it for granted in places like China. They don't take it for granted in banana republics. But they expect an independent Attorney General to act in that way. And I'll be saying in the course of my remarks, Madam Speaker, just what this convention entails, and ask the House whether or not this matter doesn't deserve a full inquiry. Now, you'll see, Madam Speaker, that there are two parts to the NDP motion that I've presented today. The first one deals with the solicitor-client privilege. And the government would have you believe that somehow this is too complicated for Canadians, too complicated for parliamentarians. And I will try to refute that during my remarks. And the second, of course, principle is that the government be urged to launch a public inquiry under the Inquiries Act to give Canadians the transparency and accountability promised by the government when it was running for office in 2015. Because this is all about what happened and whether the Canadian public has a right to know. And that is why it's such a fundamental issue. Now, I want to say at the outset, Madam Speaker, these are allegations of interference that's improper. I want to say at the outset, I have no knowledge of what happened, and neither do most Canadians. But what we do have a right to know is in the circumstances that have occurred where two resignations have happened, one by the most senior political person in the government, in the PMO, namely the principal secretary to the Prime Minister, and then the resignation by the former Attorney General herself. Canadians are asking, what happened? And why does it matter? And I think, Madam Speaker, I'm here to say that I'm very anxious for Canadians to use the Justice Committee, of which I'm honoured to be the Vice Chair, to be the vehicle to at least find out whether there was anything improper in the circumstances. But I reiterate, I'm not here to say there's anything improper. I don't know. But I do think Canadians deserve answers in the circumstances I have just recounted. And I think that the place to do that is the Justice Committee, at least initially. But we also need, Madam Speaker, for reasons I'll describe, the same way that the Gomery inquiry was established under the Inquiries Act of Canada and allowed for a number of things to be unearthed that, of course, changed the course of our Canadian political history. This may or may not be in that category, and that's exactly why we need to know. So, the question about solicitor-client privilege is not as complicated as the government would want us to think. Somehow it's very complex. Reasonable people can understand legal principles. And the question of whether or not the government can waive that privilege, whether that be the Prime Minister or the government writ large, the Governor and Council, if you will, is, of course, without question, the government can waive the privilege. Indeed, many people I've spoken to, prominent lawyers, have said the government already has waived the privilege because the Prime Minister told us that he did not direct the former Attorney General to do anything vis-a-vis SNC-Lavalin and the remediation agreement at issue. So therefore, it's already waived in the eyes of some. But whether that's true or not, there are fundamental principles, the Shawcross Doctrine, which we'll come to, which, Madam Speaker, may or may not have been transgressed. I don't know. And that's exactly why we need to have an inquiry. We need to start with the Justice Committee, and we need to have a full public inquiry so Canadians can see the state of their democracy at this moment in time. Now, the allegations, of course, are well known. we have had media reports, admittedly unnamed individuals, whistleblowers perhaps, that the Prime Minister or senior staff in his office pressured the former Attorney General to interfere with the decision of the Independent Public Prosecution Service to deny SNC-Lavalin what's called a deferred prosecution agreement, sometimes called a remediation agreement, for charges of corruption or fraud relating to bribes paid to officials in Libya under the Gaddafi regime many years ago. The Prime Minister's first line of defense was, I did not direct the former Attorney General to do anything. But of course that isn't the issue. The issue is whether or not improper pressure was exercised. And then secondly, the Canadian public wants to know why she has chosen to resign and why she did a rather unusual, if not unprecedented thing when she decided to put a letter out to her constituents, to Canadians, saying that I'm speaking truth to power now and I want to assert the importance of an independent Attorney General. And then a few weeks later, she resigns from even the position that she was assigned in Cabinet, namely the Veterans Affairs portfolio. Why? Why? Canadians want to know. Why did she feel she had to say that? And then why, ultimately, did she resign? And then why, yesterday, did the Principal Secretary, the leading official in the Prime Minister's office, also say he had to resign? Because he was becoming a diversion, was the line he used. I wouldn't deny that. So then the Prime Minister removed her from office as Justice Minister, and a lot of people are asking serious questions as a consequence. Professor Craig Forsisi has written a very helpful article on the whole public law aspects of this matter, and he starts by saying that there are different degrees of influence that a government can exert on an Attorney General. There's nothing wrong whatsoever in asking advice of your cabinet colleagues. Indeed, as Lord Simon in the United Kingdom said, sometimes you'd be a fool not to do so. But where you cross the magic line that Shawcross principle in the 1950s first established, which is now the law in Canada as well, a constitutional convention, in fact, is that you cannot exert undue influence on the Attorney General. At the end of the day, he or she has to stand up and say, you know what, that decision to prosecute or not to prosecute was mine alone. That decision to go into a remediation agreement or not, to tell the Director of Public Prosecutions to thus or so, that's my decision and mine alone. Now, obviously somebody thinks that there was a problem here, including the former Attorney General, who was removed from her office and then subsequently resigned. Why? Canadians want to know. And why is the government not anxious, with its avowed commitment to transparency and accountability, anxious to have her speak and Mr. Butts, the Principal Secretary, speak, to tell their side of the story, to clear it up? Maybe there's nothing here. But for the government to not want that to happen causes reasonable people to be concerned and to ask questions. And that's all this motion is designed to do, to ask the government to please waive any privilege that you think you have, and then she might think she has, and let her speak. Let her tell her side of the story. And lastly, to allow us to hear from the other side, the other alleged protagonist in this drama, Mr. Butts and others who worked for him in the Prime Minister's office. Why wouldn't the government welcome that? That is what's confusing and actually adding fuel to this fire. So as Professor Forsisi says, there are degrees of influence and it matters, whether it's pressure or whether it's direction. So the bottom line is, and why does this matter? Canadians might be wondering why it's such a big deal, is that you cannot have partisan considerations, political considerations, in supervising prosecutions. It simply can't be done if we're going to keep the convention of an independent prosecution, of an independent law officer of the Crown, which is what the Attorney General is. Now, Madam Speaker, in some democracies like England, The role of the Attorney General is separate, and the role played by our Minister of Justice in that system is played by the Home Secretary. So important is it that we see that the Attorney General is outside political influence. That's what some countries do. And of course, we've seen south of the border with Mr. Trump and Mr. Comey how that plays out. And we in Canada have been proud, and justly so, of an independent prosecution service, and now people want to know if there were any problems that occurred in this circumstances. In 2002, in the Supreme Court decision of Krieger and the Law Society of Alberta, the Supreme Court said this: it's a constitutional principle that the attorneys general of this country must act independently of partisan concerns when exercising their delegated sovereign authority to initiate, continue, or terminate prosecutions. That's why it's a big deal. Was there anything that crossed that line, the Shawcross line? And as we heard, I think, in the eloquent speech of the deputy opposition leader and justice critic for the official opposition, what's at the bottom line here is the rule of law. The Attorney General owes her ultimate loyalty to the rule of law, not to the government of the day. And that is a constitutional bedrock principle in our country that we sure hope wasn't transgressed in the circumstances where pressure may have been exerted to enter into a deferred prosecution agreement when it's clear that the Director of Public Prosecution, that independent officer, did not think it warranted. And our Attorney General appears to have not thought it was warranted either. And then, poof, removed from her cabinet role in that regard. Is that a problem? I don't know that it is or doesn't. I need to understand further. And so Professor Forces concludes as follows: at the risk of being very wrong, one might infer that people in the Attorney General's office thought a line had been crossed. Someone was, after all, the Globe and Mail's source for the story that led to this bombshell. But if a clear Shawcross line was crossed, the expectation would be that the Attorney General would resign. Of course, that didn't happen initially, but then eventually it did. So, you know, the government members have been speaking about just how difficult this whole solicitor-client business is, and the independence of the prosecutorial function so difficult and so forth. Well, the late Mr. Justice Rosenberg of the Ontario Court of Appeal wrote down what he thought the 5 components of the Shawcross principle were, and he said this: that the Attorney General must take into account all relevant factors in making a decision to prosecute, including the effect of a successful or unsuccessful prosecution on public morale and order. Perfectly legitimate, in other words, to take those into account. Second, the Attorney General is not obliged to consult with cabinet colleagues, but is entitled to do so. No problem. Third, any assistance from cabinet colleagues is confined to giving advice, not directions. That is why, presumably, in his first original line of defense, the Prime Minister talked about directions so categorically. Fourth, responsibility for the decision is that of the Attorney General alone, and the government is not to put pressure on him or her. That's the point, Mr. Speaker. Fifth, and equally, the Attorney General cannot shift responsibility for the decision to the Cabinet, or I dare say, to anybody else. So that takes us to having explained why I think the Shawcross principle, explaining to Canadians why I think this is such an important question before us. Now we talk about what to do about it. Well, we've asked for a Justice Committee to hear from, and I joined with the official opposition in that regard, to hear from the key principles in this story. We should invite our colleague, the now former Veterans Affairs Minister, former Attorney General, Vancouver Granville MP, to come and tell her side of the story. She's getting advice from an eminent former Supreme Court Justice, the Honourable Thomas Cromwell, and we will hope that some advice is provided which would let her feel comfortable in coming and telling Canadians her side of the story. We've asked for that, and so far, sadly, that has not happened. the government members on our committee have somehow thought this was just politics. Nothing to see here, drive on. And you know what? They may be right. But why on earth wouldn't they let us find out so we can put our minds at rest? And then, of course, they accuse us of being partisan when we want to do our job as parliamentarians. What else do we know? Well, we know that there was a frenzy of lobbying for this particular company. Now, it's an engineering company, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were lobbying about bridges and roads and the like. But they were lobbying for something called justice and law enforcement. And that's a little unusual for an engineering company. They visited officials in the Prime Minister's office in a couple-year period 14 times, 12 visits with Principal Secretary Butts, and the Prime Minister's senior Quebec advisor, Mathieu Bouchard. All we've asked for is those two individuals come and say what happened. Like, is that crossing some line that somehow we're being irresponsible and wanting to know? This is an unusual circumstance because, lo and behold, we soon thereafter have this brand new insertion to an omnibus budget bill called the Deferred Prosecution Agreement. Now, I am not here to say that those are horrible and improper at all times. I'm not at all. There may be a legitimate role for them. And I'm sure that was brought to the attention of the Director of Public Prosecutions. But Transparency International and others lobbied to make sure that that section, if we're going to insert it into the code, didn't allow the national economic interest to be taken into account. That's not a legitimate, relevant consideration in granting one of these. So there's a question as to whether the DPA could even be appropriate in these circumstances. I don't know. And that, I gather, is still before the courts in some way. Now then the Prime Minister pivoted and said, one of the reasons wasn't that, I didn't direct her at all, but there was a resignation from Cabinet by the former Treasury Board President, and had that not happened, she'd still be Minister of Justice. Like, hello? That seems a little odd in the circumstances to date that sudden resignation would trigger all of this. And then yesterday, his principal secretary decides to offer his resignation. Now, one of the things that many commentators, and I particularly salute Professor Donald Savoy of the Université de Moncton, who's written so much about the centralization of power in the Prime Minister's office. And I dare say that there are a lot of questions about whether or not the so-called Board of Directors of Canada, which we used to think was the Cabinet, is in fact really the Prime Minister's office who decides what goes on. And because I don't think a company of the sophistication and size of SNC-Lavalin would have been lobbying that many times the Prime Minister's office if they didn't also perceive that they had a lot of influence on cases of this kind. So again, it may be that the DPA is a legitimate exercise, but it is passing strange, Mr. Speaker, that we no longer have this individual in the Cabinet and that individual in the Prime Minister's office. So in all of these circumstances, I have to ask again, why would the government not join us in trying to get to the bottom of this? Indeed, when the shoe was on the proverbial other foot, Mr. Speaker, I note that the Liberals in opposition were anxious to have an inquiry before the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics in respect of Senator Duffy. And they were put forward a motion, the government now of the day, that committee be instructed to examine the conduct of the Prime Minister's office regarding the repayment of Senator Duffy's expenses, that the Prime Minister be ordered to appear under oath as a witness for a period of 3 hours, and that the proceedings be televised. Kind of interesting now that the shoe's on the other foot, that this seems radical and wrong. But I want Canadians to remember that only because when the government was in opposition, they understood what the job of an opposition is to do. And when our democracy may be under threat, when there is a possible breach of a constitutional convention, I expect Canadians to have parliamentarians join together and get to the bottom of it, regardless of partisan considerations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank the member opposite for his contributions today, but also at the Justice Committee, of which he is a very important member. One comment and then one question. The comment relates to the fact that much discussion has been made today in the context of the debate thus far about the remediation agreements and where did they come from and how the process was done. The consultations that took place on remediation agreements were 1 year long. They were then announced in a budget, introduced in a budget bill, and that bill was then put before both the Finance Committee and, interestingly, in front of the Justice Committee, of which my friend is a member, most recently on November 7th. Remediation agreements were before that committee for consideration. But I want to talk about the HoC article that he mentioned. I've read it myself. It's very illustrative. But isn't this very article and the fact that the Justice Committee has agreed to pursue a study not just of the Shawcross Doctrine but also remediation agreements and hear from witnesses, doesn't that reference the precise type of study that needs to take place, precisely because of the contributions he's made today with respect to the HoC article and explaining what Shawcross does and does not include? Is that the kind of robust study that he wants to see at the Justice Committee, and would Craig Forsese be a good witness to hear from in the context of that study itself?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank the Parliamentary Secretary very much for his two questions. The first one about the Justice Committee's role. I was on the Justice Committee. I had the benefit of two witnesses coming and testifying about remediation agreements, but I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that never was there any reference to SNC-Lavalin. Nothing, no context at all. In fact, it was suggested that this had been done a couple of times in the UK, and we were modeling ours more on the UK model and on the British model, and so forth. Now, as for Professor Forse's attendance before the Justice Committee, I have agreed with the committee chair and others with whom I've spoken that we ought to have at least a day of hearings to learn about the intricacies of the Shawcross Doctrine, and I would agree entirely with my friend that Professor Forsese would be an excellent witness in that regard. But, of course, the punchline is this government would not allow anybody who was at the meeting to tell their side of the story, nor would they agree to invite the member for Vancouver-Granville, the former Attorney General, to appear. So I am not interested, Mr. Speaker, in learning about remediation agreements, already been to that class, or hearing more about Shawcross, except by way of setting the stage for the following. What are the rules? And then, in these facts, were they broken? That's what the Justice Committee should do.
That's right. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wellington-Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excellent arguments from the member for Victoria in favor of the motion. You know, the Duffy and the SNC-Lavalin scandals both have the same starting point, which is an all too powerful PMO that thinks it could do what it wants, when it wants. Mr. Speaker, I'll give another argument in favor of this motion for members opposite who may be thinking about voting in favor of it. You know, the government is hiding behind this concept of solicitor-client privilege, but there is a greater privilege that supersedes that solicitor-client privilege. And that privilege is the democratic privilege, the democratic rights of the Canadian people as expressed on the floor of this House of Commons and its committees. And that privilege is guaranteed in the Constitution. And constitutional law supersedes statutory or common law. That privilege is guaranteed in Section 18 of the Constitution Act 1867, which guarantees the privileges of this House, of the Canadian people, to hear and hold the government accountable. It is the privilege that gives this House and its committees the right to hear from the former Attorney General and the Prime Minister about what happened in respect of the SNC-Lavalin affair, to hear about it, to make sure that the rule of law and the administration of justice are upheld, and to make sure there was no obstruction of justice. This is one of the high courts of the land. This is one of the high courts of the land. And it has the right to hear from the former Attorney General, the right to hear from the Prime Minister, and the government and the members opposite should not be hiding behind solicitor-client privilege, because there is a greater privilege, and that is the democratic right of the Canadian people to be heard.
Well said. The honourable member for Victoria.
I just want to salute the member for Wellington Halton Hills for his passionate defense of Parliament and indeed the champion of reforms to make this an even more relevant institution. He started by talking about the Prime Minister's office being too powerful. As I said, there's many people who, of course, agree with that and wonder how we got here. If that had not been the case, we might not be here at all. But you know what? I think his point about rule of law is the most important here. We have to get to the bottom of this. He quite properly acknowledged that when the shoe was on the other foot, when Senator Duffy was at issue, the scandal in the Prime Minister's office then, the Liberals were only too happy to go there. And I don't think they would have hidden behind solicitor-client privilege at that point, Mr. Speaker. That is a complete smokescreen here. We've got to get to the bottom of this, and the government can waive that if they have such a privilege, if it hasn't already been waived. We must let the Attorney General tell the former Attorney General tell her side of the story so Canadians can see exactly what is at stake in this case.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, we were all far away from Ottawa. We were back in our own ridings. And at that time, the member for Victoria decided to sign a letter calling for an emergency meeting of the Justice Committee. I'd like to ask him why he thought that was so important and why he thought it was urgent to have a committee meeting. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Although the Honourable Member for Hochelaga talks about being far away in her riding, I must point out it's not that far to Montreal from here, but a little farther to Victoria, just saying. Why I put forward as an emergency motion was precisely for the reason that the member for Wellington Halton Hills talked about. We are really an important institution. A committee that has the responsibility to get to the bottom of this should do so. You know, we've called for a public inquiry. We know how long that will take, and you know how many rocks it'll uncover. But what we need to do right away is get to the committee and have the protagonists speak, learn what the rules are, and then see whether those rules were transgressed on behalf of the Canadian public in public, and that's what the purpose of the emergency motion was. And I do hope this afternoon, when the committee resumes, that they will see it in that manner.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. And we all know that SNV is actually met with and lobbied on both sides of this House. We had posed the question earlier in regards to the Leader of the Official Opposition in regards to what their position was with regards to remediation agreements. I'm wondering if my colleague could just share with the House in terms of did he or the Leader of the New Democratic Party not meet with this organization, and if he could give their party's position on remediation agreements.
Member for Victoria.
Thank my friend across the way from Winnipeg North for his question. I understand that there were dozens of meetings with Prime Minister's office and officials, that there was a well-known meeting between the then Attorney General and the Principal Secretary, Mr. Butts, that's been recorded as well. I believe this massive company has lobbied a lot of people. I'm told that one of my colleagues and the Leader of the New Democratic Party met at the end of a meeting involving business leaders where this issue was raised, according to one report in the Lobbyist Register. And indeed, we're told that the official opposition leader also met with that company. My position on the remediation agreement, with all due respect, is utterly irrelevant. I've indicated in my remarks I think there could be a purpose for them, but that is not what's at issue here. That is not the issue at all, and nice try trying to change the channel.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to serve as a co-vice chair of the Justice Committee with the Honourable Member for Victoria. We saw the sad spectacle last week of members of the committee doing the bidding of the PMO. One of the central issue here is what was said by whom and when to the Attorney General. That's right. So it would seem to me that it would be imperative to hear from the former Attorney General.
That's right.
If this government has nothing to hide, then let her speak. Would the honourable member for Victoria agree that by virtue of voting against calling the former Attorney General, there's only one conclusion that can be drawn, and that is that Liberal MPs on the committee were voting in favour of a cover-up?
Yeah, here.
The honourable member for Victoria, in 30 seconds or less, please.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton, and I have put forward motions that allow for certain people to come and testify and for certain records to be produced. I am not yet prepared to conclude that committee, which he and I have the honour of being vice chair on, won't do its job. We'll find out today. I live in hope, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming
debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is a country that is governed by the rule of law. This fundamental principle is in our Constitution, but it also manifests in the actions of politicians and in the structure of our institutions at the executive, legislative, and judicial levels, as well as in the relationships between them. Respecting the Constitution requires not only respecting the highest law of Canada, as set out in the provisions of our constitutions, but also the rules and practices that reflect and underpin our constitutional values.
En tant que député du Québec,
as a member from Quebec, as a person who worked in the legal profession in Europe, in the U.S., in Quebec, and, well, particularly in Quebec, I found it very concerning to see some people in the media suggesting that Quebec respected the rule of law less than other provinces. It's an entirely false and shameful claim.
as well in English. Having worked in many jurisdictions in the legal field, whether in Europe or in the United States, in addition to Quebec, I find it shameful to hear that some MPs, some sources in civil society have suggested that Quebec somehow respects the rule of law less than other provinces. It's something that is utterly false and disgraceful. In our parliamentary system, we must adhere to and respect well-established constitutional principles and conventions. Foremost amongst them is the principle of separation of powers, which our Supreme Court has emphasized in a principle that is fundamental to the workings of Parliament and the courts. This principle requires that each branch of government recognize the role that the other branches and respect the appropriate limits of its own role. As Justice McLaughlin, later the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, wrote in New Brunswick Broadcasting in 1993, it is fundamental to the workings of government as a whole that each of these parts play their proper role. It is equally fundamental that no one of them overstep its bounds, that each show proper deference for the legitimate sphere of activity of the other. In 2005, Justice Binney observed that it is a wise principle that the courts and Parliament strive to respect each other's role in the conduct of public affairs. He went on to state, Parliament, for its part, refrains from commenting on matters before the courts under what we've known as the sub judice principle. The courts, for their part, are careful not to interfere with the workings of Parliament.
Here in the House, we've insisted on respecting parliamentary privilege, and as Justice Binney has said, parliamentary privilege is one way to ensure the respect for the fundamental principle of constitutional separation of powers. However, we also have to remember the separation of powers requires respect for the independence of the judiciary, and we should not get involved, either directly or indirectly, in the court decision-making process. This particularly applies to criminal proceedings and related affairs.
Continue to protect the principles of the separation of power and judicial independence is through the respect for the sub judice rule. This rule is embodied in a cherished constitutional convention. Democratic government under the rule of law has been under attack lately, domestically and abroad. Continuing to ensure respect for constitutional conventions is one of the ways our political culture supports a modern parliamentary democracy that is also attuned to the values Canadians cherish, including the independence of our courts and the right to a fair trial.
Similarly, we have to respect convention in terms of pending cases, because this contributes to respecting the principles of separation of powers and the independence of the judiciary. This is fundamental in any democracy. We have to keep a balance between the powers and the roles and the functions of the executive, legislative, and judiciary, and this is a long-dating convention and is one of the important ways that we can maintain this balance. The convention with regard to pending cases is well known amongst parliamentarians, and it is fully described in the guide, in the procedures and usage habits of the House of Commons. I hope everyone has read that book. And if we should not be referring to a pending case here in the chamber, and pending cases cannot be the object of a motion, petition, or question in the House. And this guide is intended to protect someone from any prejudice from a public inquiry on a topic. And if we apply it here to the House recognizes that it is not its role to judge individual cases. This is up to the courts to do this. And it's also interesting to note that the convention was regularly applied to all questions with regard to criminal proceedings.
Speaking of matters which are before the courts of justice, particularly courts seized with criminal matters and related proceedings, may risk prejudicing the outcome of a trial and may affect the protections of due process, including the presumption of innocence afforded to accused persons in our society. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Over the last few days, we've seen rush to judgment, politicization by certain opposition MPs. And while I hasten to say that I offer no excuses for SNC-Lavalin, indeed, they are fully capable of defending themselves, I find it highly troubling that some colleagues would readily condemn them for their own personal political gain. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I meet lobbyists, and we bandy it about as almost a dirty word, in fact, it's highly informative of what goes on in Canadian society, and I choose carefully who I meet. But it isn't a one-way discussion, it's a two-way discussion. I ask them what they can do for the citizens of Canada. And as anyone who's been elected in this House knows, your duty in this House is to be the representative and the voice of your constituents, not simply the ones who voted for you, Mr. Speaker, but all the constituents in your riding. And that doesn't mean that you can't ignore what businesses say to you, because indeed they employ a lot of people in ridings, and indeed in the centre of Montreal, they employ many people that don't necessarily are even capable to voting for someone like me, because they come in through the 14 metro stations that exist in my riding, Mr. Speaker. But it doesn't mean I won't stand up for those people, the employees, if there are circumstances that affect their families, whether or not they choose to vote for me. So my job, Mr. Speaker, isn't to protect businesses, it's to protect the people in my riding, to protect their charter values, to protect their livelihoods, first and foremost their physical integrity, but also their right to have a gainful job and contribute to this economy. So when I have a company, whether it's large or small, come into my riding, Mr. Speaker, my sole focus, I wouldn't say it's my sole focus, but it's my principal focus, is to focus on the employees that are there and to ensure that good jobs for Canadians are maintained in my riding. Indeed, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms constitutionally guarantees the rights of persons charged with offences to be presumed innocent until proven guilty according to the law in a fair and public hearing by an independent and impartial tribunal. I'm certain that no one in this chamber would want to undermine that fundamental constitutional right by discussing matters which are within the rightful purview and jurisdiction of the courts and which are pending before them for decision. And in the case at hand, it is reasonable to ask whether after a proper accounting is made for white-collar crime and actors are punished, fines are levied, what is left? It goes back to what I said earlier, Mr. Speaker. The answer, more often than not, are employees who may see their family, their livelihood jeopardized by further prosecution. In this sense, and I will stress to say that I have no direct evidence of what has been discussed, the Prime Minister's office would have been remiss not to seek advice from the Attorney General, and the Attorney General would have been remiss not to give that advice. I want to take a moment as well, Mr. Speaker, to pay homage to the work that was done by the former Minister of Justice in advancing key elements of our platform, whether it is legalization of cannabis, whether it is assisted dying legislation, elements that touch upon moral values and go above legislation often than not. And I want to pay tribute to the work she's done in that role, and in that sense, advance the values of Canadian society. She has also helped me on a personal level deal with issues of which I know very little, and in that sense I refer to Indigenous issues that are top of mind for this government, and I want to thank her for her service in that respect. Ceci nous ramène à la raison.
And this brings us to the reason we have this ruling. It is to protect not only the constitutional rights of the accused, but also the constitutional principles of the independence of the judiciary and the separation of powers. In this House, which respects these principles and constitutionalism and the rule of law, we have to do everything possible to avoid interference or the perception of interference in the regular enforcement of the law. One of the main principles of fundamental justice and of the impartial role of the judiciary.
Some detail. As I have said, by convention, members of Parliament do not comment on matters that are pending before the courts. This is known, as I said earlier, as the sub judice rule, which is just fancy Latin for matters under judicial consideration. The rule is appropriately described in Beauchene's Rules and Forms of the House of Commons of Canada as follows. Members are expected to refrain from discussing matters that are before the courts or tribunals, which are courts of records. And why do I mention this, Mr. Speaker? Because so far, despite many media reports, what we have so far are unsubstantiated allegations. Indeed, we have 2 high-profile resignations, but we don't know the substance of those allegations. And I know many people will stand up here in this House and say, well, let's get to the bottom of it. But I think what I've said in the last few minutes as an answer speaks for itself. If anything, the motion today, Mr. Speaker, is premature. Absolutely premature. With very, very little substantiated fact. And the members opposite, even some reputed legal minds, in fact, legal minds that I respect quite profoundly, would hasten to waive solicitor-client privilege. And we can have a long discussion as to whether it's already been waived or whether, well, I thank the member for Durham for pointing that out. We'd indeed worked in the same firm, not contemporaneously, but he suggested that it already has. And again, he's substituting his mind for other legal minds, but I know despite that, he's a humble man. I'm sorry. I guess the House has spoken, Mr. Speaker. That privilege, that solicitor-client privilege, is a basic tenet of our democracy, of common law courts, more particularly. But as applied to the relationship between the Prime Minister's office and the Attorney General, it has a number of particular legal twists. But the fundamental tenet remains the same. It allows the client, in this case, Governor and Council, Prime Minister's, you can call it what you want, to get full, complete counsel on matters that are of capital importance. And the corresponding role of the lawyer is to give free and unfettered advice back. But again, as many members have pointed out, it is a privilege that can be waived by the proverbial client. Now, whether it should is something that's entirely different. It's an entirely different consideration. Because again, we are talking about complex matters, as we have seen in the last week, that have been highly politicized, based on what we know to be, so far, unsubstantiated reports. So again, you may take different positions on this motion. Indeed, they may be taken differently within our caucus, differently with respect to other parties in this House. But again, there's a level of prematurity here that we can't deny. So, Mr. Speaker, I've heard a number of the arguments that have been given here today. I'm studying the motion. Indeed, my colleagues are studying the motion in depth. And we need to take a deep look at where we want to go with this. There are matters before the court, and as I mentioned, I'm in no position, and nor should I necessarily have to defend one of Canada's largest companies. They have wise counsel. But yes, Mr. Speaker, there may very well be jobs at risk, regardless which province they lie in. And so the very difficult discussions that may have occurred, again, I have no direct evidence that they did or didn't occur, between the Prime Minister's office and the Attorney General were most likely appropriate to be had in the circumstances, and correspondingly, the Attorney General's advice needed to be heeded. So to attempt to open up that process to a highly politicized inquiry, to members who may very well, wittingly or unwittingly, compromise judicial positions in court, and thus have intended, perhaps, but most likely unintended consequences, is very cavalier. Particularly in the face of unsubstantiated evidence. I will readily concede that we do not know enough. The issue is whether we are publicly entitled to enough. And the only thing that prevents that is solicitor-client privilege, which is a basic tenet of a pluralistic democracy. Various levels of other confidentiality that may or may not be asserted. But it lies at the very core of what we are as a country, what we are as a democracy, which is a respect for the division of powers, a respect for judicial process, and a respect for the right to be presumed innocent until proven otherwise in a court of law. So I respectfully submit to this House that before implicating any particular company, it is important, or person, more importantly a person, it is important we exercise the requisite prudence and refrain from discussing these matters, not only as I have described in order to protect the parties, but also because the trial could be affected by debate, conjecture in this House. Mes collègues de la Chambre, laissez-nous tous.
Colleagues in the House, let us all reflect on the importance of maintaining respect for the Sub Judice Convention and the great constitutional principles it has been designed to protect, particularly in relation to criminal matters and related proceedings. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Crown and Indigenous Relations. He knows how I hold him in high regard. In fact, I saw him on television last night, Mr. Speaker, in a photograph of several young men holding up the Prime Minister. One of those young men is now no longer holding up the Prime Minister, so I guess more of it falls on his shoulders, Mr. Speaker. But he knows how I've admired his work on Indigenous issues, and particularly his growing proficiency in the Mohawk language. It's very impressive and part of reconciliation. But what I'm going to ask him about is what I mildly heckled. The Prime Minister, by engaging several times in the media with his version of dialogue with the former Attorney General, suggesting he left the decision in her hands with respect to prosecution, suggesting that it should have been up to her to come up to him with pressure from figures in his office, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we've had the Prime Minister commenting in a fair degree of detail on conversations that they're now hiding behind solicitor-client privilege on. When the principal client, the Prime Minister, leader of the government, engages in dialogue about those privileged discussions, in common law, that waives the privilege, Mr. Speaker. And he opened in his remarks to the fact that that might exist. I would like the Parliamentary Secretary to comment on that. Not only has the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege by engaging in the media with discussions about his conversations with the former Attorney General, he's also created a perverse situation where that member of this House loses her privilege to talk about the conversation from her point of view. And I think that's what concerns all members of this House. It's what concerns the member from Milton in her speech. That member, that honourable member from Victoria Granville, deserves the ability to comment in the same degree on conversations that the Prime Minister has commented on, but now that several members suggested privilege. My question is simple. Did the Prime Minister's comments to the media not waive solicitor-client privilege?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is no secret to this House that my friendship with the Prime Minister goes back quite some time. The member opposite opened the door. It's not my position to speak about that relationship. I will simply underline that one of the reasons I dropped quite a decent job to run for this, to represent Canada, was based on 4 decades of experience in the honesty and integrity of who is now the current Prime Minister. I'll also say this about Gerald Blutz, who has just resigned. His resignation is a loss for Canadians, and it is a loss for Canada. And it's something that we will have to reconstruct as a government in order to move on and to pursue with someone who is so passionate in the defense of Canadians and for progressive politics in this country, apartisan politics in this country. As much as people may object to that and think that is the contrary, it is absolutely not the case. Gerald Butts has nothing but Canada, Canadians at heart, and he's given up a lot and sacrificed a tremendous amount to do that. And I hope that he continues to do that over the next few years. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to talk about when and where privilege gets waived. I think it's a highly opportunistic argument from the member from Durham. In that regard, it is up to the former Attorney General to take a position. She has retained wise counsel in that regard, and no doubt she will be speaking up and speaking truthfully as she always has in the past when she gets the opportunity to get proper counsel on that matter. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Crown and Indigenous Relations for his remarks this afternoon. He spent a lot of time talking about the solicitor-client privilege issue, which I concede and agree with him is a constitutionalized matter in our Constitution. But there's another constitutional convention, and according to the late Mark Rosenberg of the Ontario Court of Appeal, it's the most important constitutional convention, and I'll read what he said. That although the Attorney General is a cabinet minister, he or she acts independently of the cabinet in the exercise of the prosecutorial function. So given that we have these two principles at stake, and given that solicitor-client privilege to which he refers would appear to have nothing to do with whether or not she was pressured to take a certain position. Solicitor-client privilege being, of course, about advice that a lawyer gives to the client. So there's a bit of a stretch to understand, A, whether it exists here, and B, whether it hasn't been waived because of the Prime Minister's comments to the media. But in a contest between these two constitutional conventions, isn't the most important one that Canadians are assured that our rule of law system exists and that there's no political interference with the exercise of prosecutorial discretion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, as what's missing here, and I'll concede it readily, is the facts. And it requires this House to speculate. So far, the speculation has been based on unsubstantiated claims, pressure, which may be entirely licit or illicit. They would want to launch an investigation. Again, in my mind, this is entirely premature. When I have been, again, I worked in the corporate field in a number of jurisdictions with companies larger than the one at issue and some smaller. Clients need to have a comfortable area in which to talk to their lawyer openly, and they go through strategy sessions. Can we do this? Can we do that? And if they suggest to you something that you can't do, you need to speak up, and you need to report up. And you need to be able to have that confidence with your client to report it up. And if they order you, then you resign, and you refuse to do it. So, again, speculating. If I were in that position, I would expect the Attorney General to do precisely what their job is to do, and I have no doubt that she did it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to continue on with my colleagues' comments, right now we have the Ethics Commissioner, and the Prime Minister has been most welcoming in terms of wanting to provide that insurance. So we've been very open and transparent in saying that this is a fine thing to be happening at the end of the day by having the Ethics Commissioner's involvement. We also have a standing committee that's taking a look into the issue. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts, in particular with the Ethics Commissioner, because the Ethics Commissioner is an independent body. And I think that not only within Canada, but we've seen many of our parliamentary institutions, that being one of them that gets recognized from abroad as very much apolitical and maybe one of the more appropriate venues to provide that comfort to Canadians, as I and he believe that the Prime Minister has done absolutely nothing wrong on this file.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague has pointed out, there are many venues in which to get a proper ventilation of what's going on, and his basic point is this, that you need someone independent, that is apoliticized, that has a judicial or quasi-judicial role, that is able to look at the facts soberly and clearly and come to a conclusion which allows Canadians to get that certainty that a number of members opposite have attempted to politicize. Clearly, the Ethics Commissioner exercises that role wisely, apolitically, and with a sober eye to the facts. Again, this is a process that perhaps, because the facts may stay confidential, won't be ventilated in the public sphere, and perhaps even used to certain people's political advantage. But this commissioner, and we trust his work, we've seen a little of it, will come to a conclusion that, in my mind, will absolve the Prime Minister of any wrongdoing. But again, that isn't my decision to take, and it's properly vested in the Ethics Commissioner, as well as the other bodies that may be seized of it. And so I certainly welcome the investigation, and I look forward to seeing the results.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise for the first time in the House to debate this very important issue. I think most of the debate, at least on this side of the House, reflects the importance to us as parliamentarians of putting transparency and accountability first. And it's the responsibility of all parliamentarians of all political stripes to head in that direction. The motion put forward by my colleague from Victoria calls on the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privilege, which is attached to the former Justice Minister who was demoted in January. As you know, that decision was a bit surprising. The decision to demote her from Justice Minister to Veterans Affairs Minister. And what's even more surprising was to see her write a statement about this change in portfolio. And there was one sentence that I found very interesting, and I'd like to quote it in English. The former Justice Minister, the member for Vancouver-Granville, mentioned that
the Attorney General of Canada carries with it unique responsibilities to uphold the rule of law and the administration of justice, and as such demands a measure of principled independence. It is a pillar of our democracy that our system of justice be free from even the perception of political interference and uphold the highest levels of public confidence.
What's surprising about that is that it's rare for a minister who's transferred from one portfolio to another. It's rare for a minister to write that kind of thing, and it was out of context until recently. Many members, many experts, many journalists, and many Canadians were scratching their heads, trying to figure out why did she feel the need to write something like that. And clearly, a lot has happened since then, which has provided some context to her statement. And because of solicitor-client privilege, she still can't speak out. She still can't explain the circumstances that led to her dissatisfaction and ultimately to her resignation from cabinet, especially since very shortly after she resigned. And I forgot to mention that I'd be sharing my time with the member for Essex. So the stage has been set, but we still don't have all the information, all the details, and that's why this solicitor-client privilege has to be waived. We talk about Canada being a country where the rule of law prevails, and I don't think anyone here would claim otherwise. But waiving privilege does nothing to make Canada less of a country, a rule of law country. It's simply a permission given by the client to their attorney, in this case their solicitor, to reveal certain information. The Prime Minister could reveal that information himself, but what we're asking for is, in order to clear up this troubling situation, which has led to 2 weeks of scandal and confusion, and which even led to the surprise resignation yesterday of the Prime Minister's principal secretary, we want to know what happened. And why? Well, because we are a rule of law country. And some journalists mentioned that that rule, that way of doing things, which sets us apart from other countries like Libya, where they don't have the rule of law. When you're in a rule of law country, there has to be an appearance of justice. There has to be transparency. It has to be clear that there's no political interference in the criminal prosecution system. And that is why, with this motion, we're calling on the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privilege so that we can hear the former Attorney General's version of facts. And this needs to be held up against what the Prime Minister has said and other Liberal members. We've only heard one side of the story. We heard the Minister responsible for economic development and public services. Other Liberal members have said we need to hear what she has to say. And that is why we tabled a motion at the Justice Committee to call the former Justice Minister as a witness and others. That motion was rejected by the majority on the Justice Committee, which is obviously a Liberal majority. They moved a motion trying to water things down. It had nothing to do with what we're after. This week, it'll be the same scenario. There will be a motion at Justice Committee calling for more information about deferred prosecutions. But that's not the matter that we're interested in right now. We want to know whether or not there was political interference in the decision the Attorney General had to make. And the Justice Committee can't do its work right now. And that is what fully justifies the second motion on this opposition day, which is a call for a public inquiry, an independent, arm's-length public inquiry, because obviously the Liberals don't want one. And they're refusing, they're stopping us from hearing from witnesses who could shed light on this complex situation. And if they can't do it, we need to find another mechanism, a non-parliamentary mechanism, and that would be a public inquiry, an independent public inquiry. And my colleague from Ville-Marie, Ile-des-Sœurs, was saying, look, you better be careful here, because the relationship between a solicitor and their client is sacred, is sacrosanct, it shouldn't be jeopardized. And when there's the sub judicia rule, which forces us as parliamentarians not to speak so as not to influence a legal proceeding. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker, of the case of the sub judicia rule where it applied at the Finance Committee. It was in the case of KPMG. You probably recall a situation where we were studying the relationship between KPMG and things that were done on the Isle of Man. There were transactions which could be interpreted as having been tax evasion or inciting others to commit tax evasion. We attempted to investigate KPMG in the same way that American committees investigated KPMG. And I'll remind everyone that in the U.S., their congressional committees are not afraid to use all the powers at their disposal to investigate. And ultimately, KPMG executives were put behind bars in the U.S. They're not afraid of that. And the sub judicia rule did not prevent them from using their committee powers to get to the bottom of the situation, using those powers. We didn't do that. We have essentially the same powers in our parliamentary committees as they have in the U.S., but we're hamstrung. And why is that? Apparently because of the sub judicia rule, which is interpreted far too broadly, and it basically shuts us down from asking any relevant questions, even if the government itself decided to do that. And even if KPMG itself were to try to use the tax court, or if we were talking about the federal court, if the KPMG were to go before federal court to try to legitimize its tax evasion scheme, the sub judicia rule would get in our way here. We wouldn't be able to get to the bottom of the situation. So this hinders us in our work. This prevents us from getting the job done. It happened with the Finance Committee and KPMG, and now it seems to be happening on the Justice Committee. That's what I saw last week and what I expect again this week on Wednesday. I expect the committee not to play its full role, not to get to the bottom of things. And this goes to the very heart of how a rule of law country operates. And at the end of the day, we're in a situation where a government can defend itself, can deny any wrongdoing, can prevent the former Justice Minister from giving her own version of facts, whereas we on this side of the House want some answers to some very serious questions, and in the name of transparency and accountability and the rule of law, those questions deserve to be answered, and that is why I'm proud to support this motion today, which calls for solicitor-client privilege to be waived and for a public inquiry to be held. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hyde Park. I appreciate the comments from the other side, from the member from Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques, and I have a question for him. In his riding and in Quebec, I'd like to know about the economic importance to his riding and elsewhere in Canada, because there's been a lot of talk about the economic impact of a remediation agreement.
Norm throughout the world. They've been in place since the 1990s in the United States. They exist in France, Singapore, Japan, and in the United Kingdom. We've got a remediation agreement that exists now, and that remediation agreement includes things such as specific aspects of culpability of the potential corporate offender, an admission of guilt, forfeiting of any benefit, paying a penalty, paying restitution, implementing a change of behavior, and cooperating with any further investigations. Is that the type of mechanism that can assist in addressing corporate malfeasance, but at the same time ensuring that the workers in his riding and in his province, and indeed throughout this country, are not affected disproportionately by corporate malfeasance in a given case?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I can tell him what I've heard in my riding. What I hear is that people want light shed on this troubling situation. They want transparency. They want accountability from their government. They also want to ensure that when crimes are committed, that people pay for it. And that's not what we've seen so far in various situations. It's a bit like when it comes to tax evasion. People get the feeling that the big bad guys are getting away and the CRA is just going after the small fry because they're easier targets. So what people in my riding want is fairness, transparency, accountability, so that full light can be shed on a situation like the one we're debating here today. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the member for Rimouski-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, I've still got 8 months left, so I'm sure I'll get his riding name correct by the end of the session. Now, I think his comment was very interesting and relevant. As he said so well, in the last few days, we were back in our ridings, and we got the feeling that there was increasing questioning from Canadians. 10 days ago, when the story broke, there were a few questions, but this weekend it was clear that Canadians want specific answers. I'd like to have the parliamentary leader of the NDP's comments on the following. Now, last week, the Prime Minister said that the fact that the former Attorney General was in his cabinet was a good sign, but then she resigned. And then also, the Prime Minister attacked the credibility of the former Attorney General. So what are his reflections on that? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that my writing name is a little bit longer than Louis Saint Laurent, but I certainly do appreciate my colleagues' comments. Now, this is a very troubling situation because there are so many different versions that we've heard of this from the beginning. In fact, today we've heard no less than 5 versions, including that, well, if the member for Central Nova hadn't resigned, then the former Minister of Justice would still be in office in that position. Well, that doesn't make sense. If the Prime Minister had nothing, if there was no pressure that had existed, I'm sure that we would be able to trust the good faith of the former minister to confirm that, because I would think that that would make sense. I think we can admit in this House that, you know, a Minister of the Crown may ask for advice from the Cabinet, and that's entirely justified. But receiving a directive or receiving pressure from the Prime Minister or his office is problematic. So if there was no improper pressure, and if there was just an open discussion between the parties, then we should be able to corroborate that. But we won't know that as long as the former Minister of Justice is not allowed to speak. And that requires waiving solicitor-client privilege. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise as the member for Essex on our NDP motion today. I want to thank the member for Victoria for his hard work. And this motion today asks the members of the House to call on the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privilege for the former Attorney General with respect to allegations of interference in the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin and to urge the government to launch a public inquiry into this scandal. It's important to repeat because so many people in Essex have been asking me about what is really happening here. They deserve answers, and this motion seeks to find them. It's been quite a week in the wake of reports alleging the Prime Minister or senior staff in the PMO pressured the former Attorney General to interfere with the decision of the Public Prosecution Service to deny SNC-Lavalin a deferred prosecution agreement for charges of corruption and fraud relating to bribes paid to officials in Gaddafi's Libya between 2001 and 2011. This saga has played out in national headlines, and the bombshells just keep coming this week as the story grew every day, becoming more bizarre and unbelievable. Canadians now have every reason to believe that this PM fired Canada's first Indigenous Justice Minister for speaking truth to power because she would not shield alleged corporate criminals at SNC-Lavalin. This was followed by her quitting her current cabinet post and quickly seeking legal counsel. What has ensued is a story that's changing faster, Mr. Speaker, than my kids when they get in trouble and are trying to get out of it. The Liberal Party can't keep their story straight. The PM has denied these allegations and pointed to the former Justice Minister's continued presence in Cabinet as evidence that nothing has happened, which begs the question, why did she resign and seek legal advice? To Canadians, this is a clear case of the Liberal government showing who really matters to them. It's not GM workers in Oshawa or Sears workers across our country or postal workers who were forced back to work by them. They compromise the independence of the justice system to bail out their corporate friends from serious criminal charges of fraud and corruption. Liberals, like Conservatives before them, used an omnibus bill, a monster legislative tool to jam things into one single vote. This is an erosion of our democracy, and New Democrats have been consistently critical of this blunt tool. I have never heard a government member cite the deferred prosecution agreement as a piece of the omnibus legislation, nor have I ever, been supportive of these being used because these are undemocratic tools. And now we find out exactly why SNC-Lavalin had 50-plus meetings with the PMO and related ministers. So continuing on the theme that there's nothing to see here, we move on from all the good corporate goodies that were buried in a Liberal omnibus bill to the discovery that not only was SNC-Lavalin rewarded for their endless lobbying efforts by creating a piece of legislation that would let them get off any charges without going to court and getting their due, but instead asking the government just to write them a parking ticket and let them walk away. I would ask Canadians watching this at home, aren't you tired of watching these two parties write rules for corporations while you are forced to play by the rules and be held accountable? That's what I'm hearing from my constituents, Mr. Speaker. They're tired. How many Canadians do I meet, and all of us, who are looking for legislation to help their families and loved ones? Lyme disease patients, seniors, people who can't afford their housing or their medication would give their eye teeth to get one meeting with the Prime Minister to let him know how broken our systems are and how much Canadians are suffering. But they can't get into the PM. They can't get into that office, but SNC-Lavalin, a construction firm, can get endless meetings in order to change the rules so they can break the law without any consequences. Canadians are tired of having two sets of rules, one for corporations and the rich and another for everyday people. But that isn't even the worst of it, or the reason why we all watch this play out this week. Because we need to be clear that SNC-Lavalin got their get-out-of-jail-free card from the Liberals in the omnibus budget bill, but that wasn't enough for them. They had the free card, but they were itching to use it. They wasted no time in lining up to be the first to use their shiny new legislation. They submitted to have their case put under deferred prosecution, and that is where the allegations begin. Allegations of pressure from the PMO on the Attorney General and her team to accept their submission. And this is where it starts to get shady. in case Canadians didn't think it was already shady, I'll repeat. The AG alleges that she felt pressured to accept the deferred prosecution agreement and let SNC-Lavalin avoid a criminal trial. And she didn't want to. This is the root of why we are here today and why we need the truth and to hear from the former Justice Minister herself. There has been a lot of worry about what this investigation would mean for workers at SNC-Lavalin here at home in Canada. I share that worry, how it might hurt them and their communities. In all of this sordid affair, it is once again working people who are stuck between a corrupt company who wants to skirt the rules and the worry over their jobs to keep their families thriving. This is unfair, Mr. Speaker. As the story keeps changing day after day, at times blaming the previous Justice Minister after her resignation, implying that it could be because she doesn't speak French, or maybe it could be because Mr. Bryson resigned. All the while, we witness an ugly whisper campaign that is waged on her personally. And we saw this play out on social media, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this campaign did not come from people that were sitting with her on that side of the government. I hope that they were not spreading this misinformation about her in a way to discredit her from speaking up as she should be on behalf of all Canadians. Then we find ourselves at the Justice Committee, where the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley represented the New Democrats well. He brought reasonable amendments to the government motion to invite the former Justice Minister, Jerry Butts and Matthew Bouchard, to appear before them as witnesses, which were struck down by the Liberal members on the committee. These Liberal committee members are stonewalling and making a parliamentary committee unworkable. And I echo the member from Victoria as he heads into that committee today as vice chair for our party, that he's hopeful that today they will revisit that today there will be a conversation about bringing folks in the room who were involved in this directly to that committee. I do hope that happens today, Mr. Speaker. You know, these are individuals who hold the truth. But unfortunately, at that meeting, the Liberal committee members voted against these witnesses, trying to deflect onto the piece of legislation that they changed and its validity, instead of what they should be focusing on: what was said by who and when to the former Attorney General. Canadians expect their government to work for them, and that is what New Democrats are committed to doing. That is why we are calling for an independent public inquiry into the PM's SNC-Lavalin scandal to provide answers. And we are calling on the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privilege for the former Attorney General to let her speak her truth to power publicly. The NDP has also called on the Ethics Commissioner to investigate, which we are thankful has been accepted. This won't be the first time that the Ethics Commissioner investigates our Prime Minister. It's the 5th time, Mr. Speaker. And even when he has been found in breach of ethics twice, there are limited tools that the Ethics Commissioner has to hold the Prime Minister and this government to account. And the government members who are getting up today saying it's good enough that the Ethics Commissioner is investigating know this very well. They know there will be no consequences if it is indeed found that there's a breach of ethics. And it's a long process, and we need this to be cleared now. If Liberals truly have nothing to hide, then this will be an easy vote. Supporting our motion today will signal to Canadians that Liberals will stand with New Democrats and the opposition members in wanting the truth to come to the light of day. The Liberals keep telling us how important an independent justice system is, but it all goes out the window when it's their friends in trouble. The Attorney General cannot be pressured by the Prime Minister. This allegation is an erosion of trust in a pillar of Canadian democracy. The need for a public inquiry is clear. Canadians deserve a government that they can trust. Liberals have an opportunity here to end the speculation that is playing out in our headlines and support the truth being set free.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
So one comment and one question from my friend opposite, the member from Essex. She talked about the transparency of the process and labeling the lamenting the fact that there wasn't enough transparency from her perspective. What I would put out there is simple 5 points for the purposes of this debate. There was a 1-year consultation process on remediation agreements. The remediation agreements were flagged in the budget. They were implemented in the budget implementation bill. That bill was then studied in 3 parliamentary committees, Justice, Finance, in the House of Commons, and in the Senate, and then the matter was gazetted. With respect to my friend opposite, I know she is concerned about trade. I know she's also concerned about fairness for workers. What I would put to her is that in a context where you have now 5 members of the G7 with whom we trade who have implemented remediation agreements, in the context where you have a mechanism to give prosecutors additional tools with which to use on how they proceed so that they can hold corporate leaders responsible, including admissions of guilt, fines, penalties, and forfeiture, and not directly impact the livelihoods of the workers that she advocates for in this chamber, as does her party. Is that a useful tool, one, for harmonizing our relationship with our other trading partners, and secondly, for ensuring that the livelihoods of the workers in the province of Quebec and throughout Canada are not disproportionately impacted?
The honourable member for Essex.
I would be happy to have that conversation on another day, Mr. Speaker, because today the motion before us is about whether or not the Prime Minister will waive the privilege and whether or not there will be an independent inquiry. That is why we are here today. We are not here to debate the merits of this piece that was brought in, although I raised it in my speech, Mr. Speaker, because once again, it's being shoved down into a piece of legislation where Canadians don't see it, and it doesn't see the light of day for average Canadians. And I promise you, Mr. Speaker, if we head to Tim Hortons in Puce right now and we talk about these deferred abilities for corporations, Canadians have no idea about what is going on in legislation that is being rammed through by this government. But one question that they will all be asking in Tim Hortons today in Puce, Mr. Speaker, when will this government have an independent inquiry into these allegations?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Speaker, you know, it is striking that the government today only wants to talk about remediation agreements, and they didn't want to talk about it at all in the past. They want to talk about it today only because it is less politically damaging, they feel, than the actual substance of the motion which we need to be discussing. So I wonder if the member can just emphasize again the importance of allowing the former Attorney General to share her perspective. How about her perspective on this particular policy issue, but more fundamentally, what happened, what was said to whom, when, about the possibility of SNC-Lavalin getting a special deal. I wonder if the member has comments on really the fact the government doesn't want to address that issue today and how important it is from the perspective of the public interest for us to be able to hear what she has to say and for the public to be able to come to their own conclusions about this.
Well, member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And he's right that today from the government we've heard either discussions about remediation or we've heard discussions that are quite legal in nature, breaking down the attorney-solicitor privilege, client privilege. Neither of these things answer the fundamental question of why we cannot have an independent inquiry. That is the root of why we're here today. And so I agree with him that this is the most important piece. The one person who can shed light on all of this is the former Attorney General and Justice Minister. And when she is given that ability to do so, the truth will come out. You know, we've seen not only her stunning resignation, but then the stunning resignation of the Principal Secretary, a very long-time friend and strategist in the Liberal Party, which, you know, to people, again, in my riding of Essex, where there's smoke, there's fire. I mean, people don't resign from positions in political life that have been their entire career because there's nothing happening here. So there's a simple solution. It's time to bring it to the light of day and for the Liberals to vote with our motion along with the opposition, and let's get down to the bottom of what has really happened here.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, I'm resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time this afternoon with the member for Surrey Centre. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. First, I want to say that I was disappointed to see the member for Vancouver Granville resign from Cabinet. I was fortunate to have many conversations with her when she was Minister of Justice about a variety of issues, and I always appreciated her passion. Yesterday, a man who is committed to this country and worked tirelessly to make Canada a better place for all its citizens resigned. Gerald Butts always had all the time in the world to listen to me when I had suggestions, comments, or concerns, and I will miss him in the Prime Minister's office. Mr. Speaker, the truth is out there and no one seems to want to listen. The Prime Minister has already made it clear that there was no wrongdoing, and I'm not going to repeat his statement today. What I will say, though, is that there was a time when people were taken at their word, and I take the Prime Minister at his word, that neither he nor anyone in his office pressured or directed the Attorney General in this matter. The opposition talks about this being a nonpartisan issue and yet refuses to allow the processes already in place to take their course. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has launched an independent investigation into this matter, and I, along with our government, welcome the opportunity to clear the air and for the Commissioner to provide an independent assessment. As well, the Justice Committee is seized with this matter. I'd like to speak about something that has been troubling me for some time, about how politics has become so hyper-partisan. Civility and respect seem to be cast aside in the interest of seeing who can score the most political points. People have retreated into their corners and shout into the middle, not listening to each other, but rather screaming to see who can be the loudest. We type rather than talk. Our world is moving at lightning speed, social media amplifies negative messages, and it's become a race to see who can be first rather than who can be the best. And when I speak to those in Oakville, North Burlington, and across the country, they want it to stop. They're becoming cynical about politics. The one member who sits opposite from me in this House, who without fail speaks with wisdom and civility, is the member for Saanich Gulf Island, who is able to set aside partisanship in order to thoughtfully and respectfully debate issues. We may not always agree on policy, but I would never turn down the opportunity to work with her. I'm blessed to do what I do, to represent the fine people who live in my riding and to take part in debates in this place. Before he passed, my friend Arnold Chan gave a powerful speech in this House. He said, and I quote, "It is the basic common civility we share with each other that is fundamental. It is thanking our Tim Hortons server. It is giving way to someone on the road. It is saying thanks. It is the small things we collectively do, from my perspective, that make a great society, and to me that is ultimately what it means to be a Canadian. We are so privileged to live in this country because we have those small acts of common decency and civility to make us what we are. I would ask members to carry on that tradition because this is the foundation of what makes Canada great." And that's the end of Arnold's quote. But when you think about it, isn't that what makes us proud to be Canadians? Arnold expressed these concerns in 2017, but I fear it has only become worse since then. The residents in my riding are working hard to pay their bills, look after their families, make their community better, and find some time to enjoy life. And our government is working hard to make sure that people do just that, to help them get ahead, see a brighter future for their children, and ensure their parents can enjoy their golden years. The Canada Child Benefit is a great example of this, and when I speak to those receiving it, they tell me it has made their lives easier. In my riding, families have received $70 million in Canada Child Benefits in 2018. And in the Halton region, that number is over $245 million. That money is not only helping families, but it is boosting our local economy and businesses. People like Kristen, a single mom with a beautiful daughter, have told me what a difference this payment makes in her life. Scotiabank just released a report that shows our government's Canada Child Benefit is providing $3,350 more to a family with a net income of $35,000 and $1,848 less to a family with a net income of $250,000 compared to the previous Conservative government's program. Our government is lifting children out of poverty and focusing on those who need it the most. Mr. Speaker, we lowered taxes for the middle class. In fact, it was the first thing that we did. The average family of four is $2,000 further ahead today than where they were in 2015. We invested in public transit, both local transit and GO trains, so that Oakville and Burlington residents can get home faster and enjoy time with family, friends, or attending their child's lacrosse game or music recital. I know that Oakville, North Burlington residents are passionate about the environment. They treasure our green space and are outspoken advocates for taking action on climate change. In fact, they demand action on this issue. Our climate plan will put a price on pollution and put 8 out of 10 families further ahead in 2019. I meet with small business owners who thank me for the changes we've made to the small business tax rate, lowering it from 11% to 9%. I visit businesses like Earth Fresh Farms and UPC who are thriving because of our focus on innovation and clean technology. There is no doubt in my mind that we have changed the conversation around gender equity since taking office, in my riding, across Canada and around the world. I'm always deeply touched when a young girl tells me she appreciates what I'm doing in Ottawa and that I'm not what she expected in a politician. I'm inspired when I visit employers who are mentoring young women during the Young Women in Leadership program I developed in my riding. I look at some of the incredible programs that are being developed in Halton, like Camp Molly, which is being organized by the Deputy Fire Chief Monique Belair at the Oakville Fire Department to encourage young women to look at firefighting as a career choice. The first year I ran Young Women in Leadership, there wasn't one young woman who chose firefighting as their career. The second year, we changed a few things and were able to send 3 young ladies there. In May at Camp Molly, there will be dozens of young women from across Halton who will experience the variety of career options within the fire service, showing them that fire service is not just about putting wet on hot. I hope that my staff and I have played a small part in broadening horizons for young women and opening their eyes to the endless possibilities before them. Our historic investment in the National Housing Strategy with $40 billion over 10 years ensures that groups like Habitat for Humanity, Halton...
The Honourable Member on a point of order, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask you if you could ask the member if she intends to go back to the topic of the motion today or she's going to continue to skirt around the topic. Normally, the question is to the Speaker, but if it's a point of order.
The question was on
relevance.
That is being given. I'll leave it to the Honourable Member to maybe come back to what we're debating today. The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would argue that I am talking about the motion today because I'm talking what's important to the residents in my riding and what I'm hearing in the Tim Hortons in Oakville North Burlington. And what they're talking about is things like the Canada Summer Jobs Program, where our government doubled the funding for this program, which provides students with valuable job skills. When I speak to students who say things like, I never thought I'd get a job in my field, but I did because of this program, or employers who say that they would never have been able to expand their programming without Canada Summer Jobs. We've invested in childcare and new parental leave policies to make it easier for young families. Our government plans to invest $7.5 billion over 11 years to support and create more high-quality, affordable childcare spaces. Our programs are working. Unemployment is at a 40-year low, and more people are finding work than ever before, with real wages rising at the fastest pace in nearly a decade. Canada has the fastest growth rate of all countries in the G7. Mr. Speaker, these are the issues that matter to Canadians. These are the issues that are important to my constituents in Oakville, North Burlington. I'm proud of our record as a government and look forward to continuing to do the hard work to ensure that all Canadians can succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, I just want to remind the honourable members that if there's a point of order, the member stands and is recognized, the point of order is taken, and then the point, it's not by shouting what they think should be happening across and hoping they remain anonymous because, well, who knows why. Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'm not convinced that's what people have been talking about at Tim Hortons since the weekend. But all that aside, the member for Oakville North Burlington, throughout her speech, was talking about partisanship. What else is more partisan than a committee controlled by Liberals and that decides not to compel witnesses who would be important in today's discussion because they have the control of the committee? Do you not find this partisan?
Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe the committee was going through their witnesses this morning. I'm not on that committee, so I can't say for sure. Committee selection is done in camera. It always is done that way in all committees, and I will trust the committee who does act independently. I know the chair of the committee, and I know how passionate he is about ensuring that that committee does behave in an independent manner, and I trust that they will do the work that they've been seized with.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, so I thought it was interesting that the member opposite, instead of talking about the issue at hand, which is a motion that the nation is seized with, and that's corruption at the highest levels of the Prime Minister's office and in the government, instead decided to talk about how we need to get partisanship out of politics, and then talked about how great a job her government is doing compared to the previous government. So, while I would like to take this time and talk about the phenomenal job that the Conservative government did under Stephen Harper, I'll instead ask a very straightforward question to my colleague across the way, oh, I'd absolutely love to. But instead, what they're talking about in Tim Hortons in my riding and across this country is the corruption that led to the resignation of the Prime Minister's principal secretary, that led to the firing of the now former Attorney General. So my question to the member opposite is, does she think that the Justice Committee, which was had asked to hear from Gerald Butts, had asked to hear from the fired Attorney General, does she think that this afternoon that we should ask the Liberal-dominated committee to hear from those two key players in this Liberal scandal?
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Well, first I want to clarify the record, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Vancouver Granville actually resigned. She was not fired. And I also will leave it up to the members of the Justice Committee to determine what witnesses they feel are best to appear before the committee. Quite honestly, we have unsubstantiated, anonymous allegations that have been made at this point. I'm going to leave it at that.
We have time for a very brief question, maybe about 30 seconds question and 30-second answer. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank my honourable colleague, and especially for her very kind words, Mr. Speaker, towards my role in this place. I do try to be nonpartisan, and it's never anything but entirely productive, and for me, it's a real privilege to work with the honourable member across the way. We've done some good things in committee on a number of amendments in justice. My question is this, and it's from the bottom of my heart. I am not rushing to judgment. I just want the Honourable former Attorney General, former Minister of Justice, to be relieved from solicitor-client privilege so she can directly answer the questions. I think it would clear the air. Goodness knows there are critical issues that this Parliament should be discussing, and I know this issue is loaded with hyper-partisanship, and I understand why some of the Liberal benches find it too much. But honestly, from where I sit, being as fair as I can be, what the Prime Minister should do is relieve the former Minister of Justice and former Attorney General of the constraints of solicitor-client privilege so she can freely answer questions and clear this up.
Oakville North Burlington, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will be a short answer, and I thank the honourable member for her question. And I'm just going to be honest. Solicitor-client privilege is a complicated issue. I'm not a lawyer. I don't feel qualified to answer that question. I'll leave that to the lawyers in the room, and I know there are many who can give a better response than I could on that. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, before I begin, I want to say that I have the greatest admiration for my colleague and the MP for Vancouver Granville, who is an instrumental member of the Pacific Caucus and is a strong advocate for her riding and continues to be. I also have the utmost appreciation for the former Principal Secretary, Gerald Butts, who has always served this country with integrity and advocated for positive politics. And I hope he will continue, and I expect him to continue to serve Canadians in whatever endeavor he continues to go on. As you know, I am pleased to be able to rise today to speak to some of the matters raised by the member opposite's motion. As you know, there are already two processes underway that are investigating the allegations raised by the members opposite's motion. The House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights will be holding hearings on this issue, and the Ethics Commissioner will be conducting an investigation. I'm confident that these two processes will be completed in a fair and thorough manner and will provide Canadians with the answers and information they seek. There is every reason to believe at this time that these two groups, one composed of Canada's elected representatives from both other parties, and one representing a nonpartisan perspective, are up to the task of considering the questions that Canadians are asking. That said, it would be very helpful to discuss the roles, responsibilities, and powers of each of these two processes. The Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, with the exception of the joint committees and certain standing committees, the standing orders set out general mandates on all standing committees. They are empowered to study and report to the House on all matters relating to the mandate, management, organization, and operation of the departments assigned to them by the House. More specifically, they can review and report on the statute relating to the departments assigned to them, the program and policy objectives of those departments, and the effectiveness of their implementation, the immediate, medium, and long-term expenditure plans of those departments, and the effectiveness of the implementation thereof, and an analysis of the relative success of those departments in meeting their objectives. In addition to this general mandate, other matters are routinely referred to the House to its standing committees, such as bills, estimates, order in council appointments, documents tabled in the House pursuant to statute, and in specific matters which the House wishes to have studied. In each case, the House chooses the most appropriate committee on the basis of its mandate. The House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights has the power to review and report on the policies, programs, and expenditure plans of the Department of Justice, which has the mandate to support the dual roles of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, the Chief Law Officer of the Crown. The committee also has the power to study the policies, programs, and legislations of the following entities: the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the Office of the Commissioner for Federal Judicial Affairs Canada, Supreme Court of Canada, Courts Administration Services, Administrative Tribunals, Support Service of Canada, Public Prosecution Service of Canada. In particular, the committee may review proposed amendments to federal legislation relating to certain aspects of the criminal code, family law, human rights law, and the administration of justice, notably with respects to the following statutes: Criminal Code, Youth Criminal Justice Act, the Divorce Act, Civil Marriage Act, Canadian Human Rights Act, Judges Act, Court Administration Service Act, and the Supreme Court Act. The Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights may also undertake studies on subjects related to its mandate, either as referred to by the House of Commons or in its own initiative. For example, they recently conducted a study on juror mental health, and prior to that, they conducted a study on human trafficking in Canada. In the course of a study, the committee holds public meetings, considers evidence from witnesses, and reviews written submissions and other authoritative documents. In the case of their human trafficking study, they also traveled across Canada to hold private sessions with witnesses who were uncomfortable testifying in a public forum. This enabled them to hear from witnesses that they otherwise might not have been able to hear from, but whose testimony was crucial to the study. At the conclusion of a study, the committee usually reports its findings and makes recommendations. The committee may request a government response within 120 days. As to the Ethics Commissioner, under the Conflict of Interest Act, a member of the Senate or House of Commons who has reasonable grounds to believe that a public office holder, which includes the Prime Minister, has contravened the Act, may in writing request that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner examine the matter. In concluding this investigation, the Commissioner has the power to summon witnesses and require them to A, give evidence orally and or in writing, under oath or affirmation, and produce any documents and things that the Commissioner considers necessary. For the purpose of enforcing these powers, the Commissioner has the same powers as a court of record in civil cases. The subject of the complaint also has an opportunity to make submissions to the Commissioner. The Commissioner's investigation is required to be conducted in private. The Commissioner is required to provide the Prime Minister with a report setting out the facts in question, as well as the Commissioner's analysis and conclusion in relation to the requests made by a parliamentarian. The report is to be provided to the person who made the request, the public office holder who is subject of the request, and the public. The Commissioner may not include in the report any information that he or she is required to keep confidential unless the information is essential for the purposes of establishing the grounds for any conclusion in a report. As I have explained, these two processes are already underway. Both will investigate the allegations raised by the members opposite's motion, and I am confident that these two processes will thoroughly and fairly conduct and will provide Canadians with the answers and information they seek. There is every reason to believe that these two groups are up to the task of considering the questions that are being asked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
That was a fascinating explanation in how committees work. So for people back home who maybe want to talk about what they're learning in high school, they could have looked at that. But it was amazing through all that explanation of all the little things, committees, and what doors you can go in and out of. He overlooked the two key elements here. One is that the Ethics Commissioner does not have the power to look into the allegation that the Prime Minister's office and Gerald Butts, his right-hand man, attempted to strong-arm the Attorney General into Deep 16 a legal case. He doesn't have that authority. And as for the amazing reports of the Justice Committee and how they put the reports together and how people sit around the table, he didn't mention the fact that it was the Liberals on the Justice Committee who made sure that any key person who knows whether or not the crimes were committed in the Prime Minister's office were not allowed to be brought forward as witnesses. So it doesn't have credibility. So I'm asking my honourable colleague to stop hiding and tell us his Prime Minister is bleeding credibility here. Why are they afraid of an independent inquiry by an independent judicial person who can actually get to the bottom of whether or not the Prime Minister of this country directed the Attorney General to interfere with one of the biggest corruption cases in Canadian history? Simple question.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the confidence and the government has the confidence in the Ethics Commissioner. I think the Ethics Commissioner has the duty, has the role, has the powers, and has the responsibility to investigate these. As to the committee, the Privy Council Chief, Mr. Wernick, is also part of that investigation, an independent bureaucrat that is not a government, a political operative, and therefore I think all the appropriate bodies, people who are involved have and will be investigated in this matter, and I think we have the full trust and confidence in the Ethics Commissioner to come out with a report, with an investigation, and that'll be satisfactory to Canadians and the constituents in my riding. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting to see the Liberals want to avoid discussing the particulars of the issue at all costs. But I know the member for Surrey Centre, and I know he has in the past been able to find his voice to criticize decisions of the cabinet that he disagrees with. I know he came out before Christmas and criticized the actions of the Public Safety Minister in terms of a report and the language that he used in that report. So we've seen this member before have the willingness to criticize the actions of the front bench, and I applaud him for his willingness to do that. So I wonder if in this case he'll find his voice to do the same and recognize that, yes, all of us want to see the work being done by the various bodies that are doing investigations, including the Ethics Commissioner. But to allow that work to take place properly, the former Attorney General has to be able to speak. She has to be able to tell her side of the story. This government must waive solicitor-client privilege and allow those investigations to be informed by what the former Attorney General has to say. The member for Surrey Centre has found his voice before. Will he find it again to recognize the problems with what the government is doing and call for the former Attorney General to be able to speak on this matter?
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite. I've always had my voice heard, and I've always never been afraid to say my voice in this House or otherwise. Solicitor-client privilege is something very treasured in our judicial system. When you are the Attorney General of this country, you are defending the interests of this country. The matters are still before the courts. There are still prosecution decisions to be made. And to relieve or give away information that is privy is benign to me. I've never seen anybody who, in any court decision, ever give their strategies, give their discussions to the opposing side prior to prosecution. It doesn't work that way. So I think the member opposite knows that. As to trust, I think we have two investigations. If we don't have trust in the highest ethics commissioner of this country, if we don't have trust in our judicial committees, then who do we have trust in? And I think only after those we can see if they conclude that we need to have this solicitor-client privilege waived, or if it concludes that there needs to be further investigation, then that would be after those two reports have been tabled. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, it's just off the top, I'll be splitting my time with my good friend from Elmwood Transcona. It's very revealing for me to listen to the Liberals here today, one after another, want to tell us all about the inner and intricate workings of any committee in the House of Commons, want to debate sub judice rules and all sorts of protocols and doctrines, rather than speak to the heart of what New Democrats have brought forward as a motion here today. Yep. One that I would have thought my Liberal colleagues would have taken so seriously, because it deals with our very trust and confidence in government itself, never mind the day-to-day eroding trust and faith in this government and its own credibility. Instead, Liberals have spent the entire day avoiding the elephant in the room, avoiding the very central questions that Canadians are asking about what exactly is going on in the Prime Minister's own office with this entire scandal, and refusing to believe that Canadians somehow are going to be satisfied with the constantly evolving stories coming out of the Prime Minister's own mouth, and the fact that every time they say there's nothing to see here, another shoe drops, giving even more compelling reason for Canadians to suspect that the allegations they first read about just over a week ago are in fact of merit and may in fact entirely be true. So let's walk ourselves back to exactly how we got to here today, when New Democrats are moving a motion calling on the Prime Minister to waive his solicitor-client privilege, which has effectively silenced the former Attorney General of Canada. Hasn't silenced the Prime Minister. He's gone on talking about all their private conversations day after day. He actually ends up contradicting his own version of events day after day. But meanwhile, his former Attorney General can't speak at all because the Prime Minister refuses to waive this privilege that he maintains, that she is unable to speak without breaking that privilege. We also asked for a public inquiry, and for those Canadians, and there were a surprising number of them that watched last week's emergency committee hearing at Justice, as we sought to have the most fundamental elements of this story discussed and debated at committee, to call the most relevant witnesses, watched for a 2.5-hour spectacle as Liberals claiming independence and innocence, stonewalled and refused every attempt to actually hear from people who were involved. They wanted to hear from witnesses that had no idea what actually went on between the Prime Minister's office and the former Attorney General. They only wanted to hear from those people who had no clue what happened, the current Attorney General and some others. But the people that we asked for, like Mr. Gerald Butts, for example, the Liberals refused. The former Attorney General, the Liberals refused, and on down the list. We asked them to also encourage the Prime Minister to waive this solicitor-client privilege so that the former Attorney General could speak. Liberals refused. At one point, I said, you know, it'd be really good for Canadians to hear from the former Attorney General. And one of the Liberals on committee said, yes, I agree. And I said, well, why did you just vote against it? And she said, I didn't. When 10 minutes before she had voted against that exact proposition. I'm not sure what world they're occupying, Mr. Speaker, but it's a troubling one, because at the heart of this matter is that confidence Canadians must maintain, regardless of their political persuasion, in this institution and the ability of government to work on their behalves, not just on the behalf of the wealthy and the well-connected. Dozens of times, this very connected, well-connected company met with the Prime Minister's office, met with Gerald Butts, met with the Prime Minister's principal secretary in Quebec, pleading, asking, demanding, A, for the law to be changed to allow a company who is convicted of fraud and bribery charges, as SNC-Lavalin has been convicted of, to continue to bid on federal government contracts. They, in fact, the Liberals buried that change in the law in a 550-page omnibus bill. And even Liberals on the committee, the Finance Committee, said this was inappropriate. Even the chair of the Finance Committee said this is the wrong place to discuss this. And it was never discussed. And the concerns we raised were dismissed. And Liberals, one after another, voted for that change, to allow companies to plea out, to admit guilt, take a fine, pay back the bribery charges, but then continue to bid on those lucrative contracts. Two sets of rules here. One for average ordinary Canadians who face obstruction of justice or bribery charges would face the full weight of the law. Another set of rules for well-connected folks who can lobby the Prime Minister's chief advisor, lobby the chief architects and strategists of this government, lobby the Prime Minister himself in order to get the changes made. And succeeding in those changes, they needed one final step. They needed the Public Prosecution Office to actually allow this company to plea out. And listen to Liberals as they talk about this, about jobs, how they need this plea deal for this company in order to protect jobs, written into the law itself. You can't argue economic misopportunities in getting this plea deal. You can't say because there may be job losses, this company should be allowed to avoid the full weight and punishment of the law. You can't apply a plea deal. And properly, the Public Prosecution Office has refused to do that. And the allegations that appear told us that. Somebody from the Prime Minister's office was applying pressure to the Attorney General of Canada to push for this plea. Push for this plea. And when she resisted, she may have been fired because it was inexplicable why 8 months before an election and just 6 months after a cabinet shuffle, the Prime Minister needed to shuffle her out of justice and as the Attorney General. The first female Indigenous Attorney General and Justice Minister in Canadian history. And we all watched the swearing-in ceremony. She was clearly not pleased. She was clearly upset with what the Prime Minister did. And when he eventually saw her leave his cabinet, did you notice the Prime Minister didn't have anything nice to say about her? No. Did you notice in his public utterances, it took him more than a week to deny the sexist and racist smear campaign that was coming out of the Prime Minister's own office against her? It took him 7 days to say how terrible these comments were, that she was prickly, she was difficult to work with. And as one Liberal said anonymously, if she thinks that being a woman and being Indigenous protected her somehow, she was wrong. Listen to that. A Liberal MP went on background with a national newspaper to say, because she must have thought she was Indigenous and a woman, that somehow protected her. And it took this Prime Minister, a so-called feminist, who says there's no more relationship more important to him than that with Indigenous peoples. It took him a week to publicly denounce those comments, comments that may have come out of his own office. You wonder what exactly is going on. At the very heart of this is the independence of our courts to apply the law equally to all Canadians. We have a Liberal Party here that says they were going to be different. They were going to be open by default. They were going to be transparent. And when we seek that openness and when we seek that transparency, what do Liberals do? They vote against all of our efforts, and then they say the committee should go in camera. It should go behind closed doors to discuss these sensitive things. They want to talk about these witnesses, but they don't want to talk about these witnesses. It is incoherent. It is incoherent. And the good thing about telling the truth, I would offer to the Prime Minister, is it's easy to repeat because it doesn't change. And we notice with the Prime Minister, day after day, the story was different. The allegations were entirely false. Oh, well, the evidence he had that there nothing untoward happened was that his former Attorney General was still in cabinet. And the next day, where was she? Out of cabinet, having resigned. Liberals know how bad this is, and if they don't, shame on them. For them to stand up one after another and say, he doesn't need to waive solicitor-client privilege. We don't need to hear from the former Attorney General at the Justice Committee. The Prime Minister's word is good enough for us. The Prime Minister's word has not been consistent at all in this scandal. And I'll remind my Liberal colleagues, because some of them, well, many of them weren't here, but let's go back to 2013, and here's a motion, an Opposition Day motion that Liberals moved in Parliament. that the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics be instructed to examine the conduct of the Prime Minister's office regarding the repayment of Senator Mike Duffy's expenses, and that the Prime Minister be ordered to appear before committee under oath as a witness for a period of 3 hours by December 10th, 2013, and that the proceedings be televised. That's what Liberals thought in opposition when the whole Nigel Wright, Mike Duffy payoff was going on. They thought a good person to hear from was the Prime Minister himself. Yeah. Now they flip over to government and they say, oh my, the Prime Minister told us several versions, we believe them all. We're Liberals, we're somewhat morally flexible when it comes to the truth. He said something on Monday that was different than Tuesday and changed again Wednesday. All of those sound right to us. And Canadians are left wondering, who are these guys? Yeah. 3 years into government, and they can't find the truth with both hands, that they're looking around and wondering why no one believes them. When the head of their party, when the Prime Minister of Canada is implicated himself in a scandal that goes right to the heart in our faith and belief, not only of government, but that our courts are independent, and that when any Canadian, regardless of their stature or their connections, will experience a fair hearing at trial. We see two sets of rules in place. One for those well-connected and wealthy people, and another set for everybody else. Canadians deserve the answers. Canadians will eventually get the answers. It's only a question of when and how. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, what a rush for judgment. And, you know, the NDP will never be found lacking in terms of the way in which they can ramp up political arguments to try to justify whatever it is that they want to achieve. You see, Mr. Speaker, we in the government benches, and I would hope most members of Parliament would understand and appreciate the true independence of the Ethics Commissioner. The Ethics Commissioner is, in fact, involved in this, Mr. Speaker, and is looking at it. The Prime Minister himself has welcomed that involvement from the Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I believe what is being told, and I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this government will continue to remain focused on what's important to Canada's middle class, and that is developing our economy and building good, solid policy into the future. Now, having said that, my question to the member opposite, as he wants to try to exaggerate an issue, I believe, which is no doubt of a serious nature, and that's why the Ethics Commissioner is looking into it. My question to him is, does the NDP have any confidence in the independence of the Ethics Commissioner's office? Because surely to goodness he would recognize that that is an independent office that doesn't have political partisanship that we've witnessed here this morning.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
You know, for a bunch of innocent people, they sure have a way of acting guilty, don't they? That the Ethics Commissioner, as my friend I hope understands, his investigation doesn't deal with political interference. Yeah. Now, the center of this story is about what? Political interference. The Ethics Commissioner we have total faith in. That's why my colleague and I from Timmins James Bay wrote to him and asked him to investigate. You know what Liberals said when we did? There go the NDP looking for something where nothing exists. You know who agreed that something exists? The Ethics Commissioner, who will investigate under Section 9. My friend knows full well that the allegations against the Prime Minister and his office are about the political interference and the potential for obstruction of justice, neither of which the Ethics Commissioner can investigate. He knows that. Yeah. He's going to keep saying this. And I love when I hear my Liberal friends say they believe the version from the Prime Minister. My only question to them is, which version do they believe? Or all of them?
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley's speech. He's talking at great length about what happened at committee this past week, and I have to agree to him. What happened was unbelievable. People of this House, members of this House, were saying things like the Committee of the House of Commons is not the right place to adjudicate this. The House of Commons isn't the right place to deal with this. This is the place. This House and its committees are the place where this thing should be adjudicated. In fact, committees have all the powers of a court. They have the power to compel evidence. They have the power to summon witnesses. In fact, I remember sitting on the opposite side when a committee of this House took Karl-Heinz Schreiber out of a Ontario jail in handcuffs to bring him up here to testify in front of a committee. Why? Because the committee felt that the matters at hand were important enough that somebody should be brought in front of that committee to explain what had happened in that affair. And the same thing goes for this matter, which I would argue is much graver than what that matter back in 2007 dealt with. Because the matter in front of us today is about a current Prime Minister in office and a former Attorney General, and concerns the administration of justice and the rule of law in this country. And so the committee of this House and the floor of this House is the right place to adjudicate this, and I hope members on both sides vote in favor of the motion in front of us to ensure that we protect this institution and that we pass on to our children and grandchildren institutions that are capable of putting checks and balances on the Prime Minister's power and ensuring that the rule of law and our constitutional order is upheld.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
I thank my friend for his question and his comment and his memory of what committees have the power to do, because governments have extraordinary power themselves. And the entire existence of this place is to hold that power in check, to be a counterbalance to that power. And I will remind my Liberal colleagues, those not sitting in cabinet, they are not part of the government. Their job also is to hold government accountable. And to watch my Liberal colleagues on Justice Committee put the blinkers on over and over again and say, we see nothing here. We see nothing untoward. One Liberal member actually said, committees are not the places for investigations. Well, what planet are they occupying? How can this possibly be true in their world and their view that this power should go unchecked in all regards? That whatever the Prime Minister says is law and rule without question. We are here to question. We will keep questioning until we get the answers Canadians deserve.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-L'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, the government has finally stopped deporting Haitian refugees and citizens because of the political, violent crisis that has been going on for months in Haiti. But that does not excuse the government for all the years during which they treated Haitians as simple numbers. For 5 years, the Bloc has been calling on the government to normalize their status. 3 months ago, when the crisis intensified, we called on the government to stop deporting, and it refused. For 3 months, Ottawa has been deporting families in the heart of the violence. Last Thursday, a father and his 11-year-old daughter were stopped and deported. Finally, this government has woken up. But the Haitian community is wondering when these deportations will start up again. At a minimum, the government has to commit to declaring a moratorium as long as the situation is not safe in Haiti. The honourable member for Miramichi.
Miramichi has lost a great legend this month when Matilda Murdoch passed away just days after celebrating her 99th birthday. Matilda was a renowned fiddle player and composer. After teaching herself how to play the fiddle as a child, she composed hundreds of pieces of music and spread her musical influence throughout the world. Her outstanding playing earned her a number of awards and honors. She has been inducted into the New Brunswick Country Music Hall of Fame, awarded the Order of Canada and New Brunswick, and received the East Coast Music Awards Stompin' Tom Corners Award for her lifetime achievement in music. She appeared on the popular Don Messer Jubilee and had several songs recorded by Messer himself. The sweetheart of Logieville was a world-renowned fiddler, but Miramichi was her home. Her music was inspired by life on the river, and she shared her gift by helping to found the Miramichi Fiddlers Association. Her music and wonderful spirit will truly be missed, but will live on forever, and I'm sure she is doing the Logieville two-steps right now in heaven. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
One of the greatest joys of my life, Speaker, is being a father and a grandfather. My wife and I raised our children to be honest, work hard, contribute to society, and have a positive influence in the community. However, it profoundly troubles me to see the effects of this Liberal government. This Liberal PM is raising taxes and making life more expensive for all Canadians. 2 of my sons and their spouses are residents of the riding Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas. They, as well as all Hamilton residents, are feeling the negative effects of this Liberal government. My children are now raising children of their own, and it's becoming harder and harder to do this under these Liberals. The question on whether my family can afford things is something that concerns me and consumes their everyday life. If my granddaughter Nola wants to play soccer, my son and his wife now have to evaluate whether they can afford it because these Liberals are taking away benefits from my family and taxing them higher. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government realize they're not helping Canadians? When will they stop penalizing working families trying to create a future for themselves and their families?
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Speaker, I have wonderful news to share with the House today. Yeah. Sarah Jane Daigle, who is a longtime resident of the city of Dollar-des-Ormeaux, is an exceptional member of the West Island Association for the Intellectually Handicapped. Now this March, Sarah will be heading to Abu Dhabi to compete in the Special Olympic Games as one of Team Canada's top swimmers.
That's good.
Yes. And Mr. Speaker, Sarah can do it all. She trains weekly in track and field, bowling, and swimming. And not only that, back in 2005, Sarah was at the Special Olympic Games in Japan, and there she won a gold medal and 2 silver medals in the wonderful sport of snowshoeing. Now, Sarah will be proudly representing Canada once again, and I am certain that all members of this House encourage her and are very proud of all our Special Olympians. And I invite all members to say with me, go Sarah! Go!
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, not all heroes wear capes, such as Elaine Travers, a constituent in my riding, and today I pay tribute to her bravery and selflessness. Elaine's close friend Kathy was diagnosed with kidney disease 20 years ago. In early 2018, Kathy had 90% kidney failure, and Elaine decided to donate a kidney. Surgery took place January 15th, and both Kathy and Elaine are doing well. But this is not an event without unnecessary hardship. Elaine and Kathy are like most people. They can't afford an extended period of time off work, and our current EI system forces them back to work before they're ready. Elaine could only afford to be off for 2 weeks. A kidney donor requires 6 to 8 weeks recovery, but Elaine is already back at work. Elaine could have not afford her income cut by 45%, the terms of our current EI sick leave. Kathy's recovery is 46 months, and she too is facing a major reduction in income. No one should be prevented from getting a life-saving organ transplant because it's unaffordable. Elaine, you are a hero to us all. Thank you so much, and a big thanks to other donors in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to welcome many of the members of the board of Value Village here today. This retailer is known in Canada. It employs 10,000 people throughout its 36 stores, including in my riding. This business is a leader in the environment and has invested in local communities. It gives me great pleasure to welcome them here today and to congratulate them on the $123 million that they have invested in not-for-profit organizations over the past 10 years in Quebec, and for the £320 million worth of used clothing that they sell throughout the country and that they recycle. And I also thank them for their commitment to improving the lives of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed something on my commute back from the GTA this weekend. The communities in Ottawa South, Ottawa West Nepean are facing the same challenges with this Liberal government that we see in Durham. Taxes are up on families, particularly those with kids in fitness and music. Taxes are up on seniors, particularly those who saw the tax-free savings account cut back. We see small businesses being hit, Mr. Speaker, by payroll taxes that came in January. And Ottawa faces transit gridlock as well, Mr. Speaker. Slow infrastructure money moving from the Liberal government and a cut to a transit tax credit that means it now costs up to 15% more for them to take transit to work. Whether it's the GTA or whether it's Ottawa South or Ottawa West Nepean, Canadians are getting squeezed. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing a resignation each week with the Liberal government, but on October 21st, Canadians can resign them all.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this month of February, I want to talk to you about the Hooked on School days that took place from February 11th to 15th.
Is a demonstration that our kids are committed and determined to achieve their goals and nourish their dreams. It is this fire burning in their eyes that moves mountains and shapes the artisans of tomorrow.
Hooked on School Days celebrates their hard-won battles, whether it's course by course, level by level, or year by year. Above all, it is the encouragement of teachers, family, and friends that makes a real difference. And so to all students, big and small, I say to you, congratulations on your daily work. Congratulations on your courage and your tenacity. Congratulations for everything you do every day. I wish you all every success.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Last week I delivered Valentines for Vets, and I met Merchant Navy veteran John Stevenson, who shared with me his stories of service and memories of lost comrades at sea. He asked me to share this poem with the House and all Canadians in remembrance. In ocean waste no poppies blow, no crosses stand in ordered row. There young hearts sleep beneath the wave, the spirited, the good, the brave, but stars a constant vigil keep for them who lie beneath the deep. 'Tis true you cannot kneel in prayer on certain spot and think he's there, but you can to the ocean go, see whitecaps marching row on row. No one for him will always ride in and out with every tide. And when your span of life is past, he'll meet you at the captain's mast. And they who mourn on distant shore for sailors who'll come home no more can dry their tears and pray for these who rest beneath the heaving seas. For stars that shine and winds that blow and whitecaps marching row on row. And they can never lonely be, for when they lived they chose the sea. Lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is in chaos, which means they are not spending any time fixing the energy sector crisis that they created. Today, the United We Roll convoy arrived in Ottawa. Their purpose is principled and worthy as they create awareness for the oil and gas industry and raise concerns about the carbon tax and repealing the No More Pipelines Bill C-69 and Bill C-48. They are concerned, like millions of Canadians, that the current Liberal government has not and is not supporting them, their families, their communities, or the energy sector. They feel that they have lost their voice to a government that no longer works for them, and they will not be ignored any longer. As our Conservative leader has said, the United We Roll convoy is a testament to the importance of Canada's energy sector and the crisis it's facing. Canadian energy workers deserve a government that supports their industry and champions it worldwide. That's right. Conservatives will fix the Liberal mess and get people back to work. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, Black History Month has always been about celebrating the achievements of Black Canadians, both past and present. This year's theme of Black Canadian youth, boundless, rooted, and proud, is the perfect opportunity for me to highlight a young girl in my riding of Brampton North, Malia Alstrom, who shows every sign of being a leader amongst the young Canadians of tomorrow. For 4 years running, Malia has sold hot chocolate in her driveway to support the Peel Regional Police's Toys for Tots program. She was just 6 years old when she started and has since raised close to $3,000. This money helps buy Christmas toys for children in my city who are most in need. Malia, thank you for your hard work and thank you for helping your fellow Bramptonians. I look forward to seeing you make a difference in our community and perhaps all across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, last week I hosted a town hall meeting in my riding with a panel of 7 people, all of whom are living with intellectual disabilities. I was impressed with Doolin, who told me, "Don't see my disability, see my ability." The message from the panelists was clear. We want to work, just give us a chance. Les personnes avec les déficiences intellectuelles.
People with intellectual disabilities have the highest unemployment rate in the country. But once more, it has been shown that when they have support and they have an opportunity, they will succeed.
To be a leader in this regard. Local organizations like OCAPTI and Live, Work, Play have long been supporting those with intellectual disabilities to find work in the private sector and the public service. I am pleased that with the support of the Treasury Board Secretariat and the Public Service Commission, Live Work Play has now facilitated the employment of 75 people with intellectual disabilities in 25 departments. We need more of these kinds of partnerships so we all see the ability. Thank you.
The honourable member for Foothills.
The Canadian dream represents an opportunity to build a brighter future for our kids. As a father of 3, I know how expensive it is to raise a family. Programs like the Children's Fitness Tax Credit were critical for us to be able to afford our kids volleyball, hockey, and dance. But a trust fund prime minister felt that as a young family, we were too rich to have those tax credits and took them away. Instead, he is raising taxes on Canadian families. Shame. Carbon tax, EI, CPP, and on April 1st, taxes go up again on beer and wine, thanks to the Liberals' unprecedented escalator tax. Wow. Because of failed Liberal policies, Canadians are paying more for housing, gas, and groceries, and also for our children's sports, arts, and school textbooks. Liberal deficits are getting deeper, and our taxes are getting higher. The Liberals are spending the Canadian dream out of reach. Conservatives will stand with hardworking Canadian families. We will scrap the carbon tax, we will build pipelines, and we will get Canada back on track.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, today my city of Halifax is in pain. Residents of the Quartz Drive in the neighborhood of Spryfield were awoken last night by a loud bang, screams, and the truly horrifying sight of their neighbor's home engulfed in raging flames. An update from the Halifax police tell us that while the parents remain in hospital, the lives of all 7 children from the same family have been lost. Further reporting from the harrowing scene tells us that the 9 refugees were from Syria who came to Canada, to Halifax in 2017 in search of a better life. I've spoken with Imam Abdallah Yusri of the Majid Mosque in Halifax, and I'm reassured that our city is coming together to support the survivors. The loss, however, is immense. Tonight I'm going home to our grieving community. It's still early, but in the days ahead, we will surround one another with love and support and strength in the wake of this profound tragedy, and I know that Halifax will rise to the occasion as it always has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoula, Kapuskasing.
Susan Clark is a diabetes educator making a big difference in people's lives. She noticed that people could easily find expert advice on education, nutrition, and stress management, but recognized the gap for those who needed to exercise. Inspired by studies that showed using something as simple as 2 cans of soup to exercise just 10 minutes a day was beneficial for health and fitness, Sue put together a program for her clients, calling it From Soup to Tomatoes. She knew any program had to be free, easily accessible, designed to address mobility issues, and above all, be led by a professional to ensure safety and avoid injuries. 13 years ago, classes started in Espanola. A few years later, the program began webcasting so people could exercise remotely at home and in group settings. Now, with a website and a YouTube channel, From Soup to Tomatoes is helping people, get this, around the world become healthier while saving healthcare dollars. Today, I thank Sue for her vision and encourage everyone to look for From Soup to Tomatoes online. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to bring attention to the questions raised by LavScam and if the rule of law in Canada has been compromised. Now, the Office of the Attorney General must remain autonomous and maintain its independence from political pressure. It is, in fact, the cornerstone of our democracy, and the member from Vancouver Granville was very succinct on this point in her most recent public letter. One part that particularly resonated with me is the following. It is a pillar of our democracy that our system of justice be free from even the perception of political interference and uphold the highest levels of public confidence. That is why, Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that the former Attorney General and Mr. Butts be allowed to speak at the Justice Committee. Canadians must have the assurance that the rule of law in Canada has been upheld and has been in no way brokered or suppressed. It is fundamental and must be applied equally to all persons. As Martin Luther King stated, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital. Mr. Speaker, ever since 2008, the third Monday of February in Manitoba is dedicated to the memory of our great Métis leader, Louis Riel. On Louis Riel Day, we celebrate Louis Riel's vision of a province where all cultures would be respected. He recognized the important and equal place that French and English occupy in our province. Louis Riel created the Assiniboine Legislative Assembly to advise his provisional government. This assembly was the foundation for the current Manitoba Legislative Assembly. Of the 24 elected assembly members, 12 would represent the Francophone population and 12 the Anglophone population. Furthermore, 3/4 would be Métis. Louis Riel defended with courage and tenacity the rights of the Métis in Manitoba, and that is why we pay tribute to him today. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister's principal secretary resigned. And we know that it's because of the bribery and corruption scandal that's touched the Prime Minister's office. Now, if the principal secretary is innocent, why did the Prime Minister accept his resignation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I accepted Gerald Butt's resignation, and I have to say he served our country with integrity and sage advice, and I thank him for his service and his continued friendship. Mr. Butts has always put respect for our institutions as his very highest priority, and that's why he took the decision to resign. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Why did Mr. Butts resign? The Prime Minister's story on this has changed multiple times since the scandal was first brought to light. And now we find out that the key strategist in the Liberal Prime Minister's office, the architect of the Liberal government policy, has resigned. But in so doing, he is pretending that he has done nothing wrong. So if the Prime Minister is so sure that these allegations are false, and if Mr. Butts did nothing wrong, then why did the Prime Minister accept his resignation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Gerald Butts has always believed in the confidence that Canadians must have in our institutions, and indeed believe deeply in the work that this government needs to continue to do to deliver for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That is why he made the decision to step down, to step away, because the work that this government is doing, and indeed the confidence that Canadians must have in their institutions and the processes we have, comes before all else.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are losing confidence in this government because every single day the story changes. So now the explanation is that Gerald Butts was so good at his job that he just had to resign in scandal. But it's a continuation of a theme we've seen for days now. First, he tried to blame the former Attorney General. Then he tried to blame Scott Bryson. All the while, he was directing Liberals on the Justice Committee to block attempts at inviting key officials to testify. Do these sound like the actions of a man who has nothing to hide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As always and will always stand up for the institutions and the principles that underlie the strength of our democracy. We're unequivocal about that. That's why whether it's respecting the independence of members of parliamentary committees or making sure that we are allowing for the full scope of judicial independence, we will always defend the systems and the institutions that keep Canada safe and prosperous as a democracy.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when these allegations were first raised, the Prime Minister tried to dismiss them as being completely false. His story then changed multiple times. He's blamed several individuals, and now his principal advisor has quit. But there is one person who could clear up a lot of the issues around this situation, and that's the one person that the Prime Minister won't allow to speak. He continually speaks for the Attorney General, but I believe Canadians would like to hear from herself. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and waive the attorney-client privilege that he claims to have and let the former Attorney General speak?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
With everything this government has done, domestically, internationally, internally, we always consistently stand up for the rule of law, for the independence of our judiciary. We will continue to do that and continue to do the right thing. In the matter of solicitor-client privilege, the member opposite must know that there are real dangers of unintended consequences, particularly on the two court cases currently wending their way through the courts. That is why I have asked our Attorney General to give me advice on the very important matter.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I think the unintended consequences he's worried about is losing more key staff from the Prime Minister's office as the truth comes out on this. So it's clear that we're just going to get the rehashed talking points and the Prime Minister's rhetoric, trying to convince Canadians that there's nothing to see here. So I'll ask him a very specific question, and this is one that should be easy for him to answer. The Budget Implementation Act became law on June 21st, 2018, which means that's when deferred prosecution agreements became possible. Can the Prime Minister tell this House how many times since June 21st of last year did Gerald Butts meet with the former Attorney General?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our Cabinet gets together every Tuesday to talk about a broad range of issues. We continue to meet regularly as MPs, as caucus members. Members in my office are engaged constantly with various departments and with ministers to stand up for Canadian jobs, to make sure we're moving forward in the right way, to make sure we're standing up for the institutions and principles that underpin our democracy. We will always work hard to make sure we're delivering properly for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Minister of Economic Development and the Minister of Public Services and Procurement declared on television that it's important that we have the version of the former Minister of Justice. We agree. This is why we were disappointed when Liberal members of the Justice Committee refused to invite and keep refusing to invite Gerald Butts. It's clear that the member for Vancouver-Granville wants to give her version of the story. The Prime Minister has given us 5 versions so far. Will he allow the former Minister of Justice to speak by waiving privilege? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are getting advice on the solicitor-client privilege. We want to act in respect of all laws and rules. The Honourable Member. All the Prime Minister has to do is to allow her to speak, to waive privilege. He refuses to do so. The Justice Committee is refusing to do its work and investigate these serious allegations of political obstruction. Canadians want the truth. They want transparency.
Be free from even the perception of political interference and uphold the highest levels of public confidence.
That was the former Minister of Justice. That was her speaking. If he won't waive privilege, will he call for an independent inquiry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have entire confidence in the Ethics Commissioner. We trust him to do his work. We support him in this work, and we will welcome anything he has to say with great openness. The member across the way should know that members of the Justice Committee decide on what they will do. They are masters of their committee.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
So Jerry Butts, the architect of Sunny Ways, has been packing under a storm of corruption. So it's up to this Prime Minister to come clean over allegations that his office attempted to strong-arm the Attorney General into taking a fall in one of the biggest corruption cases in memory. Now, this Prime Minister promised to do things differently, but the SNC scandal is corroding his credibility, so he needs to stop hiding. Will he waive solicitor-client privilege, and will he agree to an independent inquiry to restore the confidence of the Canadian people in him as Prime Minister?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have an Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner to determine the reality in issues just like this. He is pursuing his investigation, and as I said from the very first day, we welcome that work. In the matter of solicitor-client privilege, it's obviously a matter we have to consider very carefully. There is a real risk of unintended consequences, particularly on the two court cases currently underway right now. But I have asked our Attorney General for advice on this matter.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I'm listening really hard, but for a Prime Minister who claims to be innocent, my God, he's sounding guilty. Because the client here is the Prime Minister, and the question is whether he tried to strong-arm his former Attorney General and then had her fired because she wouldn't take a fall in one of the biggest corruption cases. So stop hiding behind the legal games. Let her speak. Enough with this, he said. And then he said something different. And when that didn't work, he said something else about what she was supposed to say. Just let her speak. Do the right.
I remind the Honourable Member for Timmins, Jane Bay, of the rule, of course, that he's familiar with, that one must direct one's comments to the Chair. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the member opposite who's speaking disparagingly about laws and legal issues, we continue to respect our system of justice. We respect the independence of the judiciary, and we will always do our work that way. That is why we welcome the news that the Ethics Commissioner is going to be looking into this matter, and we will fully cooperate with them. That is something that Canadians expect as we uphold the highest standards of their faith in our institutions.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians are asking very clearly and very simply is, why do we have to continuously hear the story from the Prime Minister's point of view as opposed to hearing it from the former Attorney General's point of view? Now, I know one could possibly say as an excuse that sometimes we perceive situations differently depending upon what gender we are, but this is the rule of law. And, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians want to hear specifically is, what does the former Attorney General have to say? Will the Prime Minister waive his solicitor-client privilege?
Honourable Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the Prime Minister has asked me for a legal opinion on the question of solicitor-client privilege. I am studying that. I'm studying that issue, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. I'm having trouble hearing the Honourable Minister of Justice. I know members want to hear both the question and the answer, so we'll have a little order. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, to continue, I am studying the issue and will provide my legal opinion in due course. It would be inappropriate for me, Mr. Speaker, to say anything more.
The member for Milton. Order.
Speaker, this Attorney General has already said many things about what he believes. The former Attorney General believes, thinks, or even did. So therefore, it should take him very simply not much time to determine whether or not she can go ahead and speak. But now that I have him on his feet, Mr. Speaker, I'm very curious. Last week, in a newspaper report, this Attorney General indicated that the matter regarding deferred remediation agreements and SNC-Lavalin was very much still alive and sitting on his desk. I'd like to ask the member, conveniently from Montreal, whether or not he has made a decision on the SNC-Lavalin issue.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I stated in that interview the law of Canada as it was passed and as is still the case, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment further.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, last week we had the resignation of the former Minister of Justice. Yesterday, the resignation of the Prime Minister's Principal Secretary, who is also his best friend. And this following serious allegations of pressure by the PMO on the former Attorney General. And this in a matter of bribery and fraud. Canadians want the truth. Only one person can give it to us. Why will the Prime Minister not waive privilege? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, or rather the Minister. The former Minister, shared a letter with all Canadians. All members are here. All of us here are here to work hard for Canadians. That's my priority. It's priority of this government and members on our side. We're working for Canadians. That is what we've been doing. That is what we will continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, every day since the revelations of the Globe and Mail, the Prime Minister has been giving us a new version, and the story seems to change by the day. Yesterday, his principal secretary, also his close friend, resigned, saying he'd done nothing wrong. And yet, the situation is a very serious one. We're hearing talk of political interference in our justice system. Only one person can give us the truth, and that is the former Attorney General. Will the Prime Minister simply allow her to speak? The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, once again, the member across the way knows that the Principal Secretary shared his letter, shared his reasons. The Prime Minister accepted Gerald Butt's resignation. And we, on this side of the House, we will continue working hard for Canadians. We believe in the independence of the judicial system, and we will encourage them to do their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 13 days, the Prime Minister's answers on this issue have been all over the map. First, he denied. Then there was a whisper campaign out of his office insulting and disparaging the former Attorney General. And now, Mr. Speaker, there is the answer of, it's not my fault, it's got to have been somebody else's fault, and his principal secretary has resigned, but for no reason. This government is in absolute chaos and disarray. Canadians deserve answers. We need to hear from the former Attorney General. Will the Prime Minister waive privilege and let her speak?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have stated in French, I will now state in English once again. The former Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister has shared his reasons publicly with all Canadians. The Prime Minister has accepted his resignation. When it comes to the independence of our judicial system or officers of Parliament, we respect their work. That is a clear contrast from the previous government that constantly undermined the work that they did. We will not do that on this side, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue working hard for Canadians, the very people that sent us here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
That was not an answer, Mr. Speaker, and that was frankly embarrassing to see the government House Leader do that. Mr. Speaker, there is nobody who is watching this scandal saying that there's nothing to see here. From political commentators to the media to legal experts, there are questions that have to be answered. The actions of this government are actions of a government and a Prime Minister who have something to hide. So, Mr. Speaker, there is somebody who can answer. That's the former Attorney General. We want answers. Canadians want answers. Will you let her speak?
I remind the Honourable Opposition House Leader to direct their comments to the Chair. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Minister of Justice, excuse me.
The Prime Minister has asked me for advice, Mr. Speaker, on the question of solicitor-client privilege. I am studying the issue and will provide an answer in due course. It would be inappropriate for me, Mr. Speaker, to comment any further.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I guess he's on the clock, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, some good advice. That the best thing about telling the truth is that it's easy to repeat because it doesn't change. But this Prime Minister treats the truth like his socks. He's got a different version for every day of the week. His most trusted advisor has resigned under a cloud of controversy and attempted to change the channel. The Prime Minister's office ran what many saw as a sexist and racist smear campaign against the former Attorney General. In my experience, powerful people don't quit their powerful jobs because they're innocent. So Liberals finally work with us to get the answers that Canadians rightly deserve.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can state that I know that committee members have been having this conversation. We know that members from all sides have been having that conversation. I understand that a Liberal member will be putting forward a motion today at committee to have the access that members are asking for. We are the government that increased resources to committees so that they can do the important work they do. No differently, we respect the work of officers of Parliament. We respect the independence of the judicial system. We believe that they should do their important work rather than continue to speculate like that member chooses to do continuously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley, order.
I remember when this story first broke. What did the Prime Minister say? It's entirely false. Well, Canadians just ain't buying what he's selling. The former Attorney General warned us in her letter, as she was being removed from that office, that the Attorney General must be free from political interference. But for these Liberals, there's two sets of rules. One set of laws for the wealthy and the well-connected, and another set for everybody else. This Prime Minister promised to be different, to work for all Canadians, but people aren't buying their story. So will Liberals finally get on the right side of this scandal and join with us in getting to the bottom of this sordid affair?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we're confident that both the Ethics Committee investigation and the work that is being done by the Standing Committee will proceed independently and proceed as they should under our current parliamentary procedures. Mr. Speaker, I will fully cooperate with these processes, so will my colleagues, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment on the substance of the matter any further.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Gerald Butts resigned, giving no reason, they're claiming he is innocent, but innocent people don't resign. Will the Prime Minister authorize Mr. Butts to appear before the Justice Committee so we can learn the real reasons he resigned? The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we know that the former Principal Secretary shared his reasons for resigning. The Prime Minister accepted what he asked for. The committee's work is independent. They will do their work, and I would encourage the committee to continue doing their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, when Mr. Butts left yesterday, he denied any hint of political interference. But if the former Attorney General could appear, then we would know the truth. Canadians would have the truth. Will the Prime Minister authorize Gerald Butts to appear before the committee, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, as I just said in English, we're convinced that there is a process that the Ethics Commissioner has in hand and another being dealt with by the committee. There are two independent processes, both of them with very high standards and independent, as I said. It would be inappropriate for me to comment on either.
Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, last week Liberals on the Justice Committee did the PMO's bidding by voting against calling key witnesses, including Gerald Butts, the Prime Minister's top political advisor, as well as the former Attorney General. Allegations that the former Attorney General was pressed by officials in the PMO to interfere in a criminal prosecution are as serious as they get. So, will the Prime Minister stop the cover-up and allow Butts and the former Attorney General to come to committee and waive any purported solicitor-client privilege involving the former Attorney General?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, once again, there are two processes ongoing, both of which are independent. First is with the Ethics Commissioner. The second is the Standing Committee on Justice. They're independent committees. I will cooperate fully with these investigations, as will my colleagues, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment any further.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Attorney General Michael Bryant stated that allegations involving top PMO officials, including Gerald Butts, are, quote, the kind kind of allegations that can lead to criminal investigations, unquote. Canadians deserve answers, not a PMO-driven cover-up. So once again, will the Prime Minister stop the cover-up and allow Butts and the former Attorney General the opportunity to speak so Canadians can get the answers that they deserve? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are confident in our government institutions. We're confident in the work of the Ethics Commissioner. We're confident in the work of the Standing Committee on Justice.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquin-Angers. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a Prime Minister who works hard to improve the quality of their lives, and not a Prime Minister who signs agreements behind closed doors with multinationals. Now it's clear, when Bay Street asks for help, the Liberals jump into action. But when Canadians need help, the Liberals make them wait. People deserve a government that is transparent and works for them. Why do the Liberals prefer to give rich people on Bay Street a free ride instead of improving the lives for all Canadians across the country? The Honourable Government House Leader. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, all members of Parliament are here to work for Canadians. That is our priority as a government. We will continue to make the investments to help Canadians. That is why we put in place programs like the Canada Child Benefit, among others. And we can see that this has yielded results for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We spent the day, Mr. Speaker, urging the Prime Minister to waive any solicitor-client privilege that may exist here and allow the former Attorney General to speak to troubling allegations of alleged political interference. Within the hour, the Justice Committee will meet to discuss witnesses. The Liberal members on that committee will have the chance to do the right thing. Now, Canadians deserve answers. Does the Prime Minister not agree that the Justice Committee, at a minimum, must hear from those at the centre of the story, the officials in the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Butts, and others, as well as the former Attorney General?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I reiterate that our government is confident in the work of the Standing Committee on Justice, as we are confident in the work of the Ethics Commissioner. Those are independent committees. They will do their work under the public eye, and we will fully cooperate with both of them.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, our government has shown an unprecedented commitment to the fight against poverty. Since 2015, we've helped Canadians through the Canada Child Benefit and enhanced benefits for seniors. More than 650,000 Canadians have been lifted out of poverty. In the Poverty Reduction Act, the government outlined its goal for achieving the lowest level of poverty in Canada's history. Could the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development tell this House what further actions we will be taking to meet this ambitious target?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank first the member for Mississauga East Cooksville for his hard work on behalf of his constituents. From day one of our mandate, we worked very hard to give every Canadian a fair and a real chance to succeed. And that's why in July 2016, we introduced the historic Canada Child Benefit, which every month is lifting out of poverty 300,000 children. That's why in a few weeks from now, we'll introduce the new Canada Workers Benefit, which is going to lift out of poverty 75,000 lower wage workers. And that's why next year, we'll be introducing the new Canada Housing Benefit, giving 300,000 families.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Michael Bryant is the former Ontario Liberal Attorney General. And he said this: a lot of police officers have laid a lot of obstruction of justice charges on a lot of ordinary Canadians with a lot less evidence than this. Can the Prime Minister confirm if any member of his office, past or present, or any member of his cabinet have been contacted by the RCMP with relation to this matter?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have stated time and time again, we on this side respect the independence of the RCMP. We respect the independence of officers of Parliament. The RCMP will do their work. We will not comment on that situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable order. The honourable member for Carleton.
The RCMP will do their work, and she will not comment on that situation. That's an interesting answer, because the Prime Minister's top advisor of decades long resigned suddenly and inexplicably yesterday, and interestingly, before anyone on this side had even asked for such a resignation, which raises the question of whether or not there's something more that we don't yet know about. So can the Prime Minister tell us if any member of his staff has been contacted by the RCMP on this matter?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Prime Minister's former Principal Secretary, he has put out a public letter. He has shared it with all Canadians. He has given his reasons. The Prime Minister has accepted his reason. What I know, it's clear, is that all members and all of our teams want to work hard for Canadians. That has been this government's focus. That will remain our focus, and moving forward, that's what our priority is. It's Canadians to ensure that they have a better quality of life, and that's exactly what our record shows. That's exactly what the results show. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious question. A former Attorney General from Ontario said that if a politician had stepped into a case like this, he would have hung up and called the police. And this is exactly what we're talking about here with the SNC-Lavalin scandal. So the question is very simple. Did the Prime Minister, Gerald Butts, or someone else in the Prime Minister's office, or have they been contacted by the RCMP regarding the SNC-Lavalin scandal? Yes or no?
Sean.
The Honourable Government House Leader. The former Principal Secretary shared a letter with all Canadians, and he shared his reasons for stepping down. Anyone can read them. The Conservatives continue their doublespeak in French. They say that they have no intention to do anything to hinder the workers at SNC-Lavalin, but when they speak English, it's very different. It's the opposite. And they aren't hiding their intentions, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we all acknowledge the Liberal government's ability to give 5 different versions on the SNC-Lavalin scandal and the former Attorney General. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is very simple. There's one question. Who knows what happened? There are some 330 MPs here, and that person is in the House. Will the Prime Minister finally give the former Attorney General the right to speak Canadians want to hear? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has sought a legal opinion from me on secrecy. I am analyzing the matter and will provide my opinion in a timely manner. It would be inappropriate to comment on this issue any further.
For Windsor West.
When General Motors announced the closure of the Oshawa plant, thousands of workers and their families were left twisting in the wind. This Prime Minister is siding with GM's corporate greed and not on the side of the Canadians when he's all talk and no action. Oshawa auto workers have called on this Liberal government to not purchase GM vehicles not made in Canada for government procurement. The Prime Minister talks about supporting the workers. Now here is a specific request on the table. Will he do what they have asked?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been absolutely clear when it comes to supporting the automotive sector and the auto workers. We, through our programming and policies, have seen significant investments in the automotive sector since 2015. With the recent announcement by QNX BlackBerry, that takes us over $6 billion worth of investments. With respects to Oshawa, we've been very clear when it comes to Unifor, when it comes to GM. We will be at the table, part of the solution to protect those jobs going forward, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Essex.
Well, no one has even seen you in Oshawa. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear this...
I guess it's been a while since I've been in Oshawa. Order. I remind the Honourable Member for Essex to direct her comments to the Chair.
No one has even seen a Liberal in Oshawa, Mr. Speaker. It's clear this Liberal government
would rather invest their time and energy to help rich, corrupt corporations get off the hook instead of standing up for the thousands of GM workers who are scrambling to ensure a future for their families. Canadians deserve a government that is willing to stand up and fight for their job and communities. The Canadian government has spent $320 million over the last 10 years buying GM vehicles for public use. Will this Prime Minister stand up for Canadian workers and commit now to stop buying GM cars with taxpayer money that are not built or...
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Speaker, we've always defended and supported the auto workers. We've always stood up for the automotive sector. It's through our policies and programs that we've seen historic investments. We actually turned the corner because under the previous Conservative government, 50,000 automotive jobs were lost in the first 3 years. 2 years before, 20,000 jobs before the recession even hit. We understand how important Oshawa is. We'll continue to work with Mary Barra, GM, and also Jerry Dias as well to find a solution to protect these very important jobs in Oshawa.
Well, member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's most trusted advisor has now resigned over the SNC-Lavalin scandal. I swore an oath to serve and defend this country, as did many of my colleagues on both sides of this House. This is not about partisan politics. It's about trust in our democracy and a judicial system.
Order. 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 We need to hear the question. Order. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and luckily on this side of the House I have the opportunity to speak. Minister's staff been contacted by the RCMP on this scandal?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I can say that we have no knowledge of such activity. To refer to the member's other comments, I on this side am very proud of the work that we are doing as a government. We can see that the results speak for themselves. The investments that we are making are seeing 300,000 plus children lifted out of poverty. We see that our communities are growing. We see the investments in infrastructure are working. We see our municipalities are stronger than ever before. We should be very proud of this work, and we know that we have to continue working hard so that Canadians can succeed. That's exactly who we are here for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
I think my honourable colleague may be forgetting that as a Minister of the Crown, she swore an oath to faithfully execute the power entrusted to her, which includes protecting our judicial system from political interference. If a minister won't stand up and be counted to defend the principles of our democracy, who will? So the question is simple. Has any current or former cabinet minister or staff been contacted by the RCMP on this scandal?
Honourable Government House Leader.
We have no knowledge of any such activity. I think that's a fairly clear answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one might think if the RCMP had contacted former or current cabinet ministers or current or former PMO operatives that they might know about that, Mr. Speaker. The fact that they don't know whether the RCMP has or has not started an investigation is troubling. This is a scandal that goes right to the heart of the Prime Minister's offices. So we will ask again, has the RCMP contacted any current or former cabinet minister or staff or any current or former Prime Minister's office individuals in order to get to the bottom of this obstruction of justice case?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, we have no knowledge of any such activity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, economists are virtually unanimous in the view that carbon pricing reduces greenhouse gas emissions at the lowest possible cost to the economy. It is disappointing that while climate change is having a real impact on the health and well-being of Canadians, Conservative politicians are wasting millions of taxpayer dollars fighting climate action in court. Meanwhile, they still have no plan to protect the environment. Can the minister please update the House on the actions our government is taking to fight climate change while growing our economy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for Toronto Denver for her long-time advocacy on climate change. It was great to see last week in Saskatchewan at the court that we had farmers represented, we had young people represented, we had environmentalists represented, we had doctors represented, health professionals, economists represented, saying we need to put a price on pollution, we need to take action on climate change. And we know that you can do it in an affordable way, that you can do it in an effective way by giving money back. A family of 4 in Ontario will get $307 more than 8 out of 10 families will pay. It's unfortunately the other side.
L'honorable député de Beauport. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, d'Orléans, Charlevoix. 1999, Shawinigan. 2004, Gomery Commission. 2017, the first time a Prime Minister is found guilty on an ethics matter. Today, political interference in a legal process. The Liberal government is losing the confidence of Canadians. And with the third resignation by an influential person, the Prime Minister's right-hand man and friend, Gerald Butts, Canadians are entitled to real answers. Given these conclusion, will the government accept to shed light on this matter by voting in favour of a public inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we are convinced that the 2 independent processes will be conducted in depth and fairly, and Canadians will find the information they are seeking. The committee, as well as the Ethics Commissioner, are 2 entities in which we have confidence. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, part of the arena roof of the Algonquin community of Témiscamingue First Nation collapsed overnight, then the structure caught fire. The community have worked very hard to build this arena, and all this effort have disappeared in smoke. They need our help. Can Témiscamingue First Nation count on the Liberals to rebuild the arena?
The Honourable Minister.
And my officials will look into the matter immediately. Wherever we can be of assistance, we will be. And we always look for a community-led solution wherever we can. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, in January, the Minister of Transport met with provincial and territorial counterparts. Can the Minister inform us today of the Liberal government's intention to deal with climate change? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Steveston, Richmond East, for this excellent question. We acknowledge the importance of climate change and the purchase of zero-emission vehicles. We are proceeding, unlike the Conservatives, with concrete actions. They continue to deny climate change. We still haven't seen their environmental plan. We are taking tangible action to ensure that our children and grandchildren have a clean environment.
Calgary Nose Hill.
There was a time when men could tell women, "Shh, honey, nothing to see here, I'll speak for you." By refusing to allow the former Justice Minister to speak on allegations of using his office to influence the outcome of a massive criminal corporate corruption case while speaking for her, he is saying that time is not past. Will the Prime Minister allow her to freely speak instead of telling Canadians day after day that yet another woman experienced things differently than he did?
Wow. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has asked me for advice on the question of solicitor-client privilege. I'm studying the issue and will provide my legal advice in due course. It would be inappropriate for me, Mr. Speaker, to comment any further.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everyone want white-collar criminals who were charged at SNC-Lavalin to be held legally accountable. What we don't want in the bloc is to lose thousands of jobs and another head office in Quebec. Simple. But despite it, the Prime Minister continues to get more and more bogged down on the matter and is desperately seeking to blame anyone, for this fiasco. Can they guarantee that workers, SNC-Lavalin, will not be the victims of a series of mistakes that the Prime Minister is responsible on regarding this file? Mr. Speaker, our government has done its work properly and is following all of the rules. We are working in compliance with the law. We will continue to do so. We will work hard on behalf of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the mountain of mistakes made in this crisis is a catastrophe. And compared to it, it's almost as if the Trans Mountain file had been well managed. But the Prime Minister has gotten bogged down in this situation, and the jobs of thousands of workers in Quebec are at stake. Will the government take action within the parameters of the law to keep the SNC head office in Montreal and the thousands of jobs associated with it? Or will I continue to make the Prime Minister yawn? In our parliamentary system, we focus on workers while complying with all legal aspects. We will continue to defend the workers, Mr. Speaker. We will always defend the rule of law in Canada, and we will respect the rules of ethics surrounding these matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs and Internal Trade. It was recently announced that the long-awaited Arctic and Northern Policy Framework may finally be ready for release in June. Past actions by this government affecting Indigenous people, like the Indigenous Languages Act, the draft Indigenous Child Welfare Act, have been more showpiece than substance, more buzzwords than actual impact. Will the Minister assure this House that this new policy framework will actually have the teeth to effect meaningful change? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and Northern Affairs.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Nunavut for his question. And I also say that this is a question that is very important to many Arctic and Northern people in our country. We know that and understand that if we are going to succeed in North and Arctic regions of Canada, that people have to be the architects of their own vision and be able to move forward. As the Government of Canada, we are working in partnership with territories, provinces and Indigenous governments to do just that. We are co-developing a policy that will lead to a strong economic and tremendous growth in the Arctic and Northern regions.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord is rising on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you'll find unanimous consent on the following motion, that in the opinion of the House, the government must, in the matter of SNC-Lavalin, do everything in its power within the parameters of the law and as set out in Section 715.31 of the Criminal Code, to reduce the negative consequences of the wrongdoing for certain former executive persons, employees, clients, pensioners, and others who did not engage in the wrongdoing while holding responsible those who did engage in that wrongdoing, in order to preserve the thousands of jobs in Quebec and in Canada and ensure that the company's headquarters remain in Montreal. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to move the motion? No, there is not unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of the debate today on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Timmins James Bay, any question to dispose of the motion will be deemed to have been put, and a recorded division is deemed to have been requested and deferred until February 19, 2019, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. Does the member have unanimous consent to move the motion? No? No, there is no unanimous consent.
Government orders. Resuming debate on the motion standing in the name of Mr. Angus on the allegations of political interference.
Yeah, Order. I would ask honorable colleagues to take their conversations into the hallway, and members could assist me if they would by saying shh. Resuming debate, the honorable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to speak to this matter. Mr. Speaker, I consider this a very important matter, both as a member of Parliament, thank you very much, if you could leave the room, also because of my background as an environmental enforcer. And I take very seriously that when we're dealing with the enforcement of a federal or provincial law, whether it is a criminal code or whether it's a regulatory statute, that we have clear procedures that are open and transparent in how we're applying those statutes. And I think that that's why many across the country right now are deeply disturbed that there is no clarity on what's going on with this new unique provision. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand in support of the motion by my colleague from Victoria, and that calling on the Prime Minister to waive the solicitor-client privilege for the former Attorney General with respect to the allegations of interference in the prosecution of FSC Lavalin, and to urge the government to launch a public inquiry under the Inquiries Act. Mr. Speaker, very serious questions are being raised by Canadians about recent decisions and actions by this government. And any intervention by any elected member of this place or the Prime Minister's office is a serious matter in intervening in a matter before a prosecutor. They're concerned about the amendments to the criminal code to create alternative processes to respond to white-collar crimes, with the result of avoiding a criminal prosecution and the direct result to take away the bar to further federal contracts. They're concerned about the tabling of these measures within an omnibus budget bill. They're concerned about the limited review only to the Finance Committee, not to the Justice Committee. They're concerned about possible interference in the exercise of discretion by the Attorney General in a decision to prosecute or utilize the new deferred prosecution agreement. They're concerned about whether that interference resulted in the resignation of a cabinet minister, the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General. And finally, concerned about the denial by Liberal members of Parliament to allow thorough consideration of these matters before the Standing Committee on Justice. Mr. Speaker, this government chose, through yet another omnibus budget bill, to amend the Criminal Code of Canada. This is despite, as many have said in this place, their stated position while in opposition to oppose omnibus budget bills and to changes to law and policy unrelated to economic measures made through budget bills. And yet, these criminal code amendments, these significant reforms, were made through an omnibus budget bill tabled by, not the Justice Minister, the Finance Minister. I wish, Mr. Speaker, to concentrate my remarks on the second aspect of this bill, of this motion, and that's the call for a public inquiry. The process of the application of a deferred prosecution agreement mechanism in the case of criminal charges brought against the company of SNC Lavalin and any involvement of government parties outside of the Attorney General and the Public Prosecutor merit open, transparent review. This government's defense of the use of the budget bill to reform criminal law procedures is a pretty clear indicator of the fact that they were of the belief that economic advantage could be gained and prevail over rule of law and justice. And yet in this case, currently at hand, the charges are brought under a law that actually prohibits any consideration of economic benefits. And yet we have some elected officials, particularly at the provincial level, we have many people coming forward and saying, gosh, we shouldn't be convicting this company because there may be loss of jobs by that company. And yet the law itself forbids that to be considered at all in the decision by the Attorney General or the Public Prosecutor. The intended effect of this provision is to enable justice officials to treat specified list of economic crimes, such as obstructing justice, money laundering, tax evasion, forgery, bribery of officers, fraud, including frauds on the government, through an alternative legal process. That avoids criminal charges or convictions. And it is on condition of admission of a violation of the law and specified undertakings being given by the person potentially charged to take remediation members and self-reporting by the parties at fault. And yet has been suggested in the media that these are exactly the circumstances that have not occurred in this case. Therefore, questions are being raised. Why is there even consideration being given to this deferred prosecution agreement when the criteria has not even met, the criteria that this government has chosen to put in law? These mechanisms, these DPAs, have been used in the United Kingdom and the United States, but in quite different ways. And as mentioned earlier, it can be noted that while the law establishing the DPAs does prescribe conditions, they don't include a number of matters that were actually recommended by Canadians during the consultation period before the matter even came before this House. And the conditions that have not been included are, as recommended by some, that the decision be in the interest of justice as opposed to the public interest. And this is an issue, Mr. Speaker, that has been being raised in environmental impact assessment of major projects, in that no matter what criteria you have in the end, the government can just say, well, it was a matter of national significance or it's a matter of public interest, therefore we're going to do it. The suggestion was it should be in the interest of justice. And of course, we're dealing with the criminal code. The question was raised, it should be a condition that it will actually serve as a deterrent. And yet that's not even in the conditions to enter into DPA. And another condition should be, will it genuinely promote compliance? It's not even included in conditions. I find this very odd, Mr. Speaker, as a former law enforcer. Those are the obvious mechanisms that you look to of how you frame your prohibition and how you frame your enforcement compliance process. It's noteworthy that the law specifically prohibits consideration to national economic interest when the offense comes under the Corruption of Foreign Public Officials Act. And yet in this case, that's precisely the statute that they're being prosecuted under. Now, Mr. Speaker, I found it very interesting, and we found the same thing with Bill C-69, that the government entertained a period of consultation, in particular with business, but also with some judicial officials and with some NGOs, before they tabled the bill in the House to change this provision on enforcement. And yet, when it came to debate in the House, this government, in its wisdom, chose to add on this significant amendment to our main criminal justice statute, the Criminal Code of Canada, at the tail end of an omnibus budget bill. And yet this government, in past, has promised they would not follow what the Conservatives did before them. Never would they include provisions that were not economically related. And, of course, it was tabled by the Finance Minister, not by the Justice Minister. And I wanted to share through you, Mr. Speaker, what the Finance Minister said in defense of this provision, this mechanism to opt out of being prosecuted, when he appeared at the Finance Committee. And I quote, "Mr. Chair, we have put forward a budget, and of course in the budget there are things about how we can make our economy work well. That is the function of the budget. What we have said is that we believe that our approaches to deferred prosecution agreements will enable us to pursue an approach that is functioning and doing well in other economies, one that will result in more effective continuation of business success by companies once they've paid their dues to society. Very interesting, Mr. Speaker. And yet, in one case, and the case before us now, one federal statute actually prohibits consideration of the economic impacts to the Canadian economy or to the economy of a foreign national. And yet that's exactly the rationale that the finance minister made for bringing forward this provision. And apparently, this is the rationale that was being given to, allegedly, the Auditor General, the Attorney General, and the public prosecutor. So very interesting that this government has wisdom, even though they brought forward a lot of amendments to the criminal code, in one case actually in an omnibus criminal code amendment law, they chose not to bring this significant measure to ensure compliance under the criminal code. They decided to do it in a budget bill. And then again, when the matter was referred to committee for review, that aspect of this omnibus budget bill was put before the Finance Committee. And when you look at the proceedings of the Finance Committee, many members raised concern that it was not the place for consideration of an amendment to the criminal code, that they weren't the Justice Committee, they weren't used to reviewing these laws, and that it should be referred to the Justice Committee. Eventually, Mr. Speaker, the Justice Committee did call for aspects to be looked at, but then the full review was cut back because certain Liberal members did not want to consider. So, Mr. Speaker, I guess it's completely puzzling why the government has chosen this mechanism to bring forward in the way that it did. And it's important for the public to find out exactly how they're planning to apply this mechanism. And we've heard concern after concern about the way that this mechanism, this opting out of conviction of a serious criminal offense, why have they decided to go in this way, and how are they actually applying it in practice? I think it's very important that we have an open public inquiry so that there's openness and transparency in how the government of the day is intending to apply this mechanism under the criminal code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
So 2 comments and a question, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her contribution to today's debate. She talked about the aspect of the transparency, or what she lamented as the lack of transparency in the context of this bill. And I just want to make sure that the record reflects that 1 year of consultations took place in respect of this very issue of remediation agreements. The matter was flagged in the budget secondarily. The matter was presented in the budget bill. Thirdly, it was studied at no less than 3 parliamentary committees: the Finance Committee, which she alluded to, the Justice Committee on November 7th, as well as the Senate Committee. Fifthly, it was gazetted. Second of all, in terms of an observation, is that remediation agreements aren't an invention of this Parliament. They exist among 5 members of the G7 now: France, Japan, the United States, the UK, and Canada, as well as in 2 other jurisdictions internationally. And the point I want to raise with her is this issue about the ethics investigation, which was actually requested by the party opposite that is moving this motion, the party which that member represents. And they sought that ethics investigation because some of the powers of the ethics investigator include the power to command evidence orally in writing or under oath, the power to produce documents and have them produced, and any things that the Commissioner considers necessary, and the ability to enforce those powers in such manner the Commissioner has the same powers as a court of record. Are those the reasons why the Ethics Commissioner was solicited by the NDP? And now in this House is the member from Edmonton Strathcona questioning the independence of that ethics investigator. Thank you.
A member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that I don't intend to give a doctoral thesis in response to what was supposedly a question. And I'm not going to address all of those because I'm going to give a brief response so other people can ask me questions. What I will speak to is that deeply troubling response about the way in which his government allowed for the review of this major and significant reform to the Criminal Code of Canada, and that there was ample opportunity for the review of that provision at Finance Committee and during debate on this omnibus budget bill. Nothing can be further from the truth. Absolutely, this is the way this government is operating. They like to go out and consult, and in particular, even in the proceedings, they say they mostly consulted with business. The idea of the DPA came from business to begin with. That's why they initiated it. Why didn't they allow adequate time in this place for the elected officials to actually discuss this matter, and why was it not tabled as an amendment to the criminal code, not in a budget bill?
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister or the PMO put pressure on the former Attorney General in respect of the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, and if the former Attorney General refused to buckle under that pressure and refused to issue a directive to the Director of Public Prosecutions and refused to gazette that directive, and if then the Prime Minister used his Crown prerogative to move that Attorney General out of her position and into another position, I believe that that is obstruction of justice and a violation of the administration of justice and the rule of law. And I do not believe that Crown prerogative extends to giving the Prime Minister the right to shuffle any Attorney General out of that position, to put in place a more compliant Attorney General to get what they want in respect of a criminal prosecution. So my question for the member from Edmonton Strathcona is, does she agree with that assessment?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for raising this question. At the heart of this is the concern of whether there was obstruction of justice. And as we all know in this place, we should know that it is obstruction of justice if any elected person in this place tries to become engaged in, involved in, a decision to prosecute or not to prosecute an offense. And in this case, we have this whole new mechanism where the Attorney General as well has the authority to say yay or nay. In my mind, as a lawyer and as a person who worked in the field of enforcement, it sounds to me like the matters that have been proceeding have been completely inappropriate. This is why we need the air cleared. The Liberals don't appear to want to bring the proper witnesses before the committee, and that is why the call for an independent judicial inquiry at this stage, I think, is important. We in our committee right now are studying about how can Canada better help the world in becoming a more observant of democracy and human rights. And yet here we are in this place talking about significant harm potentially to the rule of law in our own country. We need the air cleared on this matter.
The honourable member for Chambly-Belleuil on a point of order. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to try once again to put forward a motion. I think you'll see that there is unanimous consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of the debate today on the opposition motion, standing in the name of the member for James Bay, all questions necessary to dispose of this will be put, and a standing vote will be held Wednesday after the period for oral questions. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly, does he have unanimous consent to put the motion? Yes. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. So adopted.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm rising to speak on the opposition motion which has been brought forward by the member for Timmins, James Bay. Before I make some comments on the substance of this opposition motion, which the House is currently grasped with, I would like to take a few moments to thank two individuals. First and foremost, the member for Vancouver Granville, when she was Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada, I served as her parliamentary secretary, and I would be remiss if I did not express my gratitude for her work and her contributions to that portfolio. Certainly, it speaks for itself in terms of how we advance the overall causes towards justice, and her leadership on the Indigenous file reaches beyond her time in government here. I'd also like to take a moment to express gratitude for the work of Gerald Butts. I've come to know his family. I am keenly aware of the sacrifices that both he and his family had to make in order to put country before personal time. And obviously it goes without saying that his loss will be felt by our team, but we will remain focused on the work which he has been committed to in the public interest for many, many years.
Turning to the opposition motion, as I read it, Madam Speaker, it calls for two things. First, it calls on the government to waive solicitor-client privilege, quote, for the former Attorney General with respect to allegations of interference as it relates to an ongoing SNC-Lavalin prosecution. And secondly, it urges the government to call for a public inquiry in order to provide Canadians with transparency and accountability by the Liberals as promised in the 2015 election. Going back to those campaign promises, Madam Speaker, I would begin by noting that we have indeed made significant strides when it comes to making government more open. I would highlight a number of examples, including the introduction of Bill C-58, Bill C-76, which would in fact undo some of the harm caused by the last Conservative government, so that we can ensure that every voter has the right to and can fully appreciate the right to vote. Bill C-50, which would shed more light on political fundraising and activities. And as it relates to the justice system, I am very proud of the work that this government has done when it comes to ensuring that our judicial appointments process is open, is transparent, and is merit-based, and has introduced legislation that would improve access to justice. And here I'm referring to Bill C-75, which I know is continuing to be studied by the other place, and we look forward to receiving their report back so that we can ensure that our justice system is serving all Canadians. These are all concrete measures, Madam Speaker. They're concrete measures which have raised the bar when it comes to open government, when it comes to having a government that is transparent and that is accountable to all Canadians. We have supported each and every one of these measures with full and fair debate in this House and in the other place. And what did the opposition do when they had a chance to support those measures? They voted against those measures, Madam Speaker. And that is indeed regrettable, because I think that their voting record in standing in opposition to those measures actually speaks much larger volumes about how they feel about open government as opposed to some of what I've heard from the other side of the aisle today. Now, the allegations which have been levied against the government are indeed serious, and no one on this side of the House takes them lightly. But as in the case of any allegation, Madam Speaker, we have to begin by looking at the sources. Who are the sources? Are they reliable? Have they been independently verified? Have they been substantiated? And here is the truth of the matter, Madam Speaker. At present, the sources are unknown of these allegations. They are anonymous. They are not corroborated. They are not verified. And they are not substantiated. Now, this should be of great concern to not only the members of this chamber who are currently debating this motion. This should be of great concern to all Canadians. Why? Because in the place of facts and evidence and circumstances which would underlie and underpin these allegations, we have the opposition who are embarking upon a campaign of conjecture and speculation and rush to judgment. And while indeed this does make for good political theater, I will concede those points, it does not advance the pursuit of truth. The Prime Minister has been clear. At no point did either he or his staff direct the former Attorney General or current Attorney General on the matter of SNC-Lavalin. He has been abundantly clear that at no point did either he or his staff wrongly influence the former Attorney General or present Attorney General when it comes to the SNC-Lavalin matter. Now, I understand from the opposition that in answer to those statements made by the Prime Minister, they would hear from the former Attorney General, the member for Vancouver-Granville. It is not for me to speak for the member for Vancouver-Granville, Madam Speaker. It is not for the opposition to speak on her behalf, as I have heard some of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle purport to do over the last number of days. I understand from media reports that the member for Vancouver-Granville has sought legal advice. She is certainly taking that legal advice, I imagine, into consideration. Coincidentally, I would note that that legal advice itself is privileged, and I will come back to the importance of that principle in a moment. But I want to underscore that it is a decision of her making as to if and when she will make a further comment about this matter in public. Now, in regards to the merits of the motion, the Prime Minister has indicated today, as his Attorney General, that he has sought and is in the course of seeking legal advice on the matter of solicitor-client privilege as it applies to this motion. Let me say a few words about the importance of solicitor-client privilege. This is not only a legal principle recognized in the common law, it is not only a legal principle that has been enshrined in various statutes, it is a principle which has been elevated to constitutional status by the Supreme Court of Canada. It is permanent. It survives the relationship between the parties, and it is, as the Supreme Court of Canada has held, fundamental to the proper functioning of our government and to our democracy. In fact, the Supreme Court of Canada has held that without solicitor-client privilege, the administration of justice and, by extension, our democracy would be compromised. So we cannot take for granted what is at stake when we put into play the questions of when solicitor-client privilege applies. The Prime Minister and the government, as the opposition and some of my colleagues will have served in the last administration will recall, some of whom indeed were in cabinet themselves, and no doubt understand firsthand the importance of this principle as it relates to the day-to-day functioning of our government. It is required in order to ensure that there is an atmosphere, an environment in which the government can seek legal advice on how best to undertake policy and legislative initiatives so that they are consistent with the Charter, Madam Speaker. Without that environment, without that space, in order to have a free and fair and flowing exchange of ideas and different perspectives and different voices, there would be an undermining of the proper functioning of government. So we place this privilege at the very pinnacle of our justice system. And it does not just apply to government, it applies to all Canadians. If at any point in time you have either retained a lawyer or you have come into play with the justice system, Canadians will understand the importance of having a confidential relationship with their lawyer so that their lawyer can best serve their interests. Best serve their interests. Canadians would understand that they would not want their lawyers to flippantly waive that privilege. And so we need to be sure that we put this issue into its proper context in the debate of the opposition motion which is on the floor today, Madam Speaker. Now, it is true that in law there are some limited exceptions to this privilege, and I understand that members of the opposition are calling with great fervor for the waiver of privilege in this particular case as it relates to their allegations and the former Attorney General of Canada. To my mind, Madam Speaker, in order to waive this privilege, we need something more compelling, more confirmed, and more corroborated than the anonymous sources which have appeared in a number of media reports. And I look to my colleagues on the opposition side, and in particular, those who have been called to the bar, who have a deep understanding, and I would hope a profound respect for this privilege, for this principle, to substantiate their claim beyond the hyperbole, the exaggeration, and some of the stretched statements which I have listened very carefully to throughout the course of this debate. I'm still waiting. Now, as it relates to the secondary part of the opposition motion, which calls for and urges the government to initiate a judicial inquiry, something that my Conservative colleagues will have had some experience with themselves. And in some cases, I would say that there are obvious social causes which the public had requested of the last Conservative government, compelling a need for an inquiry where the last Conservative government refused. And one such case was the call for an inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women. The last Conservative government consistently in the face of an ongoing systemic tragedy in our justice system, refused to do so. I'll let them defend that decision, and I will stand here and explain my reasons why the call for a judicial inquiry are at best premature. Currently, there are a number of processes which are unfolding both in Parliament and within the law by statutory parliamentary officers to provide a degree of accountability and transparency in response to the allegations which have been put forward by the opposition. The first is the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, which is meeting at this very moment, if I'm not mistaken, and I read the clock right, to determine which witnesses it will hear from. Now, once more, we have the opposition who have rushed to judgment and have made this a partisan matter without waiting to see what will be the full list of witnesses who will be called by that committee. What I would suggest, respectfully, to my colleagues and to my friends on the other side of the aisle, is that they let that process unfold. To place faith in the independence of that committee, which members on this side of the House place great faith in, that they have the capacity to bring to that committee their own ideas, their own thinking, their own principles, and to see where that committee takes them. Rather than, once more, hearing the opposition both claim that, in the one hand, the committee should do its business, and on the other hand, it is essentially fraught with partisanship. It's either one or the other. Either you are going to show up to that committee and you are going to, I don't mean you, Madam Speaker, either members of this House will come to that committee with an open mind and with an appreciation of independence and with an understanding of the importance of that work, or they will not. Certainly for the colleagues that I am aware of that work on that committee, I have faith in their independence, I have faith in their integrity, and I know I speak on behalf of all of the colleagues on this side of the House that we all look forward to their ongoing work at committee. Now, we've also heard from the opposition that there needs to be a judicial inquiry because the Ethics Commissioner does not have the sufficient ability or capacity, the statutory mandate, to look into the allegations which are the subject matter of this opposition motion. And I know that my colleagues in the NDP opposition, in particular, have expressed their concerns or their frustrations with the lack of capacity or ability on the part of the Ethics Commissioner to essentially do his job. The first observation that I would make, Madam Speaker, is that it was the NDP members themselves who decided, out of their own volition, which statutory mechanism, which statutory official, which parliamentary official, to bring this allegation to. So we do not say on their behalf, one way or the other, that was the right choice. That was a matter for the NDP to determine. But listening to the NDP today in question period, it was somewhat ironic to hear them say that on the one hand, that they filed a complaint with the Ethics Commissioner, and then on the other, and at the same time virtually, that the Ethics Commissioner did not have the ability to look into the very allegations which were brought forward by them.
Doesn't make sense.
So it is inconsistent and incompatible with basic logic that if they believed that the Ethics Commissioner was unable to look into the allegations which they have advanced, that they would have submitted them to the Ethics Commissioner in the first place.
Good point.
We have said that we believe in the work of the Ethics Commissioner. This is a parliamentary officer. This is an officer who is independent from government. This is an officer who is not part of the partisan exercise and debate that is the sine qua non of this place. This is a parliamentary officer who has the statutory mandate to examine the circumstances and the allegations which have been put forward by the opposition. And as we have said repeatedly, we place faith in the office, in the people who serve in that office, and we will cooperate at every step of the way, as we have in the past. There are many other fora and venues for the opposition to make their case. It's not for the government to set those steps or to provide that roadmap for them. The opposition will determine what it wants to do. But in the meantime, in addition to all of the remarks that I have made about the subject of this motion, where I hope Canadians see this matter is not just simply to turn a blind eye. There will be transparency, there will be accountability, and I'm confident in what the Prime Minister says, that there has been no direction and no wrongful influence as it relates to the former Attorney General, present Attorney General, because I know that this is a government that places great respect when it comes to the independence of our judiciary, when it comes to the independence of the legal profession, and when it comes to the independence of the administration of justice. And I believe firmly that our work speaks to those values. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what matters more than sometimes the theater and the drama, which can make for good reading on a weekend, sometimes at night if you've got nothing else to do, is the work of this government. The work to ensure that every Canadian has the opportunity to achieve his or her full potential. The work to serve the most vulnerable, which was a campaign promise, a belief on which this government was elected. Work that we do each and every day together, united, in solidarity. It's bigger than any one of us. It is bigger than all of us, and it is the very reason why we are here, to serve the public interest. And for all those reasons, Madam Speaker, I'm going to encourage my opposition colleagues to reconsider this motion and to put our focus and our energies back on the people who sent us here, Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, and I'll give him an A for effort in trying to spin this, because the Liberals' communication strategy over the last week has been a slow-moving train wreck. I would offer to him, Madam Speaker, that the Globe and Mail does not publish a story on its front page unless the sources have some credibility. And then you look at all of the actions since then, the Prime Minister's ever-changing commentary, saying that the former Attorney General's presence in Cabinet spoke for itself, and then her subsequent resignation. The changing narrative, the character assassination comments coming out of the PMO, and so on and so forth. We've had 5 different versions of this story changing. And then the Justice Committee, who voted against having the witnesses who are at the center of this storm appear. And yes, they are meeting today, Madam Speaker, but they're meeting in camera, so we won't find out what their deliberations are. The Canadian public won't know what goes on at that committee because we can't speak about it. So, Madam Speaker, through you, does he realistically expect Canadians to believe that these are the actions and words of a government that has nothing to hide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I feel obliged to point out that with regards to the statements which were reported in the press as it relates to the member for Vancouver-Granville and the former Attorney General of Canada, and in particular those statements which were offensive and racist and sexist, the Prime Minister unequivocally disassociated himself from all of those, as do I. as does every single decent member who serves in this chamber. They have no business, not only here, Madam Speaker, but in the public domain. And as somebody who had the opportunity to work with the member for Vancouver-Granville, I was deeply offended by them. There are important issues here. There are important allegations here. But what I said during the substance of my remarks, Madam Speaker, is that it will take more than the anonymous, unverified, uncorroborated sources which we've thus far heard from.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wellington-Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If this House or its committees do not vote to get to the bottom of this issue, do not vote to compel Mr. Butts and others to testify in front of committee to clear the air, then this place has become a Potemkin village. Sure, we've spent billions of dollars on beautiful wood and stone carvings here, but the processes and procedures in this place, the hold that the government has on its members clearly shows that the processes and procedures in this place are broken. The government is hiding behind solicitor-client privilege, but solicitor-client privilege does not exist in this chamber. It doesn't exist in its committees. And Madam Speaker, there is good precedent for this. According to precedent, the Attorney General or the Prime Minister or anybody else asked must provide the information to this House of Commons. In fact, this past fall, the UK government and the UK Attorney General refused to provide the advice that the AG had given to the government, and they were found in contempt of Parliament. Speaker Milliken found the former government in contempt of Parliament for refusing to release information on the basis of national security. The government can't hide behind solicitor-client privilege and not release the information. They have an obligation under Section 18 of the Constitution to do exactly that.
I want to remind the parliamentary secretaries that they do know better, and they should be a model here in Parliament, and they shouldn't be interrupting while somebody else is speaking. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, my honourable colleague who rose to raise the question clearly has a very selective memory when it comes to the last Conservative government's record when it comes to open government. Openness, transparency, accountability are all principles and values which seem to be very elusive under Stephen Harper. Yeah. I can think of two examples which come readily to mind, both when a government that my honourable colleague served under was found in contempt for not bringing forward documents which were sought by this very chamber, which he voted in favour of opposing. And well, I'll let him correct the record on that, Madam Speaker. Maybe it was on principle, but certainly that was the first time a government had been held in contempt in this chamber. That was when he served under the last Conservative government, Madam Speaker. And also when it comes to the matter of calling for an inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women, where was his moral suasion then? It was nowhere to be seen, Madam Speaker.
Oh, that's right. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister blamed the former Minister, Attorney General, and then said it was Scott Bryson's fault. Now, there was something that got confused there. I think that Davy and SNC-Lavalin got mixed up there. Then there was a resignation for refusal to have been blamed, but at the same time, there was a distraction created by the resignation of the Principal Secretary. This is like 50 Shades of Butts, Madam Speaker. Nobody in the House seems to be concerned about the thousands of workers at SNC-Lavalin. Will my colleague explain to us how this motion does serve or does not serve the thousands of workers at SNC-Lavalin?
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking my colleague opposite for his question. Our government is working hard for the province of Quebec and the rest of Canada.
Believes in pursuing an economic agenda that provides good jobs for any Canadian who wants one. And I want to assure my colleague that this is true both for his province as for every province and territory which we represent. And as it relates to the rest of his question, Madam Speaker, I will reiterate what I said during my remarks. The Prime Minister has been abundantly clear about the allegations. There has been no direction or wrongful influence as it relates to the former Attorney General and the current Attorney General as it relates to this matter. And obviously, while the opposition will continue to pursue various venues in which to have an answer to this allegation, we remain on this side of the House focused on the work of Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague can just add some further thought in regards to the independent office of the Ethics Commissioner, and that is something in which, again, the Prime Minister has welcomed, and the fact, and maybe just reinforce what I believe is also the important role of standing committees in situations of this nature.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, our government believes in the independence of parliamentary committees, and we place confidence in the members that serve. And look, to be honest, I hear my colleagues chuckling across the way. I put some confidence in the members of the opposition that serve on those committees as well. I know some of those colleagues well. We have to allow those processes to unfold. And as it relates to the other part of my colleague's question as it relates to the Ethics Commissioner, this is a parliamentary officer created by statute, independent, nonpartisan, granted the powers to both require evidence and to determine whether or not there has been any breach of the high standards of ethics which Canadians demand of our government, and we place faith in that individual and that office as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe. A brief question, please.
Madam Speaker, I have so much to ask. The question today is, did the Prime Minister or a staff member direct or pressure the Attorney General to stop the criminal prosecutions of SNC-Lavalin? Now, as was mentioned by a previous colleague, the conditions laid out in the remediations agreement state very clearly that the Director of Public Prosecutions is within her rights to refuse to negotiate a remediation, and that she would be breaking the law if she did pursue such a negotiation with SNC-Lavalin, and the Attorney General cannot instruct the Director to let SNC-Lavalin or any other off the hook. And in the words of Andrew Coyne, he essentially asked the question, and I would like to pose this question. Since it's very clear that this is not possible, what on earth was there for the Prime Minister or his staff to discuss with the Attorney General in the first place?
Our Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, as I said during the course of my remarks, this is a government that respects the independence of the office of the Attorney General. It is a value which has been adhered to consistently and has manifested itself in various ways. I know that my honourable colleague wants answers with regards to some of the substance of the allegations which have been made. Madam Speaker, thus far what we have are anonymous sources. They have not been corroborated. They have not been substantiated. I know that there is much debate in this floor, but we place faith in the processes which are currently underway to get to the bottom of the matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I wish to notify you that I will be splitting my time with the member for Windsor West. It's a great honor, as always, to rise in this place on behalf of the fantastic residents of Cowichan-Malahat-Langford, and especially on a very important motion. I would also like to say that, as our party's former justice critic, I enjoyed a very good working relationship with the member for Vancouver-Granville when she was the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. And although we did differ on some policy areas, I knew her to be a person of the utmost integrity, a woman who stood by her principles and has had a long and storied history both as a public prosecutor but also as a BC regional chief. She commands a huge amount of respect in my home province of British Columbia. And that's why, Madam Speaker, her role as this country's first female Indigenous Justice Minister, I was so perplexed and puzzled when I saw the news reports in January that she had been removed from her post and demoted down to Veterans Affairs. Now, normally I would be saying that serving our veterans is one of the highest callings in this land, and indeed being Minister of Veterans Affairs should be that. But it is a demotion under this government because we have seen their policies with respect to veterans. And we know they are not walking the talk with respect to the people who once wore the uniform. I get that feedback from veterans in my riding, and I know the member for Courtenay Alberni, who serves as our Veterans Affairs critic, also gets it from veterans right across this country. So, Madam Speaker, the other puzzling thing about that demotion was the letter that she released to the public where she talked about speaking truth to power and that our political system must, or our justice system must always be free from political interference. Now, those comments made without any context puzzled many people. You know, why did the former Attorney General go out of her way to make these pretty obvious statements? Well, we started to connect the dots when the Globe and Mail came out with its huge bombshell story on February the 7th. And as I said in my questions and comments to the previous speaker, the parliamentary secretary, Robert Fife and the Globe and Mail do not put a story of this magnitude on the front page unless they have gone out of their way to verify the sources of the story. They don't put their careers and indeed the reputation of one of our oldest newspapers on the line with unsubstantiated reports. It's obvious that they spoke to someone with insider knowledge of what goes on in the Prime Minister's office. And the very fact that, you know, the Prime Minister and various Liberals have used the word that at no time was the former Attorney General directed, that word was never used by the Globe and Mail. It was pressured. And pressure can be many different things. It can come in many different forms. But it's very worrying because one of the pillars of our democratic system is the separation between the branches of government. The executive branch of government in particular, with the awesome power that it wields, must be separate from our judiciary. They must be able to operate in a clear, unobstructed manner to make sure that the principles of justice are carried through. And there are other dots which connect this story, Madam Speaker, because if you look at the fact that the deferred prosecution agreement provision of the criminal code was snuck in, and yes, the Liberals might say there were lots of consultations, but it was extremely undemocratic for them to put this major change to the criminal code at the tail end of a budget omnibus bill that clocks in at over 550 pages, where even Liberal members at the Standing Committee on Finance were questioning their own government as to what this provision was actually doing there. They used time allocation to force that bill through. So did it get the proper oversight and deliberation that it deserved? I would say no, and I would venture that most Canadians would agree with me. This coming from a party that promised Canadians to do away with the undemocratic process of omnibus bills. What a sham. Just another one broken promise in a whole list of them. And what further corroborates this story, Madam Speaker, because, you know, the Liberals say there's nothing wrong here, there's nothing to hide, is the changing nature of the narrative. We know that the Prime Minister spoke to reporters and he stated to the public that the former Attorney General's continued presence in Cabinet spoke for itself, only to be resulting with egg on his face the very next day when she tendered her resignation. And does someone who resigns from Cabinet lawyer up with a former Supreme Court justice if there's nothing to hide from this government? You have to take all of these things and put them together. The changing narrative, the resignation of one of the top ministers of this government. And you have to ask yourself, Madam Speaker, are these really the actions of a government, the words of a government that has nothing to hide? And that brings me to the Standing Committee on Justice, which my Liberal friends across the way keep on talking about its purported independence. Now, I served on that committee as vice chair in 2017, and I have a lot of respect for all of the colleagues who served there. But I was extremely disappointed in their actions last week, because last week they did not demonstrate independence. They demonstrated, Madam Speaker, that they are in fact the loyal foot soldiers of the Prime Minister's office. This is not a government by cabinet. This is a government by the PMO. And that's precisely why SNC-Lavalin met no fewer than 14 times with PMO officials. Why would they waste their time meeting with the PMO if they knew that that's where the buck stops? You don't go to the Minister of Justice, you don't go to any other ministry, you go to the PMO because you talk to Gerald Butts, you talk to Katie Telford and other major officials in the PMO, and that's how you get things done with this government. So the meeting last week was a bit of a farce because despite their claims of independence, the Liberals voted down every single key witness who has anything of relevance to say about this whole sordid affair. And yes, they are meeting now, Madam Speaker, but they're meeting in camera. So there's no way the Canadian public is going to know what the deliberations of that committee are. We're not going to know how Liberal members voted. We can tell the public what motions we are intending to move at the beginning of a committee, but Canadians are going to have to read the minutes of the proceedings to find out what motions were actually passed. We cannot, because we risk violation of parliamentary privilege, we cannot talk about what goes on that committee, what's happening right now. So to say that this is open and transparent, my God, what a farce. So, Madam Speaker, I am pretty disappointed in my former colleagues in the Justice Committee. I still have a lot of respect for them. I know that, I give every member of Parliament in this place the benefit of the doubt. I think that we all come here to serve our constituents and to try and do the best we can for this country. But Liberal backbenchers have to ask themselves, if they were elected on ideals that we are seeing today, are they here to protect their political masters in the Prime Minister's office? Or are they here to join with us in the opposition to shed the light of day on this particular issue? To agree with our motion to have the Prime Minister waive solicitor-client privilege, to allow the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General to speak, to give her side of the story, because all we've heard, Madam Speaker, is Liberals talking for her. We have not heard from her. And yes, it is her right and privilege as to whether she speaks or not. But we should at least afford her that and give her the opportunity to do so. You know, the perception out there, Madam Speaker, I was actually very surprised last week at how many people in my constituency were approaching me on this issue. And Liberals have to be very careful because these are the kind of actions that have a very corrosive effect on our politics. The changing nature of the story, the reaction to the scandal, not being truthful with Canadians. And it's corrosive for this entire body. So, Madam Speaker, in order to salvage what little reputation they have left on this particular issue, I ask Liberal backbenchers to not side with the PMO, but to in fact vote with us to have the Prime Minister waive solicitor-client privilege and to call for a public inquiry to give this issue the airing it fully needs. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you. I thank the member from Cowichan from the NDP for his comments and his contribution to today's debate. I want to raise 2 points and then ask him a question. So, first of all, I would agree with him completely that the member from Vancouver-Grenville acquitted herself extremely well and with distinction as a minister in her time serving and in terms of her work with the Justice Committee of which he was a part. The second point that I would raise is that with respect to what was decided actually at the Justice Committee, it is important that the record clearly reflect what was decided. And by vote at the Justice Committee last Wednesday, what was decided was to undertake hearings into 3 specific areas: the issue of remediation agreements, the issue of the Shawcross Doctrine, and the issue of calling witnesses in public to address what's at issue here in terms of the allegations. What I would ask the member opposite is that with respect to the ethics investigation that is taking place, that ethics investigation has significant powers such as compelling evidence, compelling documents, and enforcement similar to a court of law. That is an initiation, an investigation that was initiated by the member opposite. Does the member continue to believe in the independence of the ethics investigator and in the validity of that investigation?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that I have absolute confidence in the Office of the Ethics Commissioner, which is why we requested the investigation in the first place. But you know, the Parliamentary Secretary, he doesn't inform this House as to why this government can't walk and chew gum at the same time. What plausible reason is there that we cannot have two concurrent investigations? Now, the Office of the Ethics Commissioner is going to be looking at whether the Prime Minister used his office to further the interests of another individual. That's a very narrow band of investigation. What we want to know through a public inquiry and through hearing from the former Attorney General was any political pressure brought to bear on her with respect to SNC-Lavalin to instruct the Director of Public Prosecutions not to go ahead with a remediation agreement. That is a very separate investigation. I don't see any reason why the two cannot happen concurrently.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Speaker, earlier we heard from the Parliamentary Secretary for Infrastructure, I believe, calling on opposition to come together and to basically get kind of unite together to deal with this issue. And I think the call from us should go back to the government to basically cooperate with opposition and to really work and let the committee do its job without any interference or pressure. In the meantime, I'm not sure if the honourable member from this side will agree with me that this government is just virtue signaling, nothing but they're not doing anything, they're not walking the talk, and I would like to see a comment from my honourable member on this side on that fashion.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
I thank my Conservative colleague for the question and indeed his comments. You know, with respect to the committee's work, you know, the Parliamentary Secretary said, you know, that it's important for the committee to study the Shawcross doctrine and other things and to kind of get lost into these legalese arguments. Well, you know, anyone with a good textbook or access to Google can find out about the Shawcross doctrine. But the fact remains that when Liberals were at committee last week, and this is all on the public record, they were offered the chance to expand the witness list to include those people who have a direct knowledge of this affair, and they refused it. So that is the fact, Madam Speaker, and with respect to the former Attorney General, as a Crown prosecutor, she knows fully well what she can and cannot say at committee. I think we should afford her the right to determine that for herself with the expert legal counsel that she has now retained.
Question, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I'm wondering what kind of impact he thinks this will have on the confidence of Canadians in the independence of the judiciary. Could you put your question, please, and then I will move to the point of order. With apologies, could the member, is the member have something? I have a tie.
So I do understand that, you know, this chamber is a little bit longer and the member does have a tie on, so I would say that the point of order is not a point of order.
The honourable member can now put his question to his colleague. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps we should give some glasses to the members of the government so that they can see the other side properly. But anyway, my question was about the confidence of Canadians in the judiciary and its independence. Because this scandal really does call into question the independence of the judiciary. So I'd like to know what he thinks about what this will do to Canadians' confidence.
A brief answer from the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, if what the former Attorney General is reported to have done is true, that she stood up to the PMO and refused their advances on SNC-Lavalin, then I think she did our justice system a great service. Am I confident in this government's oversight of the justice system? Not with the recent reports and what we have learned over the last 2 weeks. I think they have thrown a lot of that into disrepute.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise here today to talk about this issue. I'm going to read the motion first. It's important because it's a simple, straightforward motion, I think, which is important for this debate and almost important for the vote that's going to come up because instead of getting into the weeds on thing, it gets into two specific areas which I'll touch upon. And the first is that the House call upon the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privileges for the former Attorney General with respect to allegations of interference in the prosecution of SNC Lavalin, and B, urge the government to launch a public inquiry under the Inquiries Act in order to provide Canadians with the transparency and accountability promised by the Liberals in the 2015 election campaign. And the reason those two specific things come is our leader, Jagmeet Singh, has been very clear about need for a public inquiry. In fact, as a criminal defense lawyer, I would argue that his skills are very much needed with regards to this place here in Ottawa. It's important that we actually get due process for this because this is about touching some of the cornerstones of old political power and the colonial type of structure that still influences our democracy here today. And it was interesting, Madam Speaker, when this first issue reared its head with SNC Lavalin, the first things I heard were the catcalls and the heckling from the Liberals saying, why are we against jobs? And I think that's one of the most important things that I note as being here in the House for 16 plus years is before something even takes into a media frenzy as it has in this case here, especially leading with the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff being Gerald Butt's resignation, is the mere fact that the sensitivity of something before it reaches the press gets to the magnitude that it did already here. And I think it's important to distinguish, even through our local procurement in Windsor on a project, that what we're talking about here is, of course, concern about people at Lavalin that are working and their jobs that are in the innocence of it, but the reality is that those jobs still exist in the procurement field regardless. And one good example of that, Madam Speaker, is the Gordie Howe International Bridge being built in Windsor. Now, ironically, Madam Speaker, it's being built by Acon Construction as part of a larger consortium, and it was New Democrats that fought against Acon from being bought up by the Chinese government because we knew that this type of an acquisition by the Chinese state-owned government would lead to further complications. In fact, having an international border being built between Canada and the United States that we have so much dependency on in my region, being 35% of our daily trade, would be hazardous and would be foolhardy. And so reluctantly, the government finally actually blocked that sale, but they did it. And they eventually won the bid for this bridge being built between our two countries. Well, who was the runner-up? Was SNC Lavalin. And the important lesson in that is that the jobs are going forward, the construction's taking place. We do want to make sure that people in this situation are going to be protected the best they can. But as I'll touch on later on, is there is a corporate culture problem at Lavalin that really, if we do not deal with it now, it will continue to reemerge. There is a pattern of behavior here that takes place. And the government, in an omnibus bill of the budget that is 600 pages long, trying to bury a change here, and this is important for Canadians to understand, is that this government was trying to protect individuals from criminal liability who we know at the very least were doing business with Muammar Gaddafi that was sketchy, okay? So we were doing sketchy, despicable business with a dictator from Libya, and this government was basically allowing our people to be basically pay a parking fine for basically criminal convictions that could take place. That has been the unbelievable truth behind all of these matters, is that we would actually instill a process right now that would actually only further encourage that. Because, Madam Speaker, the reality is it would reward this criminal potential problems that we would have from basically being eroded or eliminated, because you could know that you could just buy your way out of it. And that's it, Madam Speaker. Imagine this Liberal government that talks about the platitudes of human rights, social justice, and all those things, changing in a budget bill. And this is really important in the budget bill. They avoided committee. They avoided the parliamentary oversight that takes place. They avoided bringing witnesses, whether they were for or against this type of bill. They avoided that process. They avoided the public and the media from having an opportunity to have dialogue. They avoided this chamber having discussion about that.
So we will let dictators and despots, basically that we were doing business with some of the corporate Canada, have a free pass, and the people that were complicit in this behavior, whether it be drug smuggling, whether it be human trafficking, whether it be arms dealing, all of those things now can basically be let off the hook as paying a parking ticket. That's what they've done with our democracy. That's what they've set as an example. And Madam Speaker, this is the first case to come forward that we know of. But Madam Speaker, this country used to stand for something. It used to stand for some international rules and standards that set us out and made us a mark and made us an example. Instead, what they've done is what they usually do on a lot of different things, and it's ironic that their scandal that's leading to resignations in the PMO's office is not over child care and the fact that they haven't done anything of that. It's not over on gender equality and the fact that we still have a gap between men and women in living wages and the problems that we have. It's not over the numerous issues that we have with Indigenous affairs and our communities. It's over the fact that they have a culture and a community of corruption that actually is part of the foundation of the Liberal Party. In fact, Madam Speaker, the reality is, in this situation, from 2004 to 2011, Liberal members, quite potentially in this House, but we know it for sure, candidates and Liberal members received over $100,000 in political donations by Lavalin that were illegal. We know that as a fact. We have people that are voting in this chamber to this day that could have received illegal campaign donations. And I've been around this, Madam Speaker, where we've seen Conservatives in the past, one even having to resign related to this in terms of illegal campaign donations. And here we have right now a situation in front of our democracy where the Prime Minister will not even waive client privilege to actually get to the root, the fact of this. And that's the reality, Madam Speaker, is we still don't know where that $100,000 went to. And why shouldn't that $100,000 be tracked down? I can tell you, Madam Speaker, when campaigns are won and lost on a few percentages and a few votes, that money matters. That money matters. It makes a difference in local ridings. It's the ads you buy. It's the people you actually influence with regards to advertising or having volunteers that now turn into paid staff working on different things, the muscle you can put behind your campaign. Money, unfortunately, in politics makes a difference. And ironically, Madam Speaker, it was Jean Chrétien who ended some of the corporate attempts to influence government, because at that time, Madam Speaker, and I was here in this chamber, we had the Martinites and the Chrétienites fighting each other, which led to the new law that we have, which is a good law, limiting corporate donations and union donations into the parties. And the mere fact that we have our system today was actually to devolve ourselves from that. But here we have, at this moment right now, an influence that exists in this House. And we don't know. We don't know who that is and why that is. We know the 100,000's out there. I hope there is going to be more investigation in this, because people either in this House or through campaigns are wandering around having campaigned with dirty money, either knowing or not knowing. And that, Madam Speaker, is crucially important as we go through the series of examinations as to how power and how influence takes place. And that's why a public inquiry is so important, as Jagmeet Singh has called for. He's called for that because the public inquiry allows people to glance into the window of what should be shaking the foundations. And I was here for the discussions and the stonewall that took place with regards to the Gomery Commission, with ad scam, or sponsorship scandal known in the Ontario area. And Madam Speaker, for months the government denied that was taking place. Finally, they ripped the Band-Aid off, and our democracy got better from that public inquiry. I would argue we need the same thing here. When you look at SNC Lavalin, there is a history, Madam Speaker, of fines, penalties, political donation schemes, lawsuits, and a series of different things that shape the foundations of many people's lives, not only the people that work at the company, but, Madam Speaker, also the other people that lost jobs because they won bids or lost bids because of this behavior. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the time and opportunity to speak in this chamber.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, one clarification. My understanding is that yes, there was indeed improper funding of money to both the Conservative Party of Canada and the Liberal Party of Canada by SNC-Lavalin, but every single amount of those monies has been returned. So I think that's important to state for the record. The second point is that my friend, the member from Windsor West, has indicated a lack of transparency. And I just want to again outline for the House that there was a one-year consultation on the remediation agreements. It's flagged in the budget. It's presented in the budget bill. That budget bill is debated in this chamber. It goes before 3 different committees, Finance, Justice, and the Senate committee, and then it's gazetted. The third point is that I know the member opposite to be a fierce defender of the rights of workers and the rights of labor, and that's important. In the context of that, where remediation agreements allow you to look after prosecuting the corporate leadership and holding them accountable so that the workers underneath them who are not responsible for the leadership decisions are able to maintain their place of employment, is a remediation agreement in that context useful, and is that the reason why it's been done in 5 members of the G7 thus far?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's intervention. And I know that the new minister served at Industry Committee as a Parliamentary Secretary and was recently elevated to one of the most important positions in this House. And it was rather unexpected by any means. And so it's important that at least there is some time that's going to take place, I guess, to look at these things. And I would say that perhaps the member and the Parliamentary Secretary would understand, though, that even though the campaign donations were returned, that doesn't mean that they weren't used for political advantage at the time because they had the money coming in. And we've seen that in other campaigns. We've seen that from the Conservatives, and we've seen issues like Dean Dalmastro, for example, where money was used to buy power and to get power, and the consequences were still faced here. Returning the money afterwards is not sufficient.
And comments. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the government cannot hide behind solicitor-client privilege. The government must provide the House of Commons or its committees the information with respect to what happened to the former Attorney General to this chamber and to its committees. And there's good precedent for this. This past fall, the British government would not release the legal advice that UK Attorney General Geoffrey Cox gave to the government regarding Brexit. The UK Attorney General also refused to provide that information and that advice to the UK House of Commons. And on December 3rd, 2018, Speaker Bercow ruled that the government was likely in contempt of the Commons, and the next day the Commons voted to hold the government in contempt. It was only then that the Prime Minister and Attorney General released the information to the Commons. And there's precedent for this in Speaker Milliken's ruling of 2010, where he found the government in contempt for refusing to release information because the government said it was injurious to national security. In May 2011, the House of Commons voted to hold the government in contempt of Parliament for refusing to release information. And so both the Canadian and UK House of Commons have rights and privileges and immunities that guarantee us the right and privilege to get this information from the government. So the government should quit hiding behind this solicitor-client privilege argument and tell us what happened to the former Attorney General.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Well, I agree with the member for Halton Hills on this, and I had a chance to meet Speaker Bercow and be in with an all-party delegation during the whole Brexit discussion that continues to go on over there, and they're stronger and a better democracy for it. And I think, Madam Speaker, one of the things that, you know, the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned with regards to the criminal code and an explanation with regards to allowing, corporate criminals to get off is that the reality here is that we didn't have to have an either-or situation with this law. The reality is that we were not allowed to go through the proper parliamentary process to get amendments, and we could have actually had a law that did both the things, protected those innocent in a job and also get criminal convictions against the most dastardly deeds that people are done, as opposed to what's happening here is they're protecting basically the strongest component of the corporate culture that still exists, and they've decided to side on that element, and that protection is now a get-out-of-jail-free card, which is totally unacceptable. This type of behavior is just not acceptable. Doing business with Muammar Gaddafi and getting scot-free and having to pay a fine and a penalty? Really? That's what these Liberals are about?
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here, and it's rare that we agree, but for one, on this rare occasion, we fully support the motion put forward by our colleagues in the NDP. In the history of Canadian Parliament, I think that this is of historic importance because we are faced with a problem which, if we look at the history, this began February 7th, 2019, when the Globe and Mail let off this bombshell, and everyone understood that there was probably political interference in our judicial system. From that moment on, things sort of fall like dominoes. We understood why the Attorney General of Canada had been demoted and put in Veterans Affairs. And then for a week, and I should have said I will be sharing my time. So for almost 10 days, we saw the Prime Minister getting further and further entangled in his own versions of events. He said it's because of Scott Bryson, it's because of this or that. But why did we get to this point? It all has to do with the problem with SNC-Lavalin, where there were accusations of bribery and fraud. It was quite a complex file. But, Madam Speaker, the Liberals accepted, agreed to help the business, and we know there are a lot of jobs on the line, so, okay. We Conservatives, they say we don't want to protect jobs. Wrong. We absolutely want to protect jobs. But should we also perhaps do something to punish the people who were guilty? Now, after all the pressure put, the government worked in secret. And we shouldn't be surprised at this, given it was Liberals. And in the criminal code, there was something in the budget, a change to the criminal code. It was the 800 and odd page omnibus bill. So not everyone had read every one of those 800 pages. But our Finance Committee colleagues did see it. The member for Hull, a Liberal, was rather surprised at this, but he didn't really perhaps know why it was there. So there is this remediation agreement. Anyway, it remained there. It was put in place for a reason. Now, in September, the Director of Public Prosecutions in Canada was aware of this. We didn't exactly know what was going on, but now we know what was being prepared, why it was made legislation. It was the first stage of what they were doing. The second stage is that SNC-Lavalin were advised, and I have the communiqué from October sent out to shareholders, and saying that they had been advised by the Director of Public Prosecutions that they were not in a position to go forward. So we have this thing that was in the omnibus bill. Then in October, SNC-Lavalin says things aren't working out. Yeah, we didn't deal with that. We felt it was up to justice to deal with it. And then, all of a sudden, a cabinet shuffle, and what happens? The Justice Minister, the Attorney General of Canada, was demoted. And she says in a letter that she will always defend the rule of law. This was in mid-January. And then we get to February 7th, where finally we understood the real story. Everything falls into place. Everything from October where SNC-Lavalin says they can't come to an agreement with the government. After that, things start moving. Things start happening. What we need is an inquiry because it seems that there was political interference. Someone, somewhere, probably in the PMO, said, make it work. And probably the Attorney General said, no, I can't do it. Under the rule of law, I can't do it. I think that's what things are starting to look like. And then, from February 7th, we have the Prime Minister saying this, that, and the other. And then there was our motion, which was tabled the 13th, which asked that we have 9 people appear, the former Attorney General, Principal Secretary Jerry Butts, Ms. Telfer, various persons working in the PMO. I was at the Justice Committee last week, and rather than taking up our motion, Liberals decided that they would try and pull a quickie. They brought in a motion saying, well, we'll talk about the Shawcross Doctrine. Let's talk about that. We'll talk about how that works. We'll invite the new Attorney General to appear. So all kinds of political games are still going on. And no light has been shed on the matter. Yesterday, all of a sudden, another bombshell. The principal secretary, the advisor, the best friend of the Prime Minister, who's been with him since the beginning, who helped bring the Prime Minister to the position he now occupies. He resigns. But he says, but I've done nothing wrong. So here we are today. We look at this and we say, okay, it seems that things are continuing. The story is still unraveling because the great strategist of the Liberal government is leaving saying, I didn't do anything wrong. And here we are today. And, Madam Speaker, we know the Justice Committee is meeting in camera because they don't want to do this before the cameras, because Liberals really like secrecy. So they're in discussions now, and then I learned that the Liberal member of the Justice Committee said they would put a motion to invite the former Attorney General to appear. So the story is still unraveling. Someone said, look, you're going to do what we tell you to do. But that person is pushed aside. And then someone says, I did nothing wrong. And then the story isn't quite what it was. And now we see that the former Attorney General will be back. She will appear. Madam Speaker, I think that we'll be continuing. We'll be doing our work. We're going to dig into this. We're going to find out what happened. And the only way to do that is to have an investigation, an inquiry that will get to the bottom of what's going on. Because the Liberals are saying just any old thing. We've had it. And I'm not really surprised that this doesn't embarrass the Liberals, but it's still important that we have this investigation, this inquiry for Canadians. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention and for his support. His support in our request for an independent inquiry. And it's interesting to see this new passion on the part of Conservatives for independent inquiries. Because from 2011 to 2015, I didn't really see that, but here they are. They want transparency, and that's great. My question is, I'd like to know if he feels that Canadians believe the Prime Minister's version of this matter, because it's important that Canadians have confidence in what the Prime Minister says, but with all the events that have taken place, what does he think about the confidence one can have in the Prime Minister's words? And if he doesn't have confidence, can he talk about that? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for his question. Well, on October 22nd, I talked about that, and we want to be very transparent with our colleagues. Do I trust what the Prime Minister of Canada has to say? No, not at all. I can't prove that there was interference, but I can tell you what I believe. And do I trust the Prime Minister? No.
Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my friend from Charlebourg, Saint-Charles, whether 8,700 employees of SNC-Lavalin are guilty of a crime and therefore should lose their jobs.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I thank my colleague for his question, and obviously, Madam Speaker, since this scandal exploded on the public scene, people have been saying you're going to be attacking, you're going to be hurting employees. Well, that's one way you can defend yourself. But I say, no, I hope with all my heart that everyone who works for this company will continue to work, continue to have their jobs, and I think all parties in this House share in that opinion. But I want justice to prevail. I want justice for SNC-Lavalin. I want people to face the consequences of their actions. Now, it's the way the Liberals did things. It's the way they put this thing into the omnibus bill. They created the problem we're faced with today. They created the problem for the Director of Public Prosecutions when she told us in SNC-Lavalin, sorry, I can't help you. There are 40 lawyers who are in this Liberal government, and they must have known what was going on. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much appreciated the background described by my honourable colleague, the member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. He's not only a former a soldier, but he had a magazine. Now, we know there was this article in the Globe and Mail signed off by 3 very experienced journalists, and an article which really raised all kinds of issues for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, when Robert Fife and Stephen Chase wrote this article and it was put on the front page of the Globe and Mail, that wasn't fake news. These are people who are credible. If they publish a story, it's that they had facts. That's a guarantee.
Resuming debate. Before we resume debate, I'll just take a second here. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, carbon pricing. L'Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, health.
The environment. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am pleased to rise in the House today to speak in support of the motion put forward by the New Democratic Party. The Conservative Party stands with the NDP to call on the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privilege and to urge the government to launch a public inquiry to provide Canadians with transparency and accountability with respect to allegations of interference in the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, including the security of persons, contract and property rights, and certain core human rights. Open government, the process by which the laws are enacted, administered, and enforced are accessible, fair, and efficient, and accessible and impartial dispute resolution. Justice is delivered timely by competent, ethical, and independent representatives and neutrals who are accessible, have adequate resources, and reflect the makeup of the communities they serve. Any member of a police force, and myself as a former chief of police, understand how the rule of law dictates your daily life. This continues to be something I aim to uphold as a member of Parliament. It is important in our rules as politicians to uphold these core principles of the rule of law, as they must be upheld for any democracy to function. Last week, the Liberal Party blocked all attempts of accountability at the Justice Committee meeting. There was an opportunity to be open and transparent on the SNC-Lavalin affair. Instead, the Liberal members at committee, I must say they were the majority, they attempted to cover up and block the search for the truth on this affair. Opposition MPs worked together to come up with a reasonable witness list with 3 key individuals. The Liberal Party offered up their own watered-down motion that excluded key witnesses and called for a closed-door meeting with no media present or transcripts provided. Though the Liberal members hold a majority on the Justice Committee, they did have an opportunity with the motion they put forward to make an amendment and not hold the consideration and selection of witnesses in secret this week. Though it may be a tradition that those deliberations be done in camera, there was an opportunity in these exceptional circumstances to avoid the perception that there is something to hide. And I must say, Madam Speaker, earlier today, one of the Liberal members publicly posted a tweet that she was going to ask the former Attorney General to speak, not done in private, but certainly in public. As we speak, this meeting is happening. However, the Canadian people will be unable to see or read what transpired. This is not open and transparent government that Canadians were promised during the last election. The Prime Minister tried to assure Canadians that nothing unethical took place, citing that the former Attorney General's presence in Cabinet would speak for herself. And lo and behold, the former Attorney General resigned, making it crystal clear the Prime Minister is trying to hide from the truth in regards to the SNC-Lavalin affair. It is clear the Liberal Party have no interest in finding out the truth. The former Attorney General has once again been denied an opportunity to speak, and to top it off, yesterday one of the Prime Minister's closest and most trusted political advisors resigned from office. This resignation is the clearest indication yet that there is much more to this SNC-11 affair than we know. The events that have transpired in the last several days are not actions of someone with nothing to hide. This resignation does not settle this matter. Instead, it only presents more questions that must be answered. Canadians are rightly concerned about this issue, and we want to make sure that Canadians understand what has happened. My office has been flooded with emails and phone calls from Canadians across the country. They're concerned about this issue. My staff have received calls and emails from Canadians, not constituents of mine, but Canadians across the country who have been unable to reach their Liberal MPs' offices. We're hearing from frustrated Canadians expressing their disbelief on how the government is covering up this affair. One email reads, "Something is still going on in Justice Committee. All I am asking is to have Justice Committee follow the rules, do the job, to respect the rule of law, to fix this serious problem for this country." Madam Speaker, there have been troubling allegations with respect to possible interference by the Prime Minister's office in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. There have been inconsistencies with the response from the Liberal Party. This is not a government that shows Canadians it is under control. This is a government in total chaos, and it raises critical questions of ethics and conduct from the highest-ranking office in this country. The Conservative Party supports the NDP motion to call on the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privilege and urge the government to launch a public inquiry. In 2015, the Liberal Party promised transparency and accountability during the election campaign. Today, we call on the Liberal Party to uphold that election promise. Canadians are rightly concerned about the allegations of political interference in a criminal prosecution. Canadians expect the truth, and we have the power here to make sure that they get it. The Prime Minister, the Prime Minister refuses to waive solicitor-client privilege, as Prime Ministers before him have done when the public demands it. This would allow the former Attorney General to speak, to tell her story, but the Prime Minister has kept her silent. This story has been unfolding in a bizarre way, with almost daily changes to Prime Minister's versions of events, high-profile resignations, and coordinated cover-up maneuvering, suggesting this is not an ordinary political scandal. Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand with my colleagues today, support this motion, urging the Prime Minister to waive privilege and launch a full public inquiry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And interesting comments the member across the way expressed, and I can't help but reflect on whether it's that member or other members of the Democratic Party that have really lost confidence, it would appear, in terms of the independence of the Commissioner of Ethics, and really concerned in regards to just the Standing Committee and the procedures that I have witnessed over the last number of years. We even actually have a Liberal member who made reference to it in his comments, Madam Speaker, a Liberal member who's actually put notice on for the committee to actually hear from the former minister. And he seems to see that as a bad thing. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I believe that we will see through the independent office of the Commissioner and allow the Standing Committee to do its work. We will see a positive outcome for the government and the Prime Minister. I believe that the Prime Minister did not assert any sort of pressure in regards to this particular issue. And my question is why the loss of faith in the Commissioner's office, Ethics Commissioner's office, and does he not have any faith in the Conservative members of the committee?
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Well, Madam Speaker, there's so many issues that the member opposite raised. He is right. One of their members today sent out a tweet that she was going to bring forward this motion to allow the Attorney General to come to committee. Last week, that wouldn't happen. They wouldn't do that. The other part about that, interestingly, it's going to be at an in-camera meeting today. Nobody's going to know what happened, whether she is allowed to speak or she isn't allowed to speak. And whether or not I have faith in the Ethics Commissioner, there's no question I have faith in the Ethics Commissioner. I'm not sure that what the Ethics Commissioner does will make Canadians feel any better, because so much of what the Ethics Commissioner will do will be also behind closed doors. But I'll tell you who I have faith in. I have faith in the RCMP and other police agencies that if there's criminal activity here, that they get involved and investigate the criminal activity so that Canadians know exactly what happened.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Champlain. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks and for his support for our motion. Now, something interesting, as a member of Quebec, is that we're talking about jobs, and what I want to denounce here, because people are saying that the Prime Minister was acted well because he's going to be defending these jobs, but Madam Speaker, we all agree that we want to protect jobs. If it's a leading company in Canada or Quebec, we want to defend it. But what we're denouncing here, first and foremost, is the issue of corruption. But now the Prime Minister, who's using workers to justify unacceptable behavior in a society that's based on the rule of law. So, Madam Speaker, why did the Liberals change legislation to enable Air Canada, for example, to not honour the jobs, protect the jobs at Avios? Why did they vote on back-to-work legislation for Canada Post workers who simply wanted better working conditions and a pension? Why didn't they accept the proposal by the NDP on bankruptcy in order to protect retired people who worked at Sears or people who've worked in the past at Nortel, the companies, the Nortels of this world? What we're seeing is a pattern here, Madam Speaker. A prime minister who's here working for companies and not workers. So I'd like to hear from my colleague, why is it, why can't we simply take a stand and shed light on this controversy?
The honourable member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his input. I think he's absolutely right. There's so much in this whole picture that gets blurred when they try to defend themselves, not trying to defend SNC-Lavalin, but to try and defend themselves. They bring up the issue of jobs. Well, Madam Speaker, I can tell you there's people right out in front of this building that are here fighting for 100,000 jobs in Western provinces. Yeah. We're also fighting for those jobs, and we're fighting for the SNC-Lavalin jobs. These are good people. These are engineers, others with SNC-Lavalin. It's not their fault that they're in this position, but we shouldn't throw them into the equation or throw them under the bus, as the Prime Minister has done with the former Attorney General. We respect the SNC-Lavalin people. We know they're good people, and they don't all work in Quebec. Many of them work in Ontario and other provinces.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm rising today to offer some of the arguments in support of the NDP's motion today that's designed to try and bring some clarity to the scandal that's been dominating Canadian politics for the last couple of weeks, where it's alleged that senior officials in the Prime Minister's office put pressure on the now former Attorney General to reach a deferred prosecution agreement with SNC-Lavalin with respect to bribery charges. I think the charges, or the allegation is that they spent almost $50 million bribing officials in Libya in order to get contracts there. And so, you know, I mean, I think everybody is agreed, I think, that it would be inappropriate for the Prime Minister and his office to lean on the Attorney General to decide not to pursue criminal charges against a particular individual or corporation. That's a long-standing and well-respected principle of Canadian, not just Canadian politics, but Canadian law, Madam Speaker, and certainly not one that we would want to see any deviation from. But there's a couple things that have posed a barrier to being able to get straight answers. One is the Prime Minister repeatedly saying that the discussions between the former Attorney General and the PMO are protected by solicitor-client privilege. And so our motion calls for the Prime Minister to waive that and put it beyond any shadow of a doubt that the former Attorney General has the freedom to be able to express her views as to what happened so that Canadians can judge for themselves whether there was anything inappropriate going on. And the second aspect of our motion, beyond just waiving the solicitor-client privilege, is to have a full public inquiry. Now, Canada has seen this before, particularly in instances of Liberal governments whose sense of entitlement got the better of them. This seems to be one of those situations, Madam Speaker, and we think that a public inquiry would be the best way for Canadians to be able to judge whether or not that is in fact the case. Now, I'll come back to this. So I apologize if I end up repeating some of my remarks, but I know I have heard, particularly from a number of the Liberal members who have decided to engage in today's debate, reference to some investigations that are already ongoing. One is by the Ethics Commissioner, at the request of the NDP, in fact, although the Ethics Commissioner did choose to use a different section of the Act than the one we had originally requested. One that does not, in and of itself, necessitate any public reporting on what may or may not have happened. The second investigation that's currently happening, if we can call it an investigation, I'm a little leery to do so because while it's happening at the Justice Committee, and of course the government has a majority of members on the Justice Committee who have refused to invite a number of key witnesses. Now, things have changed a little bit today based on a Justice Committee meeting, and I won't pretend to be apprised of all those details. I'm not on the committee. I wasn't there. But I do know there are a number of key witnesses that so far the committee has said it doesn't wish to hear. Essentially, Madam Speaker, the point that I'm driving at is that the scope of any one of those two investigations is sufficiently narrow that Canadians aren't going to get a real picture into the relationship between the current government and SNC-Lavalin and what did or didn't happen between the PMO and the former Attorney General. Those are the questions that, you know, it's very clear Canadians are interested to know the answer to. It's going to say a lot ultimately about the character of this government in terms of how they chose to conduct their business with respect to this charge, and whether the PMO thought it was appropriate or that they had any right to interfere in that process, I think will say a lot about this government, Madam Speaker. So it's important that we get to the bottom of it, and a full public inquiry at this point is the way to do it. We've seen that government members on the Justice Committee want to constrain the scope of the study to not get at the core matter of the issue. And while the Ethics Commissioner does have important work to do within his mandate doesn't include enough scope to capture that whole picture. And so that's why a public inquiry is warranted, Madam Speaker. I'd add at this point for those listening at home, if they're experiencing a sense of frustration, that we're talking about the extent to which government is willing to go to protect its insider buddies, instead of talking about whether they've had a fair CPP increase in the last year or two, or whether they have good access to healthcare services close to home, or whether the affordability crisis in Canada is being addressed, whether that has to do with housing or the cost of prescription drugs, or whether, you know, whether they're frustrated because we're not talking about the imminent and catastrophic effects of climate change, that I share their frustration. I do. That's what I ran in order to be able to come to Ottawa to talk about. But what I would say to those people who are feeling that sense of frustration at home, to kind of explain why it is important that we address this issue, is that all the conversation in the media and in the House over the last number of weeks isn't the distraction that we need to be concerned about. This discussion is symptomatic of the fact that the government has been distracted from dealing with those serious issues, because there's only so many people in government, there's limited time, there's limited resources, and they have clearly been dedicating a lot of their resources to look out for their corporate buddies. They've had a number of meetings, and I won't, you know, repeat all the statistics that have been said in this place today, but we know that there's been, you know, dozens of meetings with the PMO that have to do with SNC-Lavalin, never mind other companies, Madam Speaker. And then a number of those have been under the rubric justice and law enforcement, which is interesting that they would be meeting with the government on such issues, given that they're effectively a construction company, Madam Speaker. We know why they were. We're getting a better picture of why they were, but we need a public inquiry to have the whole picture, Madam Speaker. So I share that frustration, but I would say to Canadians that the problem is that the distraction to this point hasn't been with the business in the chamber. It's been that the government has been preoccupied with looking out for those people, and for all sorts of reasons. I don't know. You know, I mean, I raised before the story broke in the Globe and Mail on the Wednesday of our last sitting week, Madam Speaker, about potentially inappropriate communications between the Prime Minister's office and the former Attorney General. I was standing up in this place during question period raising the issue of a former SNC-Lavalin executive who had pleaded guilty to subverting Canada's political financing laws to make donations, illegal donations, to the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. So, I mean, we know that this is going on. We know there's a cozy relationship there. We know it's a relationship that is particularly acute in the case of this government. But, you know, in the last government, they essentially privatized all the nuclear assets of the country under AECL. They transferred them to a new shell company called Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. That's being run by a consortium that includes SNC-Lavalin. You know, and we're talking billions and billions of dollars of assets, Madam Speaker. there's a project ongoing right now, Madam Speaker, to rejig, reform, if you will, or change, alter a central heating and cooling plant in downtown Ottawa and ultimately privatize the operations of that plant, which up to now has been successfully run by the public sector. And one of the major members of the consortium that is going to be operating that plant is SNC-Lavalin. This is a company with their fingers in many pots that has a former executive that has pleaded guilty to funneling money to the Liberal and the Conservative Party. And unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that that promotes a lot of cynicism about politics. So yeah, it's frustrating for me to be standing here addressing those issues. It's something I wish didn't happen. I wish it wouldn't happen. But it's not going to stop happening unless we get serious about accountability for the people that are allowing it to happen. Now, there's legal accountability, and one of the things that we're upset about today is that, you know, the law changed to make SNC-Lavalin accountable for the bad deeds that it's doing in other countries. Libya is the example here because that's where the bribery that is alleged to have taken place happened or is alleged to have happened, and that's precipitating these charges. But you know, Canadian law changed a number of years ago in order to be able to prosecute Canadian companies to put them on their best behavior internationally. If that's, I haven't heard anybody today say that they want to rethink that, and that's right and that's good. We should be holding Canadian companies to Canadian standards and have them be good ambassadors for Canada and conducting business well across the country. So, but the problem is that now that the law has changed, that's how you get accountability for companies, is to make them compliant with the law when they refuse to be. They went to government and they lobbied government not to change that law. I think they knew because it wasn't on. I mean, who would get up in this place? I invite anyone who thinks they can or should to get up and say, you know, we're okay if Canadian companies want to go ahead and bribe governments. I don't think anybody's going to make that case today. So instead of changing that law, because that's a good law, they said, why don't we change the law to allow us an out? Instead of being accountable under the law, instead of suffering the consequences of the law when we've broken it, we'd like a way out. And that's what the deferred prosecution agreement was. The Liberals snuck that into an omnibus budget bill so that it didn't get the attention that it deserved. And then the allegation is that the Prime Minister's office, once that was in place, got involved to try and get the Attorney General on board with having one of those agreements instead of prosecuting the criminal charges. So there's no question. SNC-Lavalin is one of those wealthy insider company that's getting special treatment. When the law didn't work for them, the Liberals were willing to change the law. And when even that wasn't working, then they appear to have been willing to exert political influence and political pressure in order to make it work. And I don't think that's the way Canadians want to see their government work, and I don't think it's the way, frankly, that they want to see their corporate culture work either. I think, you know, Canadians, when we think of ourselves as competing on the world stage, we think of ourselves as being a good actor that, in addition to going out and making money, as Canadian companies do internationally, that we're also doing that and setting an example at the same time of companies that are following the law and abiding by appropriate rules and competing based on the rules and winning at that competition. I think we want to think that that's what our companies are out there doing, and we want a legal regime that supports that, and we don't want our government circumventing it. I mean, we saw something similar with KPMG when there was a large scandal revealed that they had been helping people avoid paying what they owed in taxes, frankly, Madam Speaker, through any number of different ways. And instead of, like most Canadians, when they get into trouble with the CRA, being, you know, dogged until they paid all the money back with interest, KPMG got a sweetheart deal that made it go away. And what's going on here is some unearthing of the process by which that happens. And it's ugly, it's messy, it's what people, I think, know are happening in other places but expect better of Canada and should expect better of Canada. And it's distressing to see the level of complicity that appears to have been not just complicity on the part of the government. I mean, I think we can talk about complicity of Liberal backbenchers, Madam Speaker, but in the case of the government itself, a very active involvement in trying to get special treatment for SNC-Lavalin. I mean, Joe Canadian would love to have that kind of muscle behind his tax return, Madam Speaker. That would be, I'm sure he would appreciate that. We just hosted in my riding an evening with an official from the CRA to talk about what tax credits and benefits constituents are eligible for, and you know, what we heard was a lot of stories of people being really frustrated, not even being able to get a phone call returned by an entry-level CRA employee, never mind getting the Prime Minister's office to talk to the Attorney General about fixing things up for them because, you know, they made a few mistakes and maybe they paid a few tens of millions of dollars in bribes to government officials in order to get work. I mean, the levels of magnitude involved here are totally different, and it makes no sense that your average Canadian would be pursued with the full force of government while people that are playing a much bigger game with higher stakes would get a get-out-of-jail-free card, essentially, which is what we're talking about, Madam Speaker. And what we've heard in reply, and I'm not sure if there's some heckling or just side conversations going on, but I've certainly heard the heckle today from Liberal members. Oh, well, you guys must not care about the jobs. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. I think the NDP has done a great job of advocating for jobs for Canadians in this place. We'll continue to do that. But the idea that somehow when the executives of a company go out and break the law, and there's serious charges, Madam Speaker, you know, we shouldn't be laughing off bribery of public officials. It's not okay. It shouldn't happen. And when the executives of a company go out and do that, they ought to be held to account. And we can work to find a plan for jobs. I mean, I will say of SNC-Lavalin, a lot of the work they do too is subcontracting, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of great construction workers in Canada. And if somebody else gets those contracts, they will be subcontracted to do that work too. So there's core work for SNC-Lavalin. We're concerned about that too. But it can't be an excuse for being able to go around breaking the law. How is that acceptable? On what planet do we think that somehow, because there's a lot of jobs at stake, well, then they can do anything they like? Yeah. Pick a law, Madam Speaker, have them break it. It's okay because they employ a lot of people. So I have a lot of sympathy for those workers, and I do think that if those charges proceed and are ultimately proven in court, and SNC-Lavalin is prohibited, as they should be under the law, for 10 years from federal contracts, that the government will then turn its mind, if they would devote half the energy to figuring out what to do for the SNC-Lavalin employees that will be out of work, as they did trying to get SNC-Lavalin executives off the hook, those workers will be well served because they've clearly put a lot of time and energy into that. They should be thinking about the workers first instead of their corporate buddies first, Madam Speaker, and we wouldn't be in this mess. And as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, while we talk about the law and jobs, I mean, it's a little rich to hear the government say, we don't care about jobs because we believe in the integrity of the criminal justice system. When there was a law on the books that said Air Canada couldn't outsource its maintenance work, they just changed the law. Where was the concern for the workers in that, Madam Speaker? We had a law protecting those jobs, so they changed it, and they allowed Air Canada to ship that work offshore, Madam Speaker. There's no concern for the workers there. No. And no concern for the law, as a matter of fact. When we talk about the rights, the collective bargaining rights of Canadian workers and concern for workers and their rights, and I think back to the debate we had in the fall for Canada Post workers who wanted to be able to go to the bargaining table and engage in fair bargaining, and early on the government came out and threatened back to work legislation and then followed up with it and got the job done for Canada Post. Where was the concern for workers there? Where was the concern for workers' rights there, Madam Speaker? Once again, they used their legislative powers to put workers down. So it's a little rich for me on this side of the House to today be hearing them say that because we think corporate criminals ought to do their time, somehow we don't care about jobs. These are the same people that when GM said they're going to close the Oshawa plant after it won awards for productivity and good service by GM, they said, that's the market, we can't do anything about it. That's the market. So when that happens in the market, They're powerless to help workers. They're powerless to lean on companies. But if a corporate executive breaks the law, well, no, then they're not powerless. They can do something. They can do something about that. They can change the law to make deferred prosecution agreements possible, and then the PMO can go ahead and lean on the Attorney General. If that's not what happened, then let's have the public inquiry and figure that out. Exactly. But we've got credible career reporters in the Globe and Mail saying they understand that that's what happened, and I think we have no good reason to take the Prime Minister at his word that it didn't. If it comes down to, you know, a well-documented article by the Globe and Mail and Robert Fife or the PM's good word, you'll excuse me if I side with the Globe and Mail on this one, Madam Speaker. They want to talk about workers when Via Rail just recently awarded a contract not to a Canadian company that's qualified to build those rail cars, but to a German company that's going to produce them in the U.S. They said, that's the market, there's nothing we can do. So, you know, let's all get on the same page here, Madam Speaker, and be really clear. A government that really cared about workers and jobs in this country wouldn't only care when it's their corporate buddies who have pled guilty to skirting election financing laws to pad their political pocket. That is not the only time they would care about jobs if that's what they really cared about. So I think it's pretty clear to Canadians where the real priorities of this government lie. I think this developing story is putting that in evidence, Madam Speaker, and I think a public inquiry, if it's not the case, is the way to clear the air, and all members of this House should support a public inquiry to get to the bottom of it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the member from Elmwood-Transcona for his contribution to today's debate, and I just want to clarify a couple of things. In putting aside the notion that we're not concerned with jobs independent of the lowest unemployment rate in 41 years and the fact that we've created 800,000 jobs, I think it's important to clarify 715.34 sub 1 of the Criminal Code, which actually addresses the remediation agreements that we're speaking about, that he was speaking about, talks about requiring an admission of guilt, forfeiture of any benefit, payment of a penalty, payment of restitution, implementing a change of behavior, and cooperating with any further investigation. I think that needs to be clearly stated for the record. The second thing is that the member opposite, if I heard him correctly, said the ethics investigation is too narrow. What the ethics investigation actually allows for is the power of the Commissioner to summon witnesses, require those witnesses to give evidence orally in writing under oath or affirmation, produce any documents or things that are necessary, and in these investigations and in this format, the Commissioner has the same powers as a court of record. And the question I would put to the member opposite is that given that mechanism, given those significant powers, I would put it to him that that is precisely why his party initiated an ethics investigation and why it was agreed to on the part of the ethics investigator. Or is that no longer the member opposite's position? Does he question the validity of that process and the independence of the ethics investigator? Thank you.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, as I mentioned earlier in my speech, I mean, we're not saying that the Ethics Commissioner's investigation shouldn't take place, nor have we ever questioned the independence of the Ethics Commissioner. That's just not on, so I don't know where the member heard that. But our concern is that the scope is narrow, and I'm not prepared to cite the sections of the Act, but I do know that we had requested an investigation under one section of the Act that would require public reporting. The section of the Act under which an investigation is being pursued, and it is the Ethics Commissioner's right to pursue under whatever clause he would like, but it does not necessarily entail any public reporting, and it's confined to a more limited question, which is whether the Prime Minister, I think, again, I'm not quoting, so was acting to promote the particular interest of an individual, which in this case could also be a company. I think there's a lot more to this when you're talking about the potential firing of a minister and various kinds of political pressure from the Prime Minister's office. And so our position isn't that the Ethics Commissioner's investigation shouldn't proceed or that there isn't value in it. Our contention is that the scope of it is going to be too narrow because of the section under which it's being pursued, and that there's a lot more questions deserving of a lot more answers than the Ethics Commissioner is going to be able to pursue within his mandate.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend from the NDP. We spent a lot of time on the Ethics Committee together earlier on in this Parliament and did a great job while he was there. He's already elaborated on it a little bit, but if I could just get him to explain a little bit more why The Ethics Commissioner's investigation by itself is certainly nothing to make light of, but it's certainly not going to bring everything to bear with the limited scope. If you could just elaborate on that a little bit more. And if you can elaborate on why, with the shenanigans that are going on right now, my understanding is the Justice Committee is still meeting, it's still in camera. We've got a cover-up that's going on right there. Why it's so important to actually have a public inquiry in order to clear up this mess.
The honourable member for Edmonton Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I think even just the nature of some of the Justice Committee meetings happening in camera, for instance, which, as everybody here, but maybe people at home don't know, means not public, which means not televised, no public written record of what was discussed. If these important questions are going to be dealt with at the Justice Committee, for instance, and that's going to be happening in camera, that's not enough. So a public inquiry is going to happen in public, but it's also going to have, if the terms of reference are right, and there'll be, if we get to the point where the government feels sufficient pressure to launch a public inquiry, the devil will be in the details of its mandate. I think what we're seeing now is a story that involves the firing of a minister from one particular position, the resignation of that minister subsequently, the resignation of the Prime Minister's principal secretary, a number of different charges with SNC-Lavalin. There is the charge about interference in the public prosecution, but there is also the guilty plea from a few weeks ago to SNC-Lavalin illegally funneling money to the governing party, over 6 figures worth. So there's a big and developing story here. So I think the idea that the Ethics Commissioner with a limited scope under its mandate, that investigation is going to be able to accomplish everything that Canadians would like to see answers to is just not realistic. And so then the question is, what is the mechanism, or what is the body, or what is the tool that's going to be able to achieve that? And only a public inquiry with a satisfactory terms of reference are what's going to be able to accomplish that, and that's why it's important that this motion pass today, and that the government respect the motion once passed.
It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, February 20th, 2019, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
A point of order, Madam Speaker. I expect if you were to canvass the House, you might find unanimous consent to call at 5:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Yes? Agreed? And so ordered? Accordingly, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-391, Aboriginal Cultural Property Repatriation Act, standing in the name of Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise in this House and speak to Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property. And while I'm standing, I would also like to acknowledge that the land that we are in is part of the unceded Algonquin territory. And the lands of Greater Drummond, based on current knowledge, used to be a transit area. These were places where people fished, they camped, Hurons, Algonquins, Manaki, all used to use that place. And Ms. Yolande Allard from the History Society of Drummond drew a map that shows who used to move along the Rivière Saint-François. She did excellent work in the Historical Society of Drummond in order to better understand how these lands were used. This bill deals with a very important issue. And what we would be doing through this bill is learn more about how important objects are to healing and reconciliation. It's very important, Madam Speaker, to understand this link between the repatriation of objects and healing and reconciliation. So we will be supporting this bill at second reading, but we do have some questions. For example, who was consulted on this bill? Whenever we have a bill involving Aboriginal peoples, well, they should be the very first individuals who are consulted. They are the ones who should be guiding us on the path to follow. And we don't know exactly who was consulted on this bill. So as I was saying, it's very important that Aboriginal people be able to preserve and protect their ancestral, religious, and cultural objects and have access to them. And they should have a collective right to repatriation of these culturally important objects. And this should be respected by the Government of Canada and any other foreign governments. There is a U.S. declaration that confirms that right, and Canada supports that.
This bill was tabled by my NDP colleague, the Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunaviki U, who tabled this bill, C-391, which is supposed to make legislation with respect to Indigenous people, to have it be in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. There was also C-262, which is now at committee stage, and we have the hope that this legislation will be improved. And our colleague, the Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, EU Nunavik, will have it align with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So, Madam Speaker, with respect to this, there was an article recently called The Repatriation of Aboriginal Cultural Property. And I'd like to read you something from this article because it describes how an Indigenous person, Samdi Raphael, who is the director of a cultural property, Aboriginal cultural property, how she felt when she was able to have certain cultural artifacts, certain cultural property repatriated. She remembers the emotion she felt when she found herself in the presence of artifacts of cultural property. There was a moose skin coat, there was a tambourine, there was a drum, and she said it was extraordinary to be in the presence of these objects, of their beauty. These things were made by our people. I wish that they could have told us their history. I already felt attached to this property. Now, this property was returned in 2016, and the young people who saw it Their eyes were shining, according to this woman, and they had even greater pride in their identity. So why is it important to repatriate Aboriginal cultural property and objects? It's to help restore to them their identity, their culture, their history. And that is something that is truly gratifying. And there are even studies which demonstrate that young people who have access to cultural objects, be they their language, their ceremonies, teaching of their culture, are less at risk for suicide. They are less at risk to become substance dependent. So these are very important objects. And this is why this repatriation is so important. So Bill C-391 is a step in the right direction, but there is no federal act which constrains the return of cultural property to Indigenous peoples. So this legislation should have very positive consequences for Indigenous peoples, as it will facilitate the repatriation of cultural property, which will help strengthen the ties between young people and their culture, their language. It's very important for their identity and their culture. We need to give them the tools they need to thrive. And it is a very strong link to their culture. Stolen cultural property will help women to strike a better balance between men and women. It will help people to define themselves. The repatriation of objects will help by two-spirit people. With this bill, Madam Speaker, as I said, there is no provision in this legislation which would represent any kind of coercion. Now, some communities are unable at the present time to keep their cultural property, even if they wanted to. They're forced to sell it to museums. And there is nothing here that would provide the resources necessary for these people to keep these precious objects. At the present time, Heritage Canada has nothing to offer to help these people keep their cultural property. I think there are things in this bill that have to be improved, and I think that at committee stage we will be able to improve it and make this bill a better one. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate that very much. Appreciate the time. And above all, I certainly want to appreciate a colleague of mine, the person who is responsible for Bill C-391 in the first place. That's the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester. The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester. The repatriation of cultural property and the ancestral remains lost by Indigenous communities under a range of circumstances is a significant issue for Indigenous communities all across this country, as we have heard from several others in this House. It is also an important factor in the relationships between those communities and cultural institutions such as museums in Canada and around the world. Around the world, Madam Speaker, because important aspects of Canadian Indigenous culture are to be found not just in Canadian collections, but in fact many important items were removed to foreign lands by explorers, missionaries, and academics early in our history. And I have an example of my own that came to successful conclusion just recently, and I'll touch on that issue in just a few moments. So they exist in public and private institutions around the world, the United Kingdom, France, and the United States of America. So how can a national strategy support this process? The most important part of developing this type of strategy is to hear from all stakeholders. Those who have experience with the repatriation, what has worked for them, what has not worked for them, and best practices for the people who have experience with this sort of procedure. The government, we also need to hear from those who would like to engage in repatriation, but don't feel they currently have the capacity to do so because maybe personal histories for them dictate that they should have a say in what is going on, and we certainly do want to hear from them, and we do consider them as very important stakeholders in this whole process of repatriation. So without prejudging what all the stakeholders might say, Bill C-391 needs to make sure that the government, in developing a national strategy, has enough flexibility to listen to what it will hear during the consultations and what to take into account. We are here to consider Bill C-391. The bill does not legislate rules for repatriation, of course. That's an important point and one of the strengths, the great things about this particular bill. We have heard from members of Indigenous communities. They do not want the government to create the rules or add elements of bureaucracy to what should be a direct dialogue between them and the people involved. And the people who are involved directly in the repatriation, certain experts and historians alike. So this is a big part of the bill that opens up the dialogue to others and allow them, for people who have a common history, that they can have direct input. Bill 391 speaks to the role of the federal government in repatriation. Now, I'd like to point out that the bill no longer includes a definition of what is meant by Aboriginal or Indigenous cultural property. That's a very important point. It's a commonly used term, but it's not defined in law, and it's not even defined in the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Definitions can be complex things. No matter how comprehensive we try to make them, something will always be unintentionally excluded, or they become so general as to be meaningless or hard to interpret. And if you define a concept in a piece of legislation that isn't defined elsewhere, people can still refer to it for reasons that aren't intended. So the result of removing the definition is that the scope of the strategy and what it covers will still be determined. But that will be done together with stakeholders when strategy is developed. Not ahead of time, not ahead of the time for other people involved. So, Mr. Speaker, about the bill giving the government enough flexibility to listen to stakeholders and to be guided by what is heard. That is essentially what the spirit of what we're trying to achieve through C-391. And I think we'd all agree that these were the first steps in a long path towards reconciliation, a path that we are still on. And Bill C-391 singles that next step. I just want to remind everyone here that it's not the kind of thing that took place in other countries at the time. It was based on collaboration and dialogue. The principles it advocated were negotiated solutions taking place on a case-by-case basis. But what role has the government continued to play since the task force? Mr. Speaker, the government introduced a category given the comprehensive range of consultations to plan meaningful consultations, undertake them, and of course analyze what's heard and develop. The options for a strategy will take time, and if all that had to happen within 2 years, the consultation phase of the process would be severely reduced. And this is too important an issue to have the time to do it right. So, if I may talk about my own situation once again. Back in the early 1800s, there was a situation that took place that leads us to today. So we are talking about almost just shy of 200 years situation that I had. There was a native group that was established in Newfoundland, on the island of Newfoundland, centuries ago, called the legendary Beothuk. And the last known Beothuk to that particular population, she passed away in 1829. And her name was Shandandidit, and she passed away in St. John's. She succumbed to tuberculosis. Now, she had members of her family involved in a situation that took place near the town of Buckens and Buckens Junction up in Red Indian Lake. And what happened there in the mid-1820s was that a group of explorers traveled up the river exploits to seek out the natives, and a confrontation took place. And one individual, Beothuk, his name was Nanabasusut, he was shot by the explorers, killed. Now, at that time, there was a lot of that taking place, a lot of conflict, and the Beothuk succumbed to that, also to disease. And as a result, we had two particular Beothuks were buried in that area. Now, what happened was, William Cormac, the explorer, found the remains of these two Beothuk, and he took the skulls of the Beothuk back to Scotland, where he is from, for academic study. And for close to 200 years, those skulls remained in that museum, not even on display. Several years ago, we did a ceremony commemorating the Beothuk, and we brought up the idea these skulls should be repatriated. So we contacted the government of Scotland, the subnational government of Scotland, through the UK, the Royal Museum there, and we asked them to repatriate the skulls. Just recently, within the last month, the government of Scotland said, yes, we will do just that. They've engaged the government of Canada after responding to a request from Department of Canadian Heritage, and now we are embarking upon the journey for these skulls to come to Canada and to Newfoundland. What we do at that point involves stakeholders. As I mentioned, the C391, and the spirit of C391 talks about the collaboration of stakeholders. There are 5 Indigenous groups within Newfoundland that will have their say. The government of Newfoundland and Labrador will have its say, and all the people of Newfoundland and Labrador will have input into this. What is the best way to commemorate the spirit, the memory of the legendary Beothuk of our province, my province, the member from St. John's East who sits here as well, his province? This is something that is gravely important to us, incredibly important. Do we take the remains back to the place where they perish? Do we do an initial study? All these issues have to be discussed. But what has happened here, what is the most essential component of this, is that these people who lived in Newfoundland for centuries, the legendary Beothuk, unfortunately they do not exist today. We have to commemorate in a way that is completely, utterly respectful to how they lived and how they want to be remembered. And for that reason, I endorse strongly C391, the spirit of what it is doing. To the member from Cumberland-Colchester, this is a fine, fine point, a cherry on the top of a fine career, I might add, to the honourable member. And I think what he has done is established here a fantastic bill, and I congratulate him. And recently, through the examples of the repatriation of the Beothuk remains, C391 is something that should be supported by all of us, because I'm sure it will be supported by all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this honour.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased today to rise and speak in support of Bill C-391, which has been proposed by the member of Cumberland-Colchester. As my colleagues have previously stated that this bill is not perfect, and there were some amendments to this bill that the Liberals should have taken into consideration at committee stage. However, ultimately, reconciliation is important and is something that this side of the House takes very seriously. Therefore, repatriating Indigenous human remains and cultural properties is a crucial step in that process. It is also something that is very important to Canada's Indigenous people. I respect their desire to achieve this, and because of that, my colleagues and I can ultimately support this bill and its intended purpose. So, just to provide some background on this bill that we are discussing today, the Aboriginal Cultural Property Repatriation Act. It should be noted that Aboriginal cultural property is defined in this bill as objects of historical, social, ceremonial, or cultural importance to the Aboriginal people of Canada. If passed, this bill will require the Minister of Canadian Heritage to cooperate with the First Nations, Inuit and Métis people of Canada to develop and evaluate a national strategy on Aboriginal culture, property, repatriation. This is important because it is true that many items of Aboriginal cultural properties were taken, purchased, traded, gathered by different groups, including missionaries, collectors, government agents, and others during the late 1800s and early 1900s. Some of these items are as precious as ancestral human skeletons and sacred objects. Many of these items have since been displayed in museums and institutions where they are on display or studied. This was done for the most part without any consultation or approval from Aboriginal communities. They were left out of the decision-making process, and they are now requesting to be involved, and in some cases, have the property returned to their people. This is not unreasonable request. This bill is an important step in supporting the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People and a call to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Two things that those of us on this side of the House have supported. We believe in the importance of broadening Canadian historical literacy and appreciation, and we support initiatives to educate and celebrate Canadian history, which obviously include the rich and important history and culture of Canada's Aboriginal people. The purpose and the important step towards reconciliation that is facilitated through this bill has been reiterated by various stakeholders, and hearing from these stakeholders is an important part of the process and also of determining the appropriateness of legislation such as this. For instance, we heard from Millbrook First Nation Chief Bob Glaude tell the CBC that the community has been working on repatriating several important artifacts. And in reference to this piece of legislation, he said, it is cultural significance and it is historical importance to have it back. Having federal legislation will make it a little easier and the support of the federal government. The committee had the opportunity to hear from Mr. Clement Courtier, the president of Métis National Council, who stated that Bill C-391 is a good first step for Canada to reconcile these injustices. It will serve to make way for Indigenous people to reclaim their cultural property and to guide all involvement in process. That should ultimately take everyone feel that this is the right course of action. Repatriation of Aboriginal cultural properties is going to speed up of the process of cultural renewal and Indigenous people. It will reflect a time Canada should not be proud of and support a time in which Canadians can take great pride. The committee also heard from Ms. Alki Kutrik, the president of Nunavut Tengwik, Inc. She also stated the support for Bill C-391 and said, I will say that when I am reading this bill, it indicates that artifacts can be used for educational purposes. This is very important in my view. It is very important to us, Inuit and Inuit artifacts, be inside Nunavut, which they are not. They are housed somewhere else. The young people should see their own way now in Canada. Own way in Canada. And I think that is an important point, Mr. Speaker. The process will allow Indigenous young people to actually see items and artifacts of significance from the history that reflect their heritage. They can learn from seeing these items with their own eyes, develop a strong sense of pride in their history and of their ancestors. There are still steps to figure out here that were often mentioned by stakeholders during the committee meeting. But taking this first step is important and significant, and one that I and my colleagues are supportive of. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss not to reiterate what my colleagues has previously stated, that this bill must not in any way tamper with the private property or force anyone to give up legally acquired artifacts. It is important that this concept is respected, even though we only have verbal assurance because the bill does not specifically mention the protection of private property, and therefore we are expecting that there are no consequential changes to private property in Canada. I need to bring this point up because even though we have been assured by the member of Cumberland Colchester that this is not the case, there are stakeholders that did discuss concern about this. And because the Liberals were not in favor of amendments and were proposed by concerned stakeholders, it is important that verbal assurance are upheld without respect to this point. And so, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Cumberland Colchester for bringing forward this bill. I think that it is an important step to the right directions. I am happy to support this legislation, and I know that my colleagues are in agreement. I think that there are some important elements here that need to be respected. Ultimately, I am pleased to support this bill, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important subject. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to raise in the House and speak to this bill as second reading, Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property. It's something New Democrats are supporting. It's very important for us to acknowledge that some of the historical events that have taken place have had injurious effect and harm that we need to address. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we see it not only just with regards to the specific things that are in museums and private collections, but we also see it in pop culture and everything from cinema to other things where we have had basically the cultural appropriation of a number of different objects and items that really have violated basic, the culture of many different groups. And it's unfortunate that a lot of this has taken place. In fact, Mr. Speaker, some of it comes from even roots of the Roman Empire and back to that, where cultural appropriation was trophies for colonialism and other types of occupations that have taken place to this day. They've involved everything from smaller, more, I guess, carryable objects to sometimes in history larger institutional statues and other types of materials and substances that were quite laborious to actually bring and take. So this bill here on the second reading is part of also, I think, a larger discussion that's happening. I sit on the Innovation Committee, and we are studying copyright and the review after 5 years. One of the important things that we are looking at is Indigenous peoples copyright, and we've had testimony as we went across the country related to how to go about the protection and then the inclusion and the differences of opinion about copyright, and also too of the cultures that have a different set of systems than just the copyright system that we have through our existing colonial laws. And, Mr. Speaker, that discussion is ongoing, and it's going to be one of the more interesting aspects of our report that is being compiled right now, and all political parties sit on this House of Commons committee that will then discuss. And we've had a very good operation related to this committee in terms of not only just how it operates in general, but also specifically to the copyright issue in this component. So this is very appropriate that we'll actually be joining some of that, because today we're talking about C391 with maybe some of the things that have taken place in the past, but with the issue over copyright, it's also about addressing some of the things that are taking place right now and in the future. And what we need to understand is that with the cultural appropriations that we've had and historical events that have taken place on Indigenous cultures and heritage, repatriating items is very important, because they've had human rights violated when cultural heritage has been disturbed, stolen, excavated, exchanged, taken under duress, studied, exhumed, and moved beyond the boundaries of their territories in Canada without free and prior consent. And I think that's important, Mr. Speaker, to talk about that, because many of these problems that we face are taken unilaterally. And it's not good enough for us just to rely on the thought or the arguments that it's just science or it's history or it's doing it to be able to share and exchange, especially when we're given the fact that it was done or has been done unilaterally. That's not good enough for then, and it's not certainly good enough for now. This bill looks to take those things and to restore some of the ownership that has been lost. I mean, even, Mr. Speaker, funerary objects have been taken. We've seen cases where people have had their privacy and their personal items very much at stake. And it's important because, you know, Canada has signed on for the Universal Declaration with regards to this and Indigenous rights and culture. But we've had that in the past. In fact, it goes back to an era in time where there were laws and United Nations resolutions in the 70s and 80s that were passed that we were supposed to follow, but we didn't. So it's good to see a bill here that addresses this on our national front, because international agreements certainly are not completing the entire circle of responsibility that's required here. And for us as a country to absolve ourselves of improving and doing so without a legislative footprint is certainly not acceptable. So getting this to the next part is important. So one of the things that, you know, is interesting too, coming from myself, from some of the family history coming from England, and from, you know, I guess one of the terms and descriptions is called the Curio cabinets, is where people used to, you know, take items and objects from distant lands to put on display privately or personally, or some of them then later on donated to museums. Is that it was seen as a way, as a I guess, an attempt to showcase worldly visions of the empire and the elements that it touched. I mean, the British Empire was at one point quite significantly across the globe, and the mere fact that treasure hunting and appropriation of cultural items was seen as also a social status and as a way of trophying one's wealth and trophying one's important position in society is something that we can't forget
was a cultural component of even the essence of displaying things on a regular basis that were seen as basically proper, or were seen as a social status of the family, and seen as a social status for a position in society, and a number of different housing arrangements in the way that you laid out your house was to basically display and to showcase that element. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that actually was done at the expense often of other people, and often done unilaterally without support. And just because later on perhaps a family passes on an item or a material or an art or whatever it might be to a museum, to a not-for-profit organization, or to a charitable organization, doesn't take away from the responsibility that we have with regards to trying to make amends and correction to those individuals and those families that were injuriously affected from that. And that possession-based element that we have, it can't just be excused because an item at the end of the day ends up in a university setting, or it ends up in a museum, or it ends up in a not-for-profit organization, even if it's not used in the private sector with regards to a tourism element, or whether it's used to try to commandeer or attract tourism or some type of other type of economic activity. It doesn't excuse the fact that there still is a restitution process required that's important, not only just for the credibility of the organization, but also, too, about how we go about making amends and the long-term effect that is necessary. And that's one of the reasons that I like this bill as a starting point, is because even going back to the 1800s, there were attempts to try to put some rules or to try to put some controls over the appropriation of a number of different items, including, again, as I mentioned, even funereal, different types of items where they were quite intimate to families. There still was this egregious situation taking place. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to wrap up as I'm finishing the last minute here to say thank you, and I'm looking forward to this bill in the next stage and appreciate the opportunity to intervene.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester has his 5 minutes of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just sitting here listening to all the members of Parliament thinking about what a wonderful place this is. I mean, we're talking about repatriation of Indigenous artifacts, and I've heard members from all parties speak in support of that. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you probably haven't noticed this, but from time to time, this place can be a bit partisan. But tonight, we're talking about repatriation of Indigenous artifacts, and I'm grateful to every single member that has spoken in favor of it and helped us with it. Because a lot of members have been involved, a lot of senators have been involved in the drafting of this bill and amending it and making it as good as it is. And I know it's not perfect, but it's a really good step in my view, and I thank everybody for that. I want to thank Heather Stevens, who is a young Mi'kmaq woman at Millbrook First Nation near Truro, Nova Scotia. She inspired this by telling me about an artifact from Millbrook, a Mi'kmaq artifact, which was taken to Australia years ago, and they've tried to get it back. So I talked to my assistant about what could we do, and we agreed. I'm not sure whether it was his idea or my idea, but we agreed that we would drop this bill. And it was just, that's all it was. But I want to thank Joel Henderson. If I was allowed to point out that he was in the gallery, I would, but I'm not allowed to point that out. But he was my executive assistant, but he developed much of the bill. He made endless contacts, endless consultations with museums and people involved at every step of the way. We were dealing with Indigenous peoples from all walks, MPs, senators, chiefs, community leaders, historians, and it was a learning experience. It was an amazing journey to go through this and listen to our Indigenous peoples talk about their artifacts and how important they are to them. It was an amazing journey. It started with a particular issue, and that I mentioned is a robe that was a Mi'kmaq robe, and it ended up in a Melbourne museum. And when I tabled this bill, I spoke for 2 minutes and 37 seconds. 3 weeks later,
the ambassador from Australia, Her Excellency Natasha Smith, came to my office and said she'd been in touch with that museum and she's going to try to help us get it back. I asked her, why are you doing this? And she said, well, we have Indigenous artifacts. Well, we want back in Australia, too. They're very, very important to us. So I started to get an idea of how important this Indigenous artifacts issue was. It wasn't just a small thing. It's a big thing. Then somebody pointed out that this bill, C-391, was written up in China. And it was written up in the Netherlands. And it's been talked about in a lot of different countries. So it was a journey of learning for me about how important artifacts are to Indigenous people. It's important it's important for reconciliation, as some of the members mentioned. It's important for our history. It's important for their culture. It's important for the Indigenous youth to be able to see how their ancestors lived, things they were able to make, the talents they had, and the wonderful abilities they brought forward. So I just want to say thank you to all of the members that were involved and everybody that was involved in this. And I want to tell you, today is my birthday, so I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank you all for coming to my little party. And but I am very grateful for this. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here, be part of something like this. It's something I'll remember forever. And I thank you all for it. And hopefully this will go forward and will make a difference for Indigenous peoples everywhere. Maybe not just in Canada, but in other countries. Because other countries have contacted us and said, could we use this as a template for legislation in our legislators, in legislation. So thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
That's what it will be. The question is as follows. Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester, seconded by Mr. Whalen, moved that Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried.
Third reading of this bill. Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
It's a wonderful birthday gift for this evening.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm rising tonight during a German debate to follow up on a question I asked to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. And the question was specifically related to the cost of the carbon tax, and specifically new information coming out of a government ministry showing that, in fact, the cost of the carbon tax on the average family will not be based on the $50 a ton carbon tax, but closer to $300 a ton carbon tax. Now, these government documents have been coming to opposition members by, trickles, if I can put it that way, because the government typically is not willing to act transparently and simply disclose the information ahead of time. What we've been calling the carbon tax cover-up now for several years is related to documents that the government has in possession, demonstrating the cost and impact on the average Canadian family of a $10, $20, $30, $40, $50 a ton carbon tax. And that's the information that we want so we can pass it on to Canadians. What we're looking for is to help Canadians and those opposed to the carbon tax and opposed to bad tax policy, because it's not an environmental policy, it's a tax policy. What we want for Canadians is it's not good enough for them to just be getting by. What we want to ensure is that Canadians are getting ahead, and that's not what we're getting with the carbon tax. So that's why I'm up on debate. This adjournment debate is to follow up on this question that I had for the minister, and hopefully a parliamentary secretary can answer it for me, but perhaps I'll get an answer tonight, is why is the Prime Minister forcing struggling families again to pay for his mistake with this punishing new tax? That was the the focus of my question. And the mistakes that I have is the carbon tax is not an environmental policy. It is a tax policy. It's simply extracting money out of tax-paying Canadians who are already paying too much tax. The cost of living has gone up. Many of them have lost jobs in my communities, and I represent the deep suburbs in the southeast of Calgary. They're being asked to pay even more. And the government's reply is that don't worry about it. We're actually giving you the money back. Which begs the question, then why did you collect the money in the first place if you're simply going to recycle it and give it back to Albertans? Why are you asking them to pay it up front on one end and supposedly giving it back on the other end? The other thing I'll mention too, Mr. Speaker, and a short question during question period, we're unable to do this, is that the government's line at the beginning was the carbon tax is going to be so simple to implement. In fact, it's a 200-page document that provides for any number of exceptions and special dispensations to be given to whoever so the minister chooses to give it to. And it's supposed to be a way to ensure that we maintain our competitiveness, our productivity somehow. We know that carbon displacement will happen, which is industries heavily hit by the carbon tax will be unable to remain competitive. And so all those costs will be passed down to the consumer and to taxpayers. So again, why is the Prime Minister asking hard-working Canadians to pay for his mistakes with his punishing new carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism, Official Languages and La Francophonie.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that it's possible to have a strong economy that also promotes and preserves a clean and healthy environment. We also know that pricing pollution is the most efficient way to reduce our emissions at the lowest cost to economy. By pricing pollution, we can invest in a cleaner tomorrow for our kids, our grandkids, and help Canada compete in an emerging global low-carbon economy. In fact, in 2017, the provinces with a price on carbon pollution also led the country in economic growth. Experts similarly agree that pricing pollution is the most effective way to reduce our emissions. In 2018, the 2018 Nobel Prize for Economic Sciences was awarded to William Nordhaus for his groundbreaking work on pollution pricing. Proceeds from the federal system will be returned to the province or territory that they came from. For provinces that have not committed to pricing carbon pollution, the federal government will return the majority of direct proceeds from the charge on fuel in the form of the Climate Action Incentive Payment that will go directly to individuals and families in the province of origin. This will make life more affordable for families in provinces without their own provincial system in place, including Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and my home province of New Brunswick. Proceeds from pricing carbon pollution can be used to support Canadians, grow the economy, and protect the environment. And we've seen that already in BC, Alberta, and Quebec. BC has reduced income and business taxes and provided northern and rural homeowners a benefit of up to $200 annually, and Alberta provides rebates to low and middle income households. The cost of pricing carbon pollution for Canadians will be modest. We're talking about a few cents on a litre of gasoline in 2019. Plus, most households will get back more than they pay. For example, in Ontario, the estimated average cost impact for a household in 2019 is $244, and that is less than the average climate action incentive payment of $307. Under the federal system, the average cost impact for a household in New Brunswick is $202 in 2019, which is less than the corresponding average for climate action incentive payments, which is $248. What this demonstrates is that we can take concrete action to reduce our emissions and leave families better off. A growing number of countries around the world are addressing climate change by putting a price on climate pollution. According to the World Bank, as of 2018, 70 jurisdictions representing about half the global economy and more than a quarter of global GHG emissions have implemented or are scheduled to implement carbon pollution pricing. Carbon pricing is just one part of the national plan to tackle climate change and grow the economy. Our plan includes over 50 concrete measures from policies, regulations, standards, and investments to achieve our goal. In addition to putting a price on carbon pollution, the plan also includes complementary measures to reduce emissions, like regulations for electricity, vehicles, and fuels. It also includes financial support, such as the Low Carbon Economy Fund, which supports emissions reduction projects across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Or Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that answer. I think it kind of lays the groundwork for what I'm going to say next is, and I have a Yiddish proverb, I use these quite often, together with the shrub, the cabbage is beaten. And the government has run multi-year deficits so far, billions of dollars. And in its search for cabbage in the shrub, it's gone after the taxpayer every single time through higher payroll taxes, through higher cost of living, with carbon tax being applied at the consumer level, which means that companies are paying more, which means they're passing on to consumers. And for people in Alberta now, they're seeing a carbon tax levy being directed onto their heating bills. We've had a few weeks of very, very cold weather. And so it's compounding the problem on families trying to make ends meet at the end of the month. We're literally going after the shrub, the cabbage, and everything. And the government is beating every single bush it can find to draw out more revenue. It was supposed to have $1 billion surplus in 2019. Instead, it's a near $20 billion deficit so far. So to the member again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by directing the member opposite to take a look at the costs of inaction on climate change. Mr. Speaker, our government is demonstrating leadership by putting a price on pollution. The clean growth and innovation spurred by pricing carbon pollution will help position Canada for success in the economy of the 21st century. Pricing carbon and pollution will reduce our impact on the environment at the lowest cost for consumers and businesses for the sake of future generations. Canadians want to take advantage of the significant economic opportunities of the low-carbon economy. Analysis by the Global Commission on the Economy and Climate estimates that transitioning to a low-carbon economy will deliver a direct economic gain of $26 trillion U.S. and generate 65 million new jobs worldwide by 2030. Our approach to tackling climate change will create new jobs in the clean economy and leave families better off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question that I originally asked late last year. The question was asked in, now I'm trying to remember what date the question was. The question was asked in advance of the Conference of the Parties, which took place in Poland in the month of December. So sometime in November, I asked a question in a question period of the Prime Minister, and it relates to the urgent warnings of science from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and their special report on 1.5 degrees Celsius that was issued on October 8th, 2018. Now, it quite often happens that when people refer to this report, it gets called a doomsday report. It gets called a serious wake-up call. I think, again, in this House, I want to lay out why that report is so important. It said that the IPCC was asked, Mr. Speaker, by the negotiating countries in Paris at COP21. The IPCC was asked, tell us, science and the best advice we can get, what's the difference in impacts between allowing global average temperature to increase to 1.5 degrees and what the impact is at 2 degrees? Because the Paris negotiations had landed on 1.5. The goal is to avoid global average temperature going above 1.5 degrees Celsius. But then there's some secondary language, or at least as far below 2 degrees as possible. So, important question, what's the difference between 1.5 and 2 in terms of impacts? And secondly, a critical question, which is why this was not a doomsday report. Can we still hold to 1.5 degrees Celsius? And the advice from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change was that 2 degrees is far too dangerous. There is no point in speculating, do we hold to 1.5 degrees or just stay below 2 as best we can? No, we've been told very clearly by science that if we want to survive as a human civilization, if we want our children to have any kind of quality of life at all, and even worse, if we want to avoid those runaway global warming scenarios that lead to extinctions, including our own, we have one chance, and it's to hold to 1.5 degrees. The second part of the report, which is why it isn't doomsday, is that they say we still can, but it will require Herculean efforts, transformative changes that are not transitions that are over time. They are now. The change is needed now. We're in a climate emergency. So when I asked the Prime Minister if we were prepared to improve our targets to show global leadership, because the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report said clearly to us, community of nations, greenhouse gas reductions must meet 45% below 2010 levels by 2030, or it will be too late to save yourselves. It wasn't a gray area. It was now or never. Unfortunately, although I begged this government to improve the target we currently have, which is the same target put in place in May 2015 by the Harper Conservatives, to show leadership, to go to COP24 in Poland with Canada leading the world to a new pathway. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister's answer was that we're working hard, he said, to meet our 2030 targets. Those are the ones I just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the ones put in place by Stephen Harper. They are wholly inadequate to save ourselves. So when I went to COP24 in Poland, there wasn't global leadership from industrialized countries. Canada still needs to take up that challenge. All nations on Earth must reduce greenhouse gases far more rapidly than is currently planned.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by emphasizing that our government does know the importance of taking concrete measures to reduce emissions and combat climate change. In fact, our plan includes over 50 concrete measures from policies, regulations, standards, and investments to achieve our goal. Last year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released its special report on the 1.5-degree temperature increase. The report makes it clear that we are the last generation to be able to prevent the worst climate change impacts. The Paris Agreement is key to global efforts to limit warming to that 1.5 degrees Celsius. That is why, immediately following Paris, the government established the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change to position Canada to meet our Paris Agreement greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets of 30% below 2005 levels by 2030. A landmark achievement of the Pan-Canadian Framework is the first climate change plan in Canada's history to include joint and individual commitments by federal, provincial, and territorial governments, and to have been developed with input from Indigenous peoples, businesses, civil society, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. As I mentioned, the Pan-Canadian Framework outlines over 50 concrete measures to reduce carbon pollution, help us adapt and become more resilient to the impacts of a changing climate, foster clean technology solutions, and create good jobs that contribute to a stronger economy. I'm pleased to say that we have covered a lot of ground since launching the framework, and we are starting to see the results. To date, we have developed a pan-Canadian approach to pricing carbon pollution, as well as new policies, programs, and regulations to reduce emissions in every sector of the economy, including regulations for coal and natural gas-fired electricity, regulations to reduce methane emissions in oil and gas sector, measures to increase the use of low-carbon fuels, and funding for clean technology and energy efficiency. As reported in Canada's most recent greenhouse gas emissions projections from December 2018, Canada's GHG emissions in 2030 are expected to be 223 million tonnes lower than projected prior to the adoption and implementation of Canada's action plan. This improvement in Canada's emissions outlook reflects the breadth and depth of the Pan-Canadian Framework. Additional reductions will come from measures including investments in green infrastructure, public transit, clean technology, and innovation, as well as future actions by federal, provincial, and territorial governments. Full implementation of the policies and programs under the Pan-Canadian Framework will allow Canada to meet its 2030 target and position Canada to set and achieve deeper emission reduction targets beyond 2030 as required by the Paris Agreement. As the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands knows, Canada remains steadfast in its commitment to the Paris Agreement, including its full implementation. She saw firsthand, as part of the Canadian delegation to COP24 in December, alongside the honourable members from Repentigny, Edmonton, Westaskin, Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, Parkdale High Park, and Vancouver Quadra. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'm afraid the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands does not know very well that this government is committed to the Paris Agreement. Because the 2030 target, which keeps being repeated as what this government is committed to achieving, is inconsistent with the Paris Agreement. The 50 concrete steps by the Government of Canada are wholly inadequate to preserve life on this planet, to protect our children. We cannot be incremental. We cannot tweak around the edges. We are in a climate emergency. We must plan the end of dependence on fossil fuels and cutting them in half by 2030, not the reductions currently planned, which we have not even got a plan in place to meet. Fortunately, there are things we can do. We must do them, and I urge this government to meet its own rhetorical heights and actually plan for human survival. We are in a climate emergency. We cannot any longer accept pablum and half measures.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue to take a leadership role to tackle climate change and grow a cleaner economy. We understand the huge economic opportunity of clean growth, and we want to leave a cleaner, healthier planet for our kids and our grandkids. At COP24, Canada did play a leading role in the negotiations to secure robust guidance for the implementation of the Paris Agreement, which sets the foundation for raising global ambition on climate change for generations to come. The Paris Agreement will ensure that all countries take greater, more transparent action on climate change in order to limit global temperature increase and adapt to the impacts of climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte is not present. So her motion, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
Adjourn until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.